changeover that's a Scotia Bank into a Wendy's. This is certainly a one of one, and I'm loving it. I am loving it. As they say, I'm loving it. Wow.
I I may not have given him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, wait, were you in here? Yeah, that guy was pissing me off when. Uh, so let me first say, with this guy Ben with the four N's or whatever and the S, yeah, that's cute. I don't think he's overwhelmingly funny. I like his con. How do I want to put it? I like the idea. I think that his his videos could be a little funnier, but whose couldn't be. He could say the same thing about my streams. But I like the idea, so I like him more than what I saw him do before. That guy who was in here before, when you were like, "Yeah, I don't think you can use bear spray or whatever," and the other guy was like, "Yeah, you can't use a uh, yeah, a pellet gun in Canada," and then you're like, "Are you Canadian?" And he's like, "No, but I'm by the border." And then I was like, it would have been helpful if you would have looked up, can you use pepper spray in Canada, as opposed to, I know you can't use pellet guns in Canada. We're not talking about pellet guns. We're talking about pepper spray. And he's like, well, you just looked it up. And it was like, yeah, but you've got to understand that, like, you're just interjecting yourself in this conversation that was a serious conversation of a friend that we had, that I was trying to tell you about, that, he had been attacked, and this guy's talking about pellet guns, and it's I think that's what I think that's what he was saying. But what would have been beneficial is just to look up the law, instead of saying, "Yeah, I don't think you can use anything there. You can't use a pellet gun," without looking it up. That's just an assumption. Give me some facts, or like look it up if you're gonna make that comment. And then he said something like, "It could have been." Is it? It is crazy. Um, I was reading a little bit more on that law though. So they say there's like a loophole that it said under, let's see here. Um when in Canada against a person. Yeah. No, you're good. Hold on. It was called opportune. There was something in the law called using bear spray on a person, even in a self-defense situation, is illegal and could result in criminal charges. That's ridiculous to me. Like, that's one reason I would never want to live in Canada. Is that's like an absolute ass backward law. Um, yeah, I mean, uh, what is the phrase? Opportune needs or time. Dog, That that's the most fucked up law. Yeah, yeah. Wait, hold on though. But the thing is, if you use it against someone, then you can be prosecuted for that. Now, I not bear spray, the mag light, the big heavy. Um, no, of course not. No, if you're being attacked, you aren't allowed to use that uh that flashlight for self defense. But there was something that I dog I on Reddit, I think. But hold on, to beat them up. Yeah, but that's not going to do anything to them. If unless you hit them right in the eyes, it's still not going to do that much to them. What I'm saying is, if someone comes into my house and I use a mag light flashlight to beat them in self defense, in Canada, you may use a mag light or similar flashlight in self defense only if the force used is reasonable and proportional to the threat, and you did not carry it with the primary intent of using it as a weapon. So that's the loophole: is you carry one of these flashlights with you, and then you say, "I use it because I was afraid of the dark." And then it just happened to be there, and I beat this motherfucker up when he attacked me. They've I was watching a podcast, I think, of some guys who, and they've said this, and I've heard this in California as well. When you buy a gun in California, it's firstly, it's really hard to get one, but if you do get one, when they sell it to you, they tell you, if you use this, just know when you pull that trigger, whether you survive or not, you're looking at about three to $500,000 when you pull that trigger in live um in lawsuit. So what does it mean? It means like even if somebody's like breaking into your house, like you can use a gun against them, at least in the United States, to defend yourself and your property, but they're gonna sue you, and you're gonna have to lawyer up to defend yourself. So like even though like basically you can use this, but every time you pull that trigger, it's gonna be like for $500,000 because if you kill the guy, his family's going to sue you saying that it was excessive. And if he survives, you're going to have to pay for his medical bills and such. So just, well, there are a lot. Yeah. So, I mean, there's what's known as a contingency fee. So somebody will basically become your lawyer for free and contingent upon if you win, they're going to get like 33% of anything that you get. It depends on the state. It depends on the state. And usually, if you're suing someone who's breaking into your house, they have no money, so you're not going to get anything anyway. Like they were already desperate enough to break into your house, so they have nothing to get. It's not that easy to self represent in the United States. Judges don't like to allow people to do it because the layman does not know the law that well, and there's certain procedures that you're supposed to follow that you really should have a lawyer to do. And it's also benefit to the legal industry because then that's job protection for them basically, that people just don't start saying, hey, we don't need lawyers anymore. That gets rid of all. That's in a criminal case. So what we're talking about would be a civil case. You don't have a you don't have a right to an attorney in a civil case, though I feel like you should. If somebody's coming after you with millions of dollars in lawyers, you should be afforded a lawyer for free if to be able to defend yourself against that, whether it's a criminal case or a civil case, but you don't in a case of a civil case. So it's really easy to squash really little people. A lot of times, what places do, I think this should be so legal, but it's not, is they just, like, for instance, there will be like a small company that a large company doesn't like, and the large company knows that they have deeper pockets than the small company, and what they'll do is just sue the small company over something really minor, like a trademark infringement or copyright infringement or some kind of an intellectual property that the big company knows that the small company isn't really doing anything wrong, but they know what they can do is just rack up enough billable hours against the small company that the small company will have to fold, and they'll get rid of their competition. What's a slap loss? It's hard to. I get what you're saying. Um, it's not necessarily bullshit though. You could say exactly. It's how you go about it, but it's hard to prove, and then you need more attorneys to be able to approve to be able um to submit the slap lawsuit. Like it's all about, can you outlast the other side in terms of litigation. And let's say the guys are let's say the small company's already overwhelmed with uh, you taking them through the ringer, well, then you're going to have to get another lawyer or add another uh, piece of litigation to your defense with the slap lawsuit. It's just the little guy can't do it. But if there's any legitimacy to what the big company is saying, then that slap lawsuit isn't going to necessarily be legitimate. And the big company is just going to be able to overrun the little company because they had a legitimate argument. Like, let's say, uh, okay, there's one. Well, there's this is this is actually a common thing in the United States. So it used to be Disney got rid of all this, but there used to be like a lady who wanted to start a nursery school or like a preschool, and she would call it Mickey and Minnie's preschool, and not even that. She might just call it Treehouse Preschool or Happy Kids Preschool, whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with Disney. And then on the walls of the preschool, she would draw Mickey Mouse. It's illegal in the United States to draw Mickey Mouse without the express written consent of Walt Disney Corporation. And Walt Disney went around all over the United States and shut schools or a lot of preschools and childcare facilities based on the usage of their character that was under copyright. And basically, it it does to some extent, but then again, it's not always being used the way that they want. Somebody might have Mickey Mouse playing with Bugs Bunny. They don't want to be seen on the same level as Bugs Bunny. They want to see themselves perhaps be better than Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse were never shown on the same screen until Who Framed Roger Rabbit is the first scene ever where there's a scene where Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are shown on the same screen. But they went for 60 years never being shown on the same screen because one didn't want to be seen with the other one, essentially. Or what if you draw Mickey Mouse um, doing something that you just don't want him to be doing as the Walt Disney Company? Perhaps they do, but a lot of times they're outside the United States. It's a lot. It's a lot easier when this is a brick and mortar organization and it's got an address and you can sue them. And so, in a case like the Mickey Mouse one, some teacher doesn't have the money. She's just staying afloat by teaching or like babysitting, basically. She doesn't have the money to fight the Walt Disney Company about fair use, and she likely doesn't have deep enough power. Yeah, let's Mickey Mouse, nursery schools, lawsuits, the Walt Disney Company, daycares. Yeah, but they're starting to get it now because Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain. Okay, in 1989, the Walt Disney Company threatened legal action against three Florida daycare centers: Very Important Babies Daycare, Good Godmother Daycare, and Temple Messianic, for painting life-size murals of Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy on their exterior walls without authorization. That's another thing. If it's on the the exterior wall versus the interior wall, that would one's like publicized. Disney argued that these unauthorized commercial uses of the trademark characters constituted infringement and that failing to enforce its rights could jeopardize its trademark protection, which is another thing. You have to um, you have to defend these or else it becomes in the common in the public domain, potentially leading them to the loss of copyright through non-enforcement. The centers complied with Disney's demands and replaced the murals with characters from Universal Studios and Hanna-Barbera, such as Scooby-Doo and the Flintstones, after Universal Studios stepped in to offer licensing support. So basically, like um, Scooby Doo and the Flintstones, like Universal was smart in their own way, and they're like, look, if you want to have Mickey Mouse there, you can put our shit on there. Uh, so right, I can tell you that um, when I was a kid, this was before 1989 though, but just before, I went to a just like a daycare just for a little bit. Um, that was like Winnie the Pooh themed, and that could have been prosecuted by the Walt Disney Company. And but this was before 1989. I think it was called Winnie the Pooh Daycare or something like that. Like I think it was the name of it. Um, but there was something to this. Like Winnie the Pooh is actually an older story than, so I think they could use it in that sense because it's an older story than what Disney does. It's just that character of Winnie the Pooh with the red shirt and no pants. That guy is later on. But I'm not exactly sure. And I didn't spend much time there, but I do remember that. And that was very common. You go to a lot of places in Southern California, and they're very Disney oriented. And even if they don't have maybe a character on the wall or something like that, all the toys inside are just filled with Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Donald Duck and Goofy and all that other shit. This is a great question. Um, so you know how there's that thing, The Simpsons predicted it, The Simpsons predicted it. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so The Simpsons predicted in the future, like Disney would eventually buy The Simpsons, and they did. They bought 20th Century Fox, and everything would just become under the Walt Disney canopy. Um, I can tell you that Disney, it can be a very secretive company, and um, okay, so you're asking about cartoons and stuff, and I'll get to that, but I just want to share this because I think this is really fucking interesting. So Disney had plans in like the 1960s to build a, they had Disneyland in Anaheim, and they wanted to build in Long Beach, which is just like, I don't know, 15 miles away or so. They wanted to build on the ocean a water theme park and call it like uh, Disney Sea, something like that. So they ended up building that or a version of it in um, Tokyo or in Japan and licensing it to them. But hold on, let me look this up. Disney Long Beach plans. So, oh, it's called Port Disney. So it was a canceled property development, um, where, and it was okay. So it was going to be called Disney Sea. It was going to include themed areas such as Heroes Harbor, Mysterious Island, Venture Reefs. All right. So it was going to be this $2 billion project in 1990. But I think they had plans to do this earlier than that too. Anyway, it's going to be a really big deal. And do you know what the Queen Mary is? It's in it's like the Titanic, but just bigger. So basically, yeah. So basically, like there was like the Titanic and the Olympia. Uh, uh, yeah, they were like these big ships that like really rich people would would use from like the beginning of the 1900s. And then there was the Queen Mary, which was like a version of this for like the 1930s. And then there was what's called the Queen Elizabeth the second QE2, which was big in like the 1960s and 1980s or something like that. Um, but they were just these giant ocean liners. So anyway, the Queen Mary, when it was done, they didn't know what to do with it, and they put it in Long Beach Harbor, and it's a tourist attraction, and it's supposedly haunted. And I mean, like I've been there with my family, and it's like uh it's it's cool. It's like a really big ship. Anyway, when they put that thing in the port, Disney was gonna maybe take it over. Well, they didn't. Well, this Disney idea of taking over Long Beach Harbor has been a discussion again, and I think personally Disney is going to eventually take over that port in their own way and um, make like a Sea Disney, like they had plans to do in 1990. Whether it happens or not, I mean, it could happen within the next 100 years or so. But I just have a feeling that Disney doesn't give up on stuff. They, like generally, they'll try it. If it works, great. They'll be successful with it. And as you know, they'll be better at it than just about any company in the world because of marketing. But if it doesn't work, that doesn't mean they're going to give up on it forever. It's just they may hold off on it for a good amount of time. All right, so it'd be easier if I could show you a map, but basically where Disneyland is, there's like basically one street that you can take all the way from Anaheim to Long Beach. And Disney, I've heard, this is only rumors because I've known people that work for Disney, but they're a very secretive company, and it's not like when they hire you they tell you all their secrets, but they have bought a lot of the property secretly on this one street from like Anaheim to Long Beach. And what does that mean? There's the argument that's been made that they are one day going to connect all of these properties together with like one long street, and it would connect Disneyland to Sea Disney, basically on the ocean. Whether this happens or not, I'm not sure. But I've heard they've secretly been doing this. Another thing I've heard they've secretly done, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. There's the oldest theme park in the United States is called Knott's Berry Farm, and it's located in Buena Park, California, which is in between where Disneyland is and where Long Beach is. It's like right in the middle of where this really long street would be. And I've heard the argument that Disney props up that theme park so that it does not close, so that it has some competition. Basically, Disney does not want this one theme park to close because then they'd be the only game in town. They want it to be like it does, so that they don't look like a monopoly, that they do have some competition there. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. What I am trying to say is that Disney does a lot of things uh, covertly. They could be. They very much well could be. But then additionally, they could run into some issues as well about ownership of that whole stretch of land. Like, hey, that you have no competition here, and you're buying. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's a great point. When Disney bought Walt Disney World, they didn't want to buy it all in one go. They had to do it covertly in the 1960s. So what they did Walt Disney set up all these shell companies, and they were literally called like the names of the companies were like literally like shell company. Um, Walt Disney Shell Companies, Walt Disney World names. So they bought code name. They used code names like Project Winter, Project Future. Okay, here's what it would be like MT Lot Co. MT, like the letter M, the letter T, Lot Co. AO4 Corporation, Bay Lake Properties, Reedy Creek Ranch Lands, Compass East Corporation, Latin American Development and Management Co. Tomahawk Properties. Um, they just used all these fake companies to buy up land very discreetly, and then this made it so that they could buy this land at a really cheap rate. See, if Disney would have come in and said, "Hey, we're going to build the biggest uh, theme park in the world in Florida," property values would have skyrocketed. So they didn't want that to happen. So they bought it through all these little companies, these like shell corporations, so that nobody panicked. And then all of a sudden they made an announcement, hey, we're going to start this theme park. And all these people who sold their land for really cheaply were pissed off because they could have sold it for a lot more if they knew that was going to be the biggest theme park in the world. Basically, Disney has already done these kinds of real estate deals very discreetly and covertly. So I could see them doing them even more in Southern California again. I mean, when, um, well, at a certain point, isn't all smart business a horrible thing against somebody? They, they harm the landowners and the housing owners of people there. Basically, yeah, but I mean, maybe they did it in a not. Yeah, a lot of times do because that's done a lot of times through eminent domain. Basically, the government saying that we're going to, because of tax reasons or whatever, we're going to steal this property and give you the bare minimum, like it's called, like the estimated, the like the lowest estimate available or something on what it is worth. So a lot of times those people get screwed. If it's going to be a sports stadium, it's something like that. Yeah, I mean, exactly. But or if it's going to be an airport or a seaport or something, yeah, people get screwed out of that stuff all the time. Um, but I mean, you're is it raises a good question. Are all prudent business decisions in one way or another damaging to someone else? I don't know if they all are, but the far majority probably are in one way or another. Um, anyway, so Disney does this covertly with stuff with real estate. Oh, and I've also heard Disney's going to build a theme park in like North Carolina. They've already started to do that. And they've also started, I mean, they've done this. This is like 30 years old. They have Celebration, Florida, which is a city that's maintained by the Walt Disney Corporation. Um, so they're like a much larger company than a lot of people think. And then I think they're going to build another Disneyland in like North Carolina, inland. And let me look this one up. They talked about it, and then COVID hit, and they said they weren't going to do it. But North Carolina Walt Disney theme park or something city. Yeah, okay. Walt Disney is not building a theme park in North Carolina. Instead, it's developing a residential community near Asteria in Chatham County, near Pittsburgh, which is will be part of the larger Chatham project, a master plan development. The project, known as Story Living Disney, so that's what it is. Story Living Disney will feature approximately 4,000 homes across 1,500. So, like, Disney's starting to get like into building of like cities, and they've done it before. Um, so when that starts to happen, it's like, well, then will they start to run governments? Like they're already starting municipal governments. Anyway, so you had originally asked, well, what about cartoons? Well, if you have to think like Disney has this their clause in everything, not just real estate, but they have it in any kind of um, any kind of intellectual property as well. Okay, so your question was, all right, do you think Disney will in the future be able to um, control that, or do you think it'll be like open source or small illustrators? I think that Disney will just become more and more powerful. So what will happen? Let's say you get a really good, I don't know, storybook, whatever together. Eventually someone from the Walt Disney Corporation is going to come to you and say, all right, what's your price? We want your characters. We want all of your intellectual property for this. We want any future ideas that you may have for this character. And if you say I won't sell, they'll say that's fine. We will perhaps create a character that's very similar to yours. They won't tell you this directly, but we're going to use all of your ideas for this. So it's in your best interest to just sell right now. Your person is called Sarah. Our person is going to be called Rachel. And your person's going to have brown hair. Our person's going to have blonde hair. Your person's going to have green eyes. Our person's going to have blue eyes. Your person's going to wear a pink dress. Our person's going to wear a red dress. It's going to be very similar. We know the law. We know that we're going to be able to get away with this. So unless you want to basically be squashed by our litigation and our legal teams and drown in litigation, it's just in your best interest. What's your price? And you'll be like, okay, I don't know, $10 million. Fine. They write the check and they'll buy anything that you've got. That's already what's happening with corporations. It's basically impossible to start your own business nowadays because these monopolies have gotten so big that anything that you do, they'll just do it better. They own the servers. They don't have to pay for the overhead. They can already market it 100%. What you're exactly right. So that's really what we're getting to. Um, Anybody who comes up with any kind of good idea nowadays just usually gets it bought eventually. And it's not like they're not making out well, but Disney doesn't want competition. So you've got like this new deal. I'm sure you've heard of it. Um, you have Warner Brothers that is being bought by Netflix, and Paramount came in and tried to buy it, and the people at Warner Brothers said, "No, we don't want to be a part of Paramount. We want to be a part of Netflix." So very soon, Netflix is going to own everything from like perhaps like I could be wrong on some of these things, but like Superman to Batman and all that shit. And then, I mean, what will happen is essentially what's happened right now in the food industry, and this is the way that the corporations like it. Um, all right, so all of the food in the United States, well, I shouldn't say all of it, 90% of it is, well, let me put it to you this way. It's like retail banking in the United States. There are four major retail banks in the United States, and that's it. There's Chase, JP Morgan, there's Chase, there's Wells Fargo, there's Bank of America, and there's Citibank. Aside from that, you get some smaller regional banks, but it's all controlled. And you can't sue any of these companies for being a monopoly because they say we've got competition. Chase says we have Wells Fargo and Bank of America and Citibank as our competition. So we're not a monopoly, yet they squash everybody else. The same thing has happened in the food industry. There's like Coca-Cola Company for anything, any beverage. There's Coca-Cola Company, PepsiCo, Dr. Pepper Keurig, and um and basically like that's it. There are my friend in my hand in my hand right here. I have a poppy. Poppy is a Shark Tank innovation. It originally was marketed as Mother's Drink on um, as Mother's Soda on Shark Tank, but a court said you couldn't use that name, so they had to change it to something. It's Poppy. Poppy is was eventually purchased by PepsiCo. This is the biggest drink that's been on Shark Tank. I have one in my hand right now, and it eventually was bought by PepsiCo. That's what happens. Any of these things get big, and the company says to the founder, how much is it going to take for you to give up your interest in this? And everybody's got a price. And so they said they named some giant number, $2 billion or whatever. And then the company says, okay, we're going to buy this for $2 billion. And then 5 years or 10 years down the line, that ends up being worth 10 billion and the people end up kicking themselves, but nevertheless they're billionaires, so who gives a who cares? And then the thing is, these companies like PepsiCo and Coca-Cola Company and Dr. Pepper Schweppes aren't owned by individual investors, they're owned by hedge funds, and the hedge funds each take a certain percentage. So like Millennium Capital and BlackRock and Blackstreet and State Street and uh, Berkshire Hathaway and these other companies end up just owning these different um, companies in percentages. They'll own 15% of Coca-Cola. And then they can say, hey, we own 15% of Coca-Cola. We want you to have more people who wear the color red on your commercials. Or we want more people who have blue hair in your advertisements. Or we want more, whatever. They're able to say whatever they want because, yeah, 15% isn't a majority, but it's a lot. If you own 15% of Coca-Cola, you have a big sway with their board. And then what ends up happening is major trusts and endowments own the stocks of the the um, the hedge funds and the venture capital organizations. And so it's just another way to be able to hide funds. Basically, the extremely wealthy people have trusts that invest in uh, venture capital and hedge funds. Those venture capital and hedge funds buy these giant monopolies, and then the giant monopolies eventually go and buy up the mom and pop businesses. That's how it works. And eventually there will be another layer of protection in there where the cryptocurrency will be used to buy the venture capital and the hedge funds. And then that cryptocurrency will be purchased by the trusts and the endowments to further muddy the waters on who owns what. But in the end, it's all basically owned by the same people. It is. Okay, so to your question about cartoon characters, though, that's just the idea of a startup. What happens with like cartoon characters that already exist? Zoot and I were looking at this the other day. Zoot was like, what do you think is bigger, Harry Potter or Mickey Mouse, or Harry Potter or Bugs Bunny? And I'm like, all time, Bugs Bunny. And Zoot's like, no way, it's Harry Potter. And we looked up Harry Potter on paper is worth more than Bugs Bunny ever was. However, when you factor in inflation, it depends what inflation data you use. If you use the current inflation data that like they'll say, Harry Potter's worth more than Bugs Bunny. But if you use the workers inflation, basically like what it is with what you're dialing, you're buying your the power of your of what a worker makes and what is made over the course of the last century. Bugs Bunny's worth way more. Bugs Bunny's worth like trillions of dollars. If you think of like going back to every Bugs Bunny cartoon that's ever been and people and what they spent, even though going to see the movie of Bugs Bunny was only 25 cents, if you only made, $400 all year, 25 cents of that giving it to Warner Brothers or Bugs Bunny was a lot, as opposed to today, with how it works with inflation and such. Um, and so, when's the day going to come when Mickey Mouse is and Bugs Bunny are owned by the same company? And I think that sooner rather than later. All Disney has to do is basically buy Warner Brothers at that point. Netflix is buying Warner Brothers. That's Looney Tunes, which is Bugs Bunny. And then all Disney has to do is buy Netflix or have some kind of merger, which will probably happen. If I mean, I know people who work at Netflix and people in the entertainment industry, they don't like Netflix. Netflix is not seen as a positive aspect of Hollywood, and it in its own way took advantage of a lot of people when streaming first started. Basically, they took care. Like the reason why Netflix became really popular is because the contracts that were written in like the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s when streaming wasn't a thing. So Netflix didn't have to pay for welcome. What up, PNG? So Netflix didn't have to pay for um, the same licensing that say Warner Brothers would have to, or a brick and mortar organization, because it was a digital entity essentially. Does that make sense, Riser? So that was the loophole that allowed Netflix to really expand. The loophole that allowed Amazon to take over was the fact that when it first started, it was not charging people sales tax. And what it would do is it would just say, let's say you wanted to buy a beach ball online. If you bought a beach ball at a brick and mortar store, let's say the beach ball was $10 plus tax. If you bought it um, online, on Amazon.com, it was just $10 flat. They weren't charging sales tax. And then eventually, state by state, they had to enact legislation. But that took a little bit of time, and that gave Amazon a huge foothold in given markets where they could essentially overtake any kind of competition. Another thing that Amazon does and did to be able to ensure a monopoly on online sales is what they do when you sign up. Let's say you want to sell beach balls. Amazon says, "Great. What's the cheapest price you sell beach balls for?" And you say $10. And they say, "Okay, that's great. You're going to sell them on Amazon for $10. You cannot sell them anywhere else on the internet for less than $10. If you do, you have to tell us what that price is, and you have to sell it on Amazon for that price." Basically, when people go to Amazon, they know that they're going to get the absolute cheapest price, which gives Amazon a major strategic advantage on any of their competition. Right. Favorite nation, we'll look it up. What is the business strategy? Yeah. Um, there you go. And that's There you go. We have a friend here, PNG. Can you hear me? Oh, is it Pog? Oh, yeah, it's Pog. Oh, apologies. Okay. Well, that's cool, Pog. Apologies that I was calling you PNG. Yeah, Pog. So, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, excellent. Wonderful. Word dog, we're gonna make sure that you're able to. If I'm able to, I'm gonna make sure Pog's able to. How's that sound to you, my man? Absolutely. Mind uploading technology where you can become a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, right? Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great question. Well, first, we have to declassify them, perhaps. And either you come to them or they come to you, let's say, or you can meet in the middle. But there are arguments to be made. People already, in their own way, have sex with aliens. If you look into the alien abduction hypothesis, but you want to have sex with aliens who are like hot alien chicks with your consent. I take it, right? Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to be like on a table and somebody probes your ass and then you shoot spermatozoa. You don't want that, right? Exactly. So most likely, what will happen is you'll live to be 120 years old. Your body will start to break down, but you'll have all of the funds that you need, the resources to be able to upload your mind into something else. And you may say, you know what, I want to be Pog, but when I was 20 years old, and I want to reduce my aging or perhaps even reverse age with my new body. You'll be able to do that eventually. Perhaps we'll have explorers who are able to traverse the galaxy and find, let's just say, a planet with a group of, let's say, humanoid, doesn't have to be though, but peaceful humanoid type of aliens. And they're going to say, hey, we know this guy named Pog. He's on our planet. He's had a few iterations of himself. He's been wanting to fuck some kind of alien chick for like 500,000 years. Are there any hot alien chicks here who want to fuck Pog, and they'll see a picture of you or whatever, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I like him. And then they'll come back to you and be like, hey, these three hot alien chicks want to fuck you. Do you want to fuck one of them, or do you want to fuck all three? And you'll be like, I maybe one at a time. So then they'll either come to you, or you'll maybe be able to go on a mission to them, and then be able to inseminate them, perhaps, or just be able to have intercourse with them if you want and if they want. And then you can go on your mutual ways. You can exchange numbers or whatever communication is like in the future. And then your body will eventually perhaps um, start to decompose and you'll just upload your mind consciousness into another being, and you can go back to that chick on that planet or to one of her two friends or whatever, or go find some other chick in the universe that you want to impregnate her. I say chick, but like female alien that's hot. And that's just how it works. And you keep doing that. I mean, right now the universe is like 13.8 billion years old. It has a lifespan of maybe 60 billion years. So you could do that for like another 42.5 billion years, 42.2 billion years or so, or whatever it may be. And then eventually, or pardon me, 47.2 billion years. And then eventually you're going to get sick of it. And you're going to say, you know what? I've been a male pog for 10 billion years. I want to see what it's like to be a female pog. and you'll change yourself into a female. After 10 billion years, you're going to be sick of being a dude. And then you'll be a girl. And then you'll go find some dude who's an alien if you want, maybe. And then after 10 billion years of that, you'll say, you know what? I'm bored of this. I would just like to go away and die and be perhaps reincarnated or just start anew and with no memory of what I currently do. That could absolutely happen. Or you just die and then, from dust you are and dust you out, you will return. Whatever you want, Pog, but I want to make that happen for you if you want. Is that what you want? Well, that's no. Right now, we would use cryogenics to be able to freeze you, to be able to preserve you in the best manner possible, so that perhaps within a generation, when essentially revivification is possible, where we can reanimate people who were once dead, we're able to experiment with that, becomes a reality, then we will be able to perhaps bring you back. As of right now, scientists are currently experimenting with memory transfer. So they'll take mice and they'll have the mice run through a maze, and the mice will learn the maze, and then they will transfer parts of a mouse sometimes, or they're starting to do this electronically. They'll transfer parts of a brain into the brain of another mouse, and the memories are preserved. And then when the new mouse does the maze, it does the maze perfectly the first time without any previous knowledge. And when that happens, scientists know that successfully the memory has been preserved. So that's just a start. And we're doing that with small mammalians now, small mammals. So the fact that that's already being done, that's a huge undertaking. And that's just what is made public. What we're really waiting on is the public disclosure of the world's first brain transplant. We've had face transplants and, of course, heart transplants and lung transplants, and even animal tissue that has gone into humans, but there has not yet been a publicly acknowledged brain transplant. That is the ultimate. That's the last organ that humans have been unable to transplant. And there have been arguments to be made that this has been done in China before, but they just haven't publicly acknowledged it yet. But there are some doctors who have said that they were able to do this. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. But once that's made public, the first brain transplant, we're going to have a lot of people who are wondering, well, how does that work? And did it really transfer someone's consciousness into someone else's consciousness? And theoretically, it may. And if that happens, that's going to be a really interesting day when we're able to interview that person and say, wait a second, you were in this other body, and that body was incapacitated somehow, and they transferred your brain from that body to this other body, and you're now in this new body. What's that like? That hasn't quite been done yet, at least not publicly acknowledged. But many people say that it's already been done, and it's just a matter of time until that type of information has been declassified. So that's really what you're looking for. Yeah, exactly. But it's an amazing time. I would say to you, Pug, if you were born, 2 or 3 generations ago, you're kind of SOL. But you're right on the verge. I analogize this to people. It's like we are on Columbus's Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, and we start to see that there are birds overhead and there are branches in the ocean, and somebody just said land ho, and we're getting to the land and we're just approaching it, and that's where we are right now. We haven't quite jumped onto land yet, but we can see it. And you were born during a time where somebody said land ho, and we're approaching the land, and now we just have to wait until the ships come ashore when we can really bridge that gap between death and mind uploading, which is essentially digital immortality. I'm in agreement with you, Pog. So that's you're born at a really a key time, and let's say you get hit by a train, God forbid, tomorrow. Well, Pog, your discussions on my stream are archived forever, as long as YouTube exists, and YouTube will eventually sell their data to someone else. But basically, you're archived in the annals of history. And if this were like 3,000 years ago, it would be like you would have like a mention in the Bible, or 5,000 years ago, and you'd be in like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like you're in here. So what's going to happen is that, let's say you got hit by that train, God forbid, somebody's going to be like, hey, I remember when Pog joined the stream. Let's get Pog back. And how would they be able to get you back? Well, revivification technology is a thing, but given enough time, believe it or not, and this may seem like science fiction, but all of this sounds like science fiction. If we just had your, I mean, we have a picture of you, which is great, but even if we just had a sample of your voice, having just that amount of evidence would allow us to perhaps take that and essentially put you in what's called a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine, having just a little bit of you and be able to recreate your body, just having that little bit of your voice, knowing what it would take, what someone would need to look like to have your voice and your tonations, and we'd be able to recreate you and what's called revivify you, and that you would awake someday, perhaps um in like a an artificial womb, but maybe made for adults, and you would awake and you'd say, "Well, where am I?" And some future species, it's humans, but like the humans of the future would say, "Pog, we heard you on Rabbi stream, and while you got hit by a train the next day, we knew that this was a dream of yours, and we wanted to help you achieve it." And you would have all the memories that you had, because literally we could, from the tonation of your voice, know every memory that you have. And you say, well, how could that even be? Given enough time, having just a small amount of evidence of anything in the world, basically data, we'd be able to reverse engineer everything about an individual, including your, of course, like your height, your weight, your education, absolutely everything about you. Now, it might not happen overnight, but given tens of thousands, if not millions of years into the future, that's an inevitability. Humans would want to overcome all of the challenges to perhaps be able to do that for someone. And there would be a future civilization that would say, Pog wanted to be here and he got hit by a train, so let's bring him back. And somebody would bring you back, and it'd be like the Pog project. We'd bring Pog back, and then you'd go have sex with aliens if you want. Exactly. The way I analogize this is like, um people, like, I don't know, 100 years ago would say we'd be able to solve a crime just having someone's fingerprints. And then there were other people who hypothesized that maybe there was something even more, even smaller than the fingerprint that could have been traced, and that's DNA. And then we get into the world of DNA, and we can tell all about someone exactly down to the exact individual who would have been just through DNA. And there are things even smaller than DNA that we might be able to articulate in the future. So right now we're in a very primitive aspect of society. Give society and give artificial intelligence and all of the other inventions that will be created over the course of not just the next generation, not the next century, not the next millennia, but the next 10,000 years, 100,000 years, million years, 10 million years, 100 million years, billion years, and somebody's going to want to bring back Pog. It is. It is wild. Well, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. If you live, great question. You're speaking to him. But no, in reality, what you would do, I mean, just like there are cryogenic companies available today that when you're going to die, for like $100 million, $100,000, they'll freeze your head, and for $400,000, they'll freeze your whole body. When you're going to die, let's say, Pog, God forbid, you had some kind of disease and it was terminal, and you were on your deathbed. You call this company, and what they do is they come, and right when you die, right when your cardiac hits no beeps, basically once your heart stops, you will have these people who take your body and immediately put it um, on what is it? Is it? It's not nitrous oxide, but it's dry ice, and they freeze you, and then they store you in these large vats, and they're just waiting. There are like hundreds of people just waiting to be thawed out someday. So that's how that works. That's not what you would have. What you would have in the future is essentially you would pay whatever it's going to be. And then what they would do, just like a CAT scan or an MRI, you would just sit in a tube and it would scan your whole brain and scan your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And you could see like a map of yourself. And it would be like, okay, these are all your nerves, and these are all your memories, and we're going to upload them into a new version of you. Is this something that you want now or into the future? And you may say, I only want it to happen once I die naturally. And you die naturally, and then you're in your will, you would have this uploaded into perhaps whatever you want. It could be into a baby, but it also could be into uh, an artificially matured version of you, so that you're 20 years old, and then in like an artificial womb or like a port, you would just like a vat, you would just be created, perhaps using a 3D printer, but it's more than that. It's a replicator. It's not just 3D printers are usually just like plastic. This is connected to all of the periodic table of elements. So it can make whatever you need. And you could be created that way, or you could be artificially matured to the point of being a 20-year-old over the course of a few months. And then your mind or your consciousness would be uploaded into that. And you could go about your life living normally, or you could say, you know what, this is great, but I'd love to be a cybernetic individual, a cybernetic being, and either a surgery could be performed, or even you could have your body recreated, so that perhaps instead of having legs that have like normal fingers, normal toes and calves and thighs, you instead have cyborg like a cyborg body, or like, I don't know if you ever saw Ninja Turtles with like Krang, where there's like a brain in the stomach, and like it has like hands and legs that can move on its behalf. Or you could be a mech warrior, where you could run faster and jump higher and do all these other things, whatever you want. You could even say, I want to be a dog. I don't want to be a human. I want to be a dog, but with all my human thoughts. And these could be uploaded into the consciousness of a dog. And while you wouldn't normally be able to communicate with people through barking and such, there are ideas in the future that we will have brain animal tele uh, telepathy, and so you'd be able to essentially communicate with animals. This is how aliens supposedly communicate. They don't use language in the traditional sense. When at least people who have said that they have interactions with aliens, they do so telepathically. So there's just, from what I've heard, this voice in someone's head in whatever language they speak that tells them what to do, that they're being communicated to, but they don't hear anything in their ears. Whether that's true or not, that's that's hypothesized, um, and perhaps um, to be debated. But in the meantime, you might be able to be a dog if you want, and then you could go from being a dog to transmitting through telepathy to your owner or whatever. Hey, I'm a real person. I was just put in a dog for like the whatever 20 years that I'm here on Earth. But when I die, I want to be uploaded back into something else, and that could be done as well. Does this make sense? I know you are. I agree with you, Pog. So that's that. Absolutely, Pog. Absolutely. Hey, pleasure to see you. Pleasure for you to come back. You know that you're always welcome here. Thank you for coming and take care, okay? You too, buddy. Peace. Riser, can you hear me? Riser. 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 You're good. So if you notice how Pog interacted, that's ideal. You and I were in a conversation. He was very polite. We were talking about Disney and all of, intellectual property. Then once we were done, I could speak with Pog, and then you were exactly right, nice too. You just let us talk, which was very kind of you, and we talked about all that really interesting stuff. And he didn't interrupt, and he was just really polite, and then he went on his way. That's how I like to have these interactions, and frankly, a pop, a, I'm only one person, but I'm all yours again. And I know we a detour. Okay, so back to Disney. They and the Netflix deal. So Netflix is probably going to buy Warner Brothers, which is Looney Tunes, and then eventually there might be a merger between Disney and Netflix. I mean, there are some. Um, well, and then we were talking about the um, the monopolies and venture capital, and perhaps even how crypto works in this, and then um, what it's going to come down to, and this is what has been at least um, uh, hypothesized, is that you get just mega corporations and everything's owned by just like four of them or whatever. But basically, you can't call them monopolies because they have multiple competitors, but yet they squash any kind of smaller competition amongst them. The way the Sherman Antitrust Act, like that, was passed at the beginning of the 20th century to break up Standard Oil. Basically, all of the oil companies in the United States were all the same company, run by the Rockefeller family. So that's everything from Chevron to Amoco to Pennzoil and um, BP, British Petroleum, at least in the United States, and companies like Exxon and Mobil. All of these were all the same company. and at least back at the beginning of the 20th century, people had more say. Unions were stronger, and people weren't as corrupt, especially at the judicial level and the legislative level, and perhaps the executive level. And the this company was broken up, and then it was broken up into the Seven Sisters, which were seven companies that became Exxon and Mobil and Phillips 66 and all these other major companies, but they broke them up into seven of them in different areas of the United States. And what this did was like a major monopoly case. Now, there have been a few others. Microsoft was broken up. A lot of people don't remember this in the 1990s. Uh, the big thing, the reason why Microsoft was brought on monopoly um, charges is because it was along the lines of new Windows computers had Internet Explorer on them. Let me get the exact breakdown for you. But you know what Internet Explorer is, right? What was the Microsoft monopoly about with Internet Explorer? United States versus Microsoft Corporation. Microsoft's monopoly issue with Internet Explorer centered on the practice of building web browser with its of bundling a web browser with its Windows operating system, which the U.S. government argued constituted an abuse of its dominant position in the PC operating system market. The government claimed that by pre-installing Internet Explorer on all Windows PCs and making it difficult to uninstall or replace, Microsoft leveraged its operating system monopoly to stifle competition in the browser market. This bundling was seen as a form of tying, where the sale of one product, Windows, was conditioned on the use of another, Internet Explorer, thereby foreclosing opportunities to rival browsers like Netscape Navigator. The antitrust case, formerly known as United States v. Microsoft Corp., alleged that Microsoft used restrictive licensing agreements with PC manufacturers to prevent them from installing and promoting competing browsers. So basically, um, the case culminated in a 2001 settlement where Microsoft was not required to unbundle Internet Explorer, but was mandated to share its APIs with third party firms and submit to 5 years of oversight to ensure compliance with antitrust rules. This case became a landmark in tech antitrust enforcement, setting a precedent of how monopolistic behavior could be defined for digital markets. So that was all over just Internet Explorer. Now think of like what Google does today with Chrome and like how it, you could, but the way that Microsoft made it is that you had to use Internet Explorer to do some things, like maybe to download something. You had to use Internet Explorer. You, yes, and that's what they were saying, where they called it tying. The sale of one product, Windows, was conditioned on the use of another, Internet Explorer, thereby foreclosing opportunities to rival browsers like Netscape Navigator. By 2004, Internet Explorer had achieved 95% market share. In 2004, if you were going to search the internet, you were going to do so using Internet Explorer 95% of the time on any computer in the world, really. I have I have this funny I have a funny um, story about Edge. So this one time I was streaming, and it was just a normal night, and I was looking at my computer, and I don't normally pay attention to my YouTube streams, but I did this one night, and I had my YouTube stream just started. Um, well, let me say first. Uh, so this I've used every browser that's like available. Like I think I've used. Oh, I didn't tell you. Man, I've got so much to tell you. All right, so before I get to my my funny story about Edge, I you know how Spotify does a wrap up of your year and tells you what you listened to over the course of the last year. Do you know what I'm referencing? Exactly. Exactly. So Discord did this to tell you how much you used Discord over the course of the last year. And I wasn't in the top 1% of Discord. I wasn't in the top 0.1% of Discord users. I was in the top 0.01% of Discord users. That makes me like the biggest Discord user in the world. I mean, it's like a big thing that I use Discord as much as I do. So it should. I should be on the board of directors for that kind of performance. But I looked and I was like, there are like 8,000 hours in a year, and I was in like I had used the like I was like at 8,000 hours minus 1 month because the wrap up or roundup or whatever they call it came out in in December, and they didn't include that yet. But it was like every moment of every day, basically for the last year, I was in a Discord VC. And all right, so with that being said, why am I telling this story? So I wanted you to know that because I'm like a power user of like computers, and I've used like every single kind of browser. And this one time, I was using Microsoft for some reason, and what up, Traceway? I was using Microsoft. Uh, I was using Microsoft Edge just to experiment with it if it would stay connected to YouTube better than um, the other browsers that I was using, including Chrome and Firefox and Opera and Brave and all of these others. So I'm using Microsoft Edge for like the first time, not the first time, but like the first time actively. And I used it for like a week. And this one day of the week, I am looking at my YouTube and I see the chat go from nothing to just flying like a real streamer, like someone who's botting themselves, just going crazy. And I'm like shocked. I'm like, what is going on? And I look, and the amount of people in my stream goes from 0 to like 300 to like 3,000. And I was like, what is going on? Like, finally, like something happened. Well, I get I finally like start asking these people in the chat what happened, and they're like, you're on the front page of YouTube or something like that. Like basically I got in the algorithm of YouTube somehow, and it made me blow up. It was the most amount of people I've ever had in the stream. And all these people are like, I'm trying to tell them like I'm live streaming all this and blah 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 blah, and they're like they're like coming in, and I didn't have a Discord to push them to or anything like that. So this happens, and I'm like really popular for this one night, and I get all these people who we're like playing games and stuff, and I'm typing to them, whatever. And eventually my stream was gonna expire at 12 hours. So I'm like, okay, I've got to stop the stream and I'm gonna restart it. Everybody just come back to my next stream. And I stopped the stream and I restart it. And I don't know if I stopped the stream. Maybe I just let it continue, but I knew it was going to expire. And then all of the people stopped coming, like in such a huge amount, huge wave. Um, And I was asking people, how'd you find out about me? They're like, you're just on the front page of like YouTube right now. And I for like the next like 3 months, I was like, was it because I was using Microsoft Edge? And so for like this for this like long period of time, I was thinking maybe I got really, really popular because I had just started using Edge as my browser or whatever. It had nothing to do with what browser I was using. It had to do with just the YouTube algorithm and putting me on the front page of YouTube. And it was literally like trying to drink from a fire hose. There were so many people talking to me. Yeah, I mean, like the chat was just going so quickly. I remember just watching it from 300 people to 3,000 people, and it was just like it was incredible. So, I'm, uh, I mean, that's a hard one. It might get you popular, but at the end of the day, it's not going to necessarily put you on the front page of YouTube. YouTube manually curates that stuff. They at least do with like Kick. I know Kick does and Twitch does. They have their moderators find things that they think would be attractive and they put it on the front page. And so I imagine YouTube does the exact same thing. But for like the next like I saw that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. I saw it on Reddit. But yeah, um, right. And what they want to back and all of that. Anyway, so for like 100 days after that, all I did was use Microsoft Edge on my computer, thinking I was going to be able to replicate that. It's like I don't know when they're like teaching that octopus or something how to do something, and the octopus is like thinking like it got rewarded because it did something. Like my reward was because I used Microsoft Edge, but it didn't have to do with that. But I was still kind of like hunting and pecking, trying to figure out what it was that I did to get really high in the algorithm. Um, okay, so you said that you'd never use Microsoft Edge. I completely understand. That's about the only time I ever used it. I've used it a few times since then. I'm really unimpressed by it. If you want a browser to be popular, it is about its store and what kind of add-ons people can get. That's what allowed Chrome to overtake everybody. I mean, remember what I just said. In 2004, 95% of people used Internet Explorer. Google Chrome wasn't even a thing then. And now I think Google Chrome has like 75% of the market share globally. What changed? The fact that Internet Explorer did not have a very usable store, and Chrome had the Chrome extension store, which allowed people to customize and do more things and basically make the browser theirs. That's what allowed that change. That's the only thing. I mean, some people may say, well, what about the speed of Chrome? They're all about the same speeds. Some people may say, well, what about Google and its uh, its username system, the account? Doesn't it make it easier to integrate with Chrome? Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. But I know a lot of people, and I'm one of them, who will use my Google account in other browsers. I'm using it in at least 10 different browsers. I see it in front of me. So just because I have the ability to put my username in doesn't mean I want to. In fact, in some of them, I don't want it to. I don't like that uh, like sometimes I have a lot of different accounts and I don't want it always to remember me on my one account because that's not the account that I use for streaming or whatever it may be. I mean, everybody's got their own preferences, but the thing that allowed Google to dominate is the Chrome store. And um, I told you about OpenAI's Atlas, didn't I? Please do. Oh no. Focus. I, I I've been there. Here's the solution to it. No, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's why I knew when you were going to say you were going to a different tab and focus. I did all that same stuff. All right. So if you want to watch something without any ads, open Brave in incognito and you won't get ads. Try it right now. Yep. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, you're just watching a YouTube video, right? Yeah. No, you just don't sign in. I mean, you can sign into your YouTube account and it will save your shit then. So yeah, I guess you could do that. But every time you do it, you have to sign into your YouTube account. What I'm saying to you is this: if there's a video that you want to watch without ads, open up Brave in an incognito mode and you should be able to watch anything you want without ads and without that black thing at the beginning. It says new private browser. Okay, open a new tab, and in the upper left corner, you should see like a guy with sunglasses. Yes, you do. Okay, so I'm going to open it. You don't have to do that. Open a new tab. Uh, yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Okay. Um, okay. Do you see the three dots at the bottom right? Okay, right next to it, do you see the square? Press that. Yeah. Do you see the sunglasses? Okay, so now open it in from YouTube in that. It's it's got the black thing. And are you sure you're in a private tab? Okay, let me check. Hold on. Okay, mine works perfectly. Um, yeah, not that I don't believe you. I want to make sure it's right. Share your screen. You don't know how to do it? Okay, so just one moment. It's loading. Yep. Okay. Yes. Hold on. Open up a new private browser tab. Okay. Close the one you have open. Okay. Um press the um hold on. Hold on. All right, we'll type something in. Let's try it. So that's what you're saying, that black thing at the beginning? Okay, interesting. Hold on. We're in we're in Brave, right? Go back. Okay. All right. Hold on. You can I think yeah, you can actually no, just on Android. Yeah, they're getting good at shutting this down on mobile devices. Um yeah, apologies. Yeah. Okay. Do you have uh do you have Mozilla Firefox, the regular one? Did you right. They don't offer it on iOS? Yeah. It used to work, right? Remember we went through this, didn't we? Yeah, not that. Um why isn't there a Mozilla Firefox add-on store on iOS? Apple's App Store policies require all web browsers on iOS to use the built-in WebKit rendering engine and JavaScript framework. A result, Firefox, as a result, Firefox for iOS is essentially a user interface wrapper around Safari's WebKit engine, rather than standalone browser powered by Mozilla's Gecko engine. The technical limitation prevents Firefox from supporting its native add-ons, which are designed to work with the Gecko engine. Apple restrictions mean that the third-party browsers on iOS cannot implement their own rendering engines or extension systems. Doesn't this sound like what Microsoft did with Microsoft? Like one, yeah. But you see, like back then, tying, yeah, exactly. Back then, like legislators had more balls than today. Today, if you go up against one of these monopolies, you won't get it reelected. They actively will so if you went against Apple, Apple will actively fund your competition, the alternative candidate in the next election cycle against you. Then they will find a candidate who is willing to run, who doesn't care about this policy, and they'll give that person all the money. All right. So what you want is, why don't you try uBlock Origin Lite app? It's on the App Store. It is a it is an app. It's, no, do it now. I'll walk you through it. It seems like this is wait, wait, no, it won't. It's got a 4.7 rating. It's really good. I'm gonna download it too. I'm downloading it right now. So we can try it out together. Because I'm frankly sick of this. YouTube is the worst. You can turn on uBlock Origins lights, Safari extension and settings. Okay, so I'm gonna. Just, no, it's an app. I know. I've tried it before. There's something about it that doesn't work. Yes, it's an app. I just downloaded it, and okay, you can turn on uBlock Origin. No, it's not a Safari extension. It's its own app. Oh wait, you're absolutely right. Yeah. So, okay. So you have Safari already, though. How do you even remove Safari from? Is it? Yeah, exactly. They tied that shit to you, baby. There you go. Okay, so then I have to go to Safari and hold on. Content blockers. Use content blockers on all websites. Oh yeah, that's how. Why does it say that? Unable to. Dog. Uninstall that shit. Never use it again. Try to do the Chrome one like you were trying. I use one on Chrome. It's called um. Let me see if this works. If if you don't use um Safari, then I don't know how much it'll help you. But oh wait, hold on. I know. I downloaded an app for this. I know you don't want a new app, but it's called Orion. If you're like, what the fuck is that? It is, yeah, that's what it is. It's an ad blocking app, or it's an ad blocking. Yeah, this one's really good. I was using it on one of those websites to watch movies, and it got rid of everything. Okay, so if that doesn't work, you have one more thing that you have to do. Yeah, it works. It works immediately for me. Orion. So uBlock Origin is no longer available for Safari. AdBlock Plus is, and I've used that before. I use it on Safari now. Uh, yeah, I will be too. I don't like it when I have a friend who has like such a simple request and we're unable to. Like I'm able to go from one video to another like flawlessly. What do you mean? It's Orion. It's a purple circle with a star in the middle. Then say no. Just at the very bottom, just make a new browser and type in YouTube. It just says Orion feedback, Orion user guide. Now let me ask you a question. In the bottom, do you see the three dots, bottom right? Okay, now click it. At the top, do you see uBlock Origin? No, so like there are three dots at the bottom right, right? Just click that, and then above, no, at the very top, do you see uBlock Origin above history? Oh, that's exactly right. I do. So go to extensions and download uBlock Origin. Yeah, I've got it. Uh, I've got that. That's like the question. I don't know. It's kind of like uh, just double, double, double. Yeah. Okay. Well, good. I hope that. Well, hopefully that works for you. If it doesn't, let me know because I do have a couple of extensions that do work for Safari. If you want to use those, but try if you would in Orion, try your playlist. Just try to go to a playlist and then just go to song after song after song after song after song, and it should just do that. If it no, it doesn't. What didn't it? It needs to work every time. What didn't it? What? Where did it fail? Will you go to one of your playlists, please, and just go from song to song to song to song, and just make sure that works? Go to like 10 different songs, and just make sure it works every single time. Because if it does, then I'll feel good about it. If it doesn't, though, I've got a couple other workarounds. Okay, could it work any better? Oh, okay. So does it do everything? Is there anything it could do better? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So is it? Does that? Does okay. Well, I don't know if it's that good, but yeah, it's good. I don't. I don't normally use it because I've got that trick of opening in a incognito tab. But if that doesn't work for you, Orion browser is where it's at, and you can take that. Oh, I know. You have to test this. Take Orion browser, play something, and then shut your phone off and see if it still plays when the screen is closed. That's a good one. Well, I don't know if it's gonna work if you lock your screen, but like, oh, okay. So you play the thing, and then go to another app. No, there's something that people do. What is it? Let me see if it works in Brave or okay, so I'm gonna go to YouTube and type in just anything. Okay, and it's gonna give me some stupid ass ad. No, okay, so all of them, like, okay, sometimes maybe this is an Android thing. I think it is. I don't know if it's possible on iOS. Basically, to lock your phone and still have it play music on the background. I don't think that's possible on iOS, but it is on Android. Does it work for you? Exactly. Okay, so what do you do to get that? I'm on I'm on iOS. Uh, okay, I'm doing that. Yeah, where it has like the airplane mode and the Wi-Fi and all that stuff. Where you can like move it around. Yeah, I don't. Um, Let me see if I can do it in one of the other. Oh, I don't have that. Uh, yeah, maybe it's right. I know because I read people online who use that feature all the time, and that's really important to them. But I never use it, and it does not work for me. It works, but maybe it's just my phone. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I got it to work on Brave, and it does work when I lock my phone. Okay, so but this Orion, um, did you have to turn on any kind of special setting to do like autoplay, appearance? Um, yeah, that is interesting. That I was like the person who was like, see if this works, but it it does not give me that option, which is fine. I don't use that option, but I know I have in the past. Um, You're welcome. Another is a setting that I see that may be of interest to you under content blockers. There's basic, and then there's full, and I can tell a difference when you do the full. It like blocks like everything. Um, but I don't know if that's something that you want. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. Very interesting that this thing does not like exactly what I was saying. I don't get the pop out option. Oh, wait, I got it. I got it. Hold on. But when I close the fucking app, it shuts off on me. Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I don't fucking use that anyway. Weird. Okay, well, if that works for you, great. Do you want to still watch that documentary? Toy. Brainstorm. Brainstorm. So, okay, what is it? Yeah, why don't you call it play and spray? That's not alliteration. That's play spray. Okay. You're you're turning down you're turning down genius right now, but okay. Hold on. Um, no, I know you're fucking excited to turn on. Tell me if we came up with the same one, then we know it's a winner. But okay. Okay. Can the word graffiti be in it? Okay. No, not that. What about uh, spray display? That hold on. It's a pun too, like because it's like your spray paint's displayed, but also because it's in like VR. Okay, give me one more minute. Okay, what is it? Okay, that's cool. Flare. I get the artistic flair. What's paint flair? Like spray back? What about Quaint Paint? Quaint Paint. I've got you. Right, I get you. Why isn't Play Spray? Play Spray is really good. If there's already a game called Spray, then I understand. Yeah, that's what you should do. Spray paint VR. That's what it should be. Or graffiti VR. Yeah, because nobody's gonna find Flare, dog. I like. Yeah, but why do you want to put yourself against the eight ball? Basically, like you're gonna have to market this thing when you can. Sure, you can, but it's just you're making it more difficult on yourself. Tell the audience exactly what it is. It's spray paint VR. So what you could do is call it this: Flare dash or Flare colon spray paint VR. That then you're happy, and then it markets itself. Then no one has to say what the fuck is Flare. Hey, dumbass, just continue reading. It's spray paint VR. Um, what are the choices? Okay, which one? Let's do that. Let's do that one. Yes, sir. Wait, yeah, and then I'll watch it on my phone. And the reason why I have to do that is because I can't get. I don't want to get a copyright strike. Yes, sir. Thank you for doing so. Oh, you know it. Dog, I knew a motherfucker who swam the Amazon. Motherfucker didn't even need a paddle. You are funny. Are you watching this? Yeah. How did I do this before? Hold on. I think I have to mute my microphone in here so that I can not get feedback. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Began the greatest athletic adventure from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, on the North Saskatchewan River on May the 24th. 10 canoes representing all of Canada paddled in competition and in pageant to over 90 communities. Since their marriage broke up, the kids were gone. Ali said that this will have great effects on those kids. Within 5 or 6 days, Dana comes back. Hey, son, I want to stay with you. And then we come right over. I didn't know how to bring up 2 sons. But I said, bring up a young girl. Going up to the floor, all of a sudden she's 13, 14, 15 years old. I was so scared. I said, God, how am I going to deal with this? Right away, bam! I can't let this happen to Dana Jeff. And that was the start of the Amazon.
For 10 years, Don Starkell, a divorced dad, talked to his 2 young sons about taking them on a canoe trip. That idea turned into the longest canoe trip in history. It's the kind of trip most people only dream about. A journey from the cold of Canada to the warmth of Brazil, all by water.
Finally, we were able to. What I saw made me sick with fear.
All aboard for the Amazon Hotel. Those were the last words his friends would hear in nearly 2 years.
When I started off, I honestly, in my mind, I didn't think it was possible to do the trip, because it was just so far-fetched, and no one had ever done it like it before.
I remember saying stuff like, about, oh yeah, you see monkeys. Of course, thinking about the 6,000 miles of coast line, to get there.
They were kind of going over and over, this is crazy, you're all going to die.
If somebody said to you, well, let's go canoeing, Richie, we'll go canoeing for 3 days. And I think, well, that's a good idea. We'll go canoeing, but not 2 years.
It's been 21 years since my dad and I left Winnipeg for the Amazon. I called him in the middle of the winter, 2000, and we started kicking around the idea of a canoe trip reunion with Jeff. My dad suggested we start out from Iowa, where I now live, take the Mississippi to New Orleans, and then head east, following the Gulf to Key West, Florida. My brother Jeff, who had paddled with us back in 1980, had to drop out because his wife was pregnant and about to give birth at any moment. We've been paddling down the Mississippi for a month now. I invited 2 young friends to join us on the adventure. Jason Carl, a postal worker from Princeton, Iowa. On the weekends, he worked at the music shop where I taught guitar lessons. And Josh Sparks, also from Princeton, who just wanted to get away from it all for a while.
Keeping up with a famous local a 3-month trip. Here's where they're headed. They will leave tomorrow from Princeton, Iowa. From there, they will head down to Mississippi and continue to the Gulf of Mexico, then along the coast to Key West, Florida. Fans leading the trip have continued over 15,000 miles in his lifetime. The idea of getting ready for his latest journey and trip down the Mississippi. This time he is bringing 2 men from the Quad Cities along for the ride. Carl and Josh Sparks Sharp, both from Davenport. They say come rain or come shine, the 4 of them are going to get in their canoes tomorrow morning and head down to Mississippi. The destination is the most southern Florida.
I worked with Dana, and knew that he had done that crazy trip about going to the Amazon by canoe. He thinks differently about life. Got talking to him. He told me about this trip. He said if I had a friend in a canoe, I could come on. Once I heard that, I knew I was gonna go on the trip. Jason told me about it, and I was like, that'd be totally cool, man. Just to get away from this Davenport town that we lived for. Just to get out of here.
Every single piece of our trip, maybe 20, 30 different explorers has done a part of this trip. So I knew in my mind that all that trip was possible in segments. On the Red River, we had Labrador. On the Mississippi and Minnesota, they had different pirates in Louisiana. And then there's the Mayan Indians paddle the whole Mexican coast in the Yucatan Peninsula. And Oriana, who we named our after, he paddled the drinking the Amazon River. No one had ever paddled a canoe from North America to South America.
Everybody in Canada is thinking east-west. Transportation corridor, fur trade, exploration. Starkel is going against the grain. He says, let's go from Winnipeg to South America. And in doing so, he in fact, unwittingly, is really recreating this historic transportation corridor that took people to the Caribbean for the first time.
Two kids at 18 and 19 would leave all their friends, their bands, their girlfriends, and commit themselves away for 2 years.
My favorite show at the time was Tarzan. I had my first allowance, which was $1. I went down and I went to the corner store and I saw his book, Tarzan. And the thing that sold me was in the back it had the language where you could talk to all the apes. After reading that book, I got the idea. I thought what I wanted to do was walk down to the jungle just like Tarzan.
I wanted something those kids could look forward to. And if we did it, they would have something unique for the rest of their life that they would be proud of. So when I was 9 years old and came up to me one day and said, "I'd like to get with me one day." And you in the cold weather, I'll start paddling. We'll paddle so far, we'll paddle right out of winter. I said, "Oh yeah, that'd be neat." He said, "Well, if you'd like to do something like that, all you have to do is wait for 10 years. I think in 10 years, and I had 10 years on Tom's ride. I'll be 19 years old, I'll be an old man. And it seemed like a million years away.
In the sort of early part of it, I sort of think, oh, that's so far away, it'll never happen. Become a just, oh yeah, I'm coming, and then, you see life in a very different way with all your friends. Sort of about everything, girls, and that becomes your life. And now the idea of sort of going away from all that is very difficult.
I started off playing guitar when I was 10 years old, and prior to being on a trip for a couple of years, I was playing in a rock band and everything. And they couldn't understand that I was going to take off on this canoe trip since our band was just starting to take off. And as much as my heart was in that band, I knew that this canoe trip we were about to take had the potential to be something really unique in my life.
It was pretty obvious to me that Jeff was focused on things. He saw that there was a life outside of what his father wanted to do.
Your friends are going off to college and university, and you're sort of thinking, I'm going on this canoe trip, and am I going down the wrong path here?
We got permission from the city of Winnipeg to camp in a park in the city. So we sent out about 60 invitation letters to all our friends.
And it was quite a wild party. And all of our friends were there, and sort of everybody from high school, we were sort of having our last big, go crazy before we go on a big canoe trip.
They stayed all night. There's one guy dancing on top of a car in the morning.
I remember covering the story. I saw these 2 aluminum boxes, and we're going to put them in this extended canoe, and we're going to go to the end of our street at Bronx in East Philadelphia, and then we're going to put it in the river, and off we go.
And all of a sudden, CBC television comes down. We didn't want any of this nonsense.
The thing is that Chuck was thinking, was everybody really trying like that? It gets Chuck to think more non-stop, take the territories.
So we took off, launched off the sewer pipe. I remember when as soon as they're half down the strokes away, we fell into the river before we got going. And it was so embarrassing. It's all this was on TV. Just pulled the ends out and get in the river. It's 15 minutes. I mean, it took us 15 minutes of my whole life. The thing is, it's just not yourself. You got 2 young men there.
It's crazy. I mean, John started out thinking he was going to take a canoe trip with his son down the Mississippi, and that's as complicated as it was going to get.
It was going to be a personal trip between Nate and myself.
Then two 21-year-old guys who he thinks is going to last 3 days.
I think about the video, I think a week before they took off on this 2,500-mile trip we're doing right now. And I was really annoyed with Dana.
Dan said it would be easy, you know, so it's fun. Just talking about the bottom of Mississippi. It's like talking about Key West and everything, you know.
This is a 2,500-mile trip. I know when we get to the ocean, I think we're going to get our asses kicked a couple of days, like pretty bad. It's an undertaking, and I'm going to be responsible for these guys.
It just struck me as a good thing to do, you know. You have to do something, and I wasn't really doing anything. Working 40 hours a week sucks, especially for the government.
But I told him, I said, I don't think you guys know what you're getting into. We got to get up at 5 o'clock every morning. We got to be on the water at 6. I said, we have to paddle about 40, 45 miles a day. And I said, you're going to be hungry, you're going to be wet. And you know what we're actually getting into? Oh, yeah.
The first day was hell. I mean, we went for 47 miles, and we had to go through 3 locking dams. There's waves, it's windy. We had no idea how to steer a canoe, really. So we were calling ourselves Zigzag, because we just zigzagged around further and further away from them. That was like, can I really do this?
That first day was a really long day, and we were paddling upstream. I mean, just basically paddling as hard as you can, reaching forward, digging down, and pulling and paddling. So what you do is in a sprint or something, the canoe would be just barely moving forward, and the worst of it, you sort of look at this and think, you know, this is impossible. You know, we'll never get that.
On our first day, we paddled 30 miles upstream. We were exhausted. We were greeted by Donnie, a good friend of Jeff and mine, and Eddie Allman, a longtime friend of my dad's who had prepared dinner for us. We devoured the meal and turned in for the night. Our hands were blistered, but that would soon pass. What I remember most as I fell asleep that night was thinking about the adventure that now lay ahead.
René Robert Cavalier Sieur de La Salle was a Frenchman who wanted the riches of the Andes and wanted to find a way to the riches of the Orient as well. But what I think of La Salle doing was establishing a sort of cultural pipeline or communication corridor between what is now the American South and Canada. When you go down to New Orleans, and have a full-on experience of Mardi Gras and celebrate the Cajun culture that's there. It's culture that connects directly to St. Boniface, the French community in Winnipeg.
It's the kind of trip most people only dream about. A journey from the cold of Canada to the warmth of Brazil, all by water. They're shunning any mechanized help, and they predict it'll take them 2 years.
We need like right back there. This is a white man that went down this coast of South America right to mouth of the Amazon and created the old ancient cultures, the Aztecs, and all these characters. They all had their peoples, they all had the Gulf of Mexico, and all these things together and do one long term.
And Don's sons never doubted the dream would become a reality.
And I was about to just look at everyone and said, you mentioned the idea. I've always been pretty much interested. I never had any doubts.
Don says their number one problem will be getting along. Other problems they expect to encounter, they also expect to overcome, including Minnesota's mosquitoes, so big they say they could carry you away. So while some canoeists doubted they'd really go, they're on their way.
My friends Jason and Josh had been with us on the river for about a month now. And after kind of a crazy start, they really started getting in.
It's the only reason that I really want to come on this trip is just so I can learn as much as possible. That's all you do daily is learn. And Don just kind of shows you the way. You just take what he tells you and apply it with your own life.
Getting to know Josh, he let me know he came on this trip to leave some troubles behind.
They're two young guys that have spark in them. They're willing to work. They cooperate. Anyone like that, I want them to have an experience.
It's so wild. I can't imagine. You still find it interesting?
I remember starting to have problems with asthma when I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. And one of the keys, if I went on the Amazon trip, was that I was sick with my asthma when I was a young kid. I really believed that just 2 years of extended exercise, fresh air, away from cigarette smoke, away from cats and dogs, away from grass, my dad would just say, instead of staying at home and just lying there, he'd throw me in the car because he was doing work with the railway. And so he'd take me along and climbing up freight cars or checking out people. And just little things that when you're a kid, just being in a car travel with your dad and going these things and exploring what he's up to is, I found it really interesting.
I can remember one day that was sometimes so sick he couldn't paddle. Just my dad and I.
He had such bad asthma attacks. One time we had to send him to the hospital. He had to get a granular right into his heart. Didn't come back. The doctor said he should be in an oxygen tent every night for the rest of his life. Right away, they put me into this program of inhaler. My life was just becoming a hell. I became so dependent on those things. I was taking them sometimes 13 times a day just to get through a day. That's sort of what somebody needs to maybe be a little bit running. And that just vanished. Before I left, the doctors told my dad that he was crazy, that he was going to kill me. 2.5 months into the trip, I took my last puff of an inhaler and I've never used one since.
There was another thing I said because they were very young, 18, 19. I said, this trip has to be run on a basis of 2 years that we're going into hundreds of communities. We don't know the typical ones. I said, I don't want either of you get involved in any way with any.
So you made a pact? No women for 2 years?
That was pretty well hit. Like,
Why don't I like it?
I don't think any men would brag about that.
You guys want Canada?
Come into these little communities, and a lot of times, women will be coming out of the woodwork. But most attractive women have boyfriends, or dad or something. And it's like, am I going to go wandering off when everybody down there practically has a gun and their sense of justice is different? Well, the best memory I have of meeting anybody when we were still in the States with my brother was we stopped in Hannibal, Missouri, and we met a couple girls there, and then they said that later on they were going to drive me out and just take us cruising around town. And we started to drive around, and all of a sudden they told me, oh no, there's our boyfriends. We see this car come by. Next thing you know, they're chasing us all over town. And then they got scared, they drove us back to where we were and let us go, and that was it. I'm making sense of that.
My dad knew little about his family history, other than the fact that they were Germans that lived in Russia. His great-grandfather was one of the highest officials in the Lutheran Church. One grandfather was even awarded a medal from the Tsar of Russia. My dad's grandparents migrated to Canada when his father was 5 years old. A short while later, the Russian Revolution broke out in 1917, and most of the Russian royal family that included my dad's relatives were executed.
This picture of my mother and father is a taken at City Hall. Because that's the only time I saw my parents together. We have more than any recollection.
Neither of my parents. Kids, 13 children, I don't think she brought up any of them. He included.
When my grandmother was pregnant with her second set of twins, my dad was placed in a children's home due to neglect. At 2.5 years old, he had been in and out of the children's home while being placed with 2 different foster parents, only occasionally raised by his real parents. On October 29th, 1929, the U.S. stock market crashed. This day would ever be known as Black Tuesday. It was a challenging time to be raised. My grandfather was unemployed like many during this time.
I remember being locked out of the house so many times to wait for my father to come home. Sometimes he'd be sitting out there 2-3 hours shivering. We had no discussions or conversations or anything at all, but never had any connection.
My grandmother continued to have babies, even though they couldn't afford to feed or shelter the children they already had. So Dad was bounced from boarding house to boarding house until he arrived at a temporary foster home for 10 days. That 10 days turned into 15 years after the Roberts family decided to take Dad on as a foster son.
In 5 sons, 2 were in the military, lived in North Kelowna, canoe in the front yard. I love that canoe. It gave me my first freedom. In 1950, it flooded that whole front yard. And it was down deep, about 10, 12, 15 feet. I would jump in that canoe. I could paddle for miles, and I delivered bread and milk to some of the neighbors. I'd go to the stores. Every single day I learned something. And every opportunity that I had, I wanted to be in that canoe.
At school, Dad discovered his natural ability for sports. He was a first-class runner, swimmer, hockey player, and particularly good in baseball.
I'm always reminded that I can catch a ball.
My dad's foster brothers were both members of the Kelowna Team Club, and back in that time, that was the place to be. Dad's passion for paddling was evident. He and his new friends at the club would adventure out to some of the most pristine lakes and rivers that Winnipeg had to offer. Dad joined the canoe club and started to race. He was quite good at it, and people started noticing.
Bill Burton was an Olympic paddler from 2 years earlier. This guy in Canadian paddling was like a god. No one could beat him. Picked me as his partner, and said next year we're going to Canadian Championships. My first race in my life. 5 or 6 Olympic paddlers.
Bill had great influence on Dad. He showed him the confidence he lacked, and together they'd wipe out the competition.
And Bill had taken me under his wing that not once in my life. It's a learning money trips that never would have happened if you hadn't seen something in me that you didn't know that I had.
Well, John's always saying, right? Most people don't know what they can really do. They underestimate themselves. And, he's going to be our teacher. He's going to be the best canoeist in the world.
End of the day, because you're always together, it is nice to be able to step out of the canoe and just kind of have your own space. It's nice to be able to walk away, sit down with the guitar, and you just sort of disappear into that world for a while.
We landed right away. His first thing was to get to his guitar. There he'd be sitting down there, seriously practicing these pieces.
I always thought it was amazing just how something very simple can end up being something that's a lifelong passion as opposed to just a job, because my dad would build on something that somebody was already interested in. My brother Jeff, when he was on just electronics when he was a little kid, my dad used to, we worked at the Y. One guy worked for the telephone company, so practically every couple of days he gets little miscellaneous parts, wires and bulbs and stuff. And had an electronic room downstairs and things lined up. Everyone should be good at something, you know, and I used to say that if you're standing on your head or throwing things or something, but you have to be good at something. Somebody should be good at something. Be proud of them. I really wanted to get
into classical music or classical guitar so much. It was just something I thought would keep my guitar playing more along. And I just had this thought, I thought, well, you know, this Renaissance music that was played in the castles is still being played. If I learned some of those pieces, I might be able to come back and play in restaurants for a while and then get back to the whole rock and roll thing.
We got down to Grafton, Illinois, and we decided to go in town. There was a bar there that we could go play. And Dana asked if he could tag along, and we was really talking the whole evening about his music and what we thought, his perspectives on it.
We're coming into Memphis, and we're listening to the radio while we're making breakfast. There's these new Queen songs being played, and one after the other. Wow, this is really cool. My favorite bands. They mentioned that they're playing in Memphis that night. At the time, going from the United States down to Mississippi, we were kind of like going down the red carpet because this was, just shortly after the Canadians had smuggled all these Americans out of Iran as hostages. And the Americans, they loved Canadians for that. Everywhere we went, when people saw that we were Canadian or fly the Canadian flag, people were just reaching out to us. So next thing you know, I'm down at the Coliseum, a security guard that was at the front entrance. I said, I'm from Winnipeg. I'm on this big canoe trip with my dad. We've paddled all the way from Canada. And I said, I'm a huge fan of this band, but I don't have tickets. And he says, you're from Canada? He says, I was in the show. Found myself in a decent seat and watched the whole show. After the show was over, I went down. I was backstage. Out comes Brian May. Well, here's my chance to talk to somebody who's a rock and roll icon. Questions, from Winnipeg, because I was all burnt up, my hair was all white and everything like that. I think he was curious why it was so weird.
Dana has done everything. He's lived in Arizona where he learned how to be a recording engineer. I mean, the guy's worked with Snoop Doggy Dogg in a studio for 12 months. He's got a lot of perspective on music. Dana recorded his classical music onto a record and then went and sold 5,000 copies door to door just because he had the audacity to knock up on his door and sell them his album because he had copyrights in it.
I always tell my kids when they want something, boy, if you want it bad enough, you reach and reach, and you never stop reaching. If you stop reaching, I was like, you're not going to get it.
First impression moments that I had of Dana was that time we were in Illinois playing pool and just talking.
For the first time in his life, Dad felt happy in his new family situation that had fortuitously come about. When he turned 18, a foster uncle with connections got him a job at Canadian Pacific Railway. Over the next 5 years, Dad worked hard and rose through the ranks of the company. Then one day, a beautiful woman joined the CP office staff, and my mom. Eventually, Dad found the courage to ask her out on a date.
Yeah, they should have burned you one of our old swimming holes. I haven't seen you for so many years. And his brother, he's a bit of a pain. I wonder if he's showing me affection for you. I had never had any of this. It's just a beautiful feeling to have someone holding up my dog and all that stuff. You were out for about a year and a half that you wanted to get married. I said, I want you to wait a couple more years. She said, no, she wanted to get married. I said, we got married. We went down into Florida. We went in the fall because it was hurricane season. All the hotels were vacant and good rates. We get married and you want to have someone hello in the morning. You're married. And your life changes. You have a partner and someone to do things with. That would be, I'd see somebody like, oh, I wonder if I can get up there. But I get up there until it's all. So, yeah, that bear came running at me. I cut in the car. My favorite animal. And on the quiet side, her attitude to a good holiday would be going to New York City and party for a week. And that was not me at all in any way. But everyone has differences in it. Forecast. A year later, we had to move to Brandon. There's one thing that made a big mistake with my marriage. I would be working all week. She'd be home doing housework. There's one going on the weekends. I'd take my cut and I would go there and I would be out for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. That was all the 3-year period. She was doing the dishes. And I walked up behind her, put my arms around her. She just shrugged me off like, and that really hurt.
Shauna Feet was most classic pirate, as you could get. There was an element in Starkell's imagination that may be identified with the rugged individualist, rough-edged, romantic version of the pirate, a swashbuckler. We're talking here about a guy who's got a good heart, who loves hard and drinks hard.
Starkell is determined, obsessive, the kind of guy who likes to chop wood. He's got enough for about 5 Winnipeg winters.
He's like a Superman. He's just put his body to the test and come out on top. He fights almost all the way across Canada. For 20 miles across the He has goals every day. He realizes that the only way he's going to get things done is to set a goal and make himself accomplish it. That's not me. I mean, but I love it. I mean, that's what I want to learn because that's important.
I have so much respect for my dad, but at times he can also be like kind of a drill sergeant. I've found that sometimes by punching fun at him, it helps to lighten him up.
The kids used to make jokes about calling Don Howie the Buffalo. They felt that he was born 100 years too late.
So just along the trip, when he would seem to fall into a new character, it was just a lot of fun for something to make up these different Howie names, you know. And when he had his dark sunglasses on, he was wearing all the black lights, sitting with my brother, you know, his shades out. Which would get just such a kick out of that, you know.
Sometimes he fudges things just to get on my nerve and he knows me so well, but he does it on purpose. He thinks they're big jokes and I can stand it.
They fight all the time just because they can get under each other's skin. But it's always just all meaningless stuff, and I think they both realize that.
We were getting very low on food. We knew there was no towns around. Things were getting kind of desperate. But our last food was this little bit of pancake batter that we had to make some pancakes. There was enough for us to have half a pancake each, and then there was this one left over.
Our names that everything is, you get one, I get one bigger.
Well, right away, I wanted a pancake. And so this conflict arose over the pancake.
I'm really mad at our food.
But I said, no, that pancake is our food for the next day. That's all the food there is, you know.
Yeah, first big argument starts.
I think I picked up a water bucket to do it, but ended up smashing open. I think it's water. Next thing you know, there's a big fighting match going on. And
I picked him up and I threw him somewhere and he ended up in these cactuses.
it was intense. 18 or 20 years old, you know, you're at the point where you're sort of, you don't want to be told what to do anymore so much. Everybody at that point is really bad feelings because, you know, it's like, here we are, we're supposed to be trying to work together, survive through this thing. There's no way we can do the trip unless we're a team. And we're all sitting there fighting each other.
And then he ran down the beach like a old road runner, and I tried to catch him little son of a gun. I couldn't catch him. And he'd sit down there making faces at me for 100 yards away, and if I would have kicked his behind her, he'd lie down side by side that night, making peace, and we'd go the next day.
Once we turned west, and New Orleans started going through the coastal waterway, things changed quite a bit. Sort of part of the coastal world, open to the Gulf, and these very big waves out there. there really started to, I guess, if he and my dad, it started to worry us.
All I could see going up for about a quarter mile were standing waves. One after just pouring in pounds.
Once we hit the Gulf, it was different. On that last day when we sort of left Brownsville, we knew that was it. We basically paddle out of that protected area, go up into the Gulf, and also these great big swells.
All of a sudden, the canoe starts going up. And right away, everybody knew this is totally different than anything I've ever seen before.
We're not used to being on the ocean. We don't have a sense of, is there some kind of current that's going to pull you out or whatever, and that's going to be the last time you see the show. We don't know.
Finally, my dad says, okay, you guys, we're going to have to turn the canoe sideways because we can't keep going out onto the open ocean. And my brother and I were all flipping out. We're going, oh, no, you can't turn it sideways. Look over.
False moves. And you're going to tip out there. Half your stuff's going to go to the bottom of the ocean.
Like, it's just these massive breakers, and when they break it, always in the back side, long term white,
you don't see the shore. Down the trough, all you see is a great big wave going up.
We have one that kind of grabs us from behind, but they're paddle, as hard as he can. So we start paddling. I go take one of those strokes. The next thing you know, the canoe takes off like a rocket. That's like a motorboat. And I'm paddling as fast as I can. I can't even hit the water. It's going past me so fast.
My dad would be sort of up there, and Dana would be down there, the water kind of up to his neck.
And then the wind started coming up, and our canoe covers weren't on properly, and all the clips were falling off, and waves started coming in. And
a couple seconds later, get a little sideways.
We just kind of filled up, and we jumped out, and we made it to shore, and we were all kind of demoralized. That's where we got our behinds kicked so badly. We didn't get that far that first day, did we? I was terrified. I didn't want paddling skills. I knew no way that I could paddle and do it. Launch off anything but beach and waves like that.
We knew, boy, we're in trouble because on those days when we were out on the Gulf and the waves were just pounding in there, it was absolutely impossible to launch a canoe there.
Made another couple miles the next day, and we kept coming in and lost all kinds of stuff.
And we looked at that and said, we can't go. We can't launch the canoe here. So the problem becomes one of it's just going to take you too long before you can actually make progress.
Now this trip that I've been looking forward to my whole life, and all of a sudden comes to an end.
That's it. We're not going to be able to make it. The Gulf was more than we had anticipated. And then decided, let's go to Veracruz. We kind of regrouped and figure out what we're going to do.
Any story of discovery in North America, new or old, needs to include mention of Christopher Columbus. He really began the parade of Spaniards and others who came later of varying nationalities. And for that reason, has marked a place in history that forever changed the world. You talk to anybody involved in First Nation culture, Aboriginal culture in North America, and they would say that was the tip of the iceberg that scraped up on this continent and killed 90% of our people.
Arriving in Veracruz felt like the end of our dream. We wondered, would it still be possible for us to continue on? And it was a strange feeling because, in a lot of ways, it felt like the trip was over.
My dad had been at our house for 2 years. My dad said, if you want, you can stay down here in Veracruz for 2 years.
On the third day, we were at Montrose, Iowa, and Don just kind of got this weird peculiar look, rubbed his chin a little bit, and goes, Dana, what does Josh look like? And Dana just kind of looked at me and got the exact same kind of look. He's like, he looks a lot like Cabby.
I was coming out one day with my friend, and we're going to the cinema, and we see these two sad-looking fellows. They had tried to get a room in the boarding house for students, and the lady, Miss Eloina, just said they just looked basically like, and they told me the story about paddling from Canada to basically the north part of Mexico. in a canoe. The story, I have to be honest, it sounded kind of unbelievable.
It was different for Dana and my dad. You know, Dana was a musician, and for him to play his guitar all day long, what could be better?
Jeff was looking at the time factor in a different way, and I think Jeff felt that it was really going to screw up his career in the future in electronics, and it wasn't like me, where I had my guitar there every day I was practicing. He was really taking a 2-year break from what he wanted to do.
My dad would sit up there with some great big waves crashing in. So he'd say, you know, look guys, it's getting better. And it wasn't getting better at all. If anything, the waves were getting bigger. Convincing himself that it was getting better.
Jeff was thinking about whether we were going to carry on with the trip, and I couldn't possibly tell him yes. He wanted to carry on with his education. He asked me if we can carry on again in a month or two when the weather's better and successful. I said, I don't think so.
Once the progress stopped, and I felt like I was sort of in limbo, it started to become pretty clear to me that, you know, it was time to go home and sort of go back to school.
I was sad that he was going, but there was sadness in the way that I felt like it was something that was going to be really enduring for the rest of my life and for the rest of Jeff's life, that there would always be this memory of this turning point where he decided to go. All the stuff that we planned for so many years, over 10 years, we planned that, like since he was 8.
I remember when the taxi came to pick up Jeff, and Don and Dana were standing in the balcony waving goodbye. You could see that Don was devastated. He didn't come back into the bedroom. He took off and didn't see him for the rest of the day. When Jeff decided to go back to Canada, we were all trying to save a little bit of money, so we ended up sharing the room. But it was fun times. It was about, 4 months, every single day, having our meals together, just going out for a stroll.
Kathy showed us the city. There was a unique energy to Veracruz. We would walk downtown to see what was happening in the city square. It took our minds off the trip.
Don, every day he would go out fishing his meals. He had this spirit about being able to support himself.
Almost every single day, I'd be sort like 4, 5, 6, 7 hours straight. Everything else in the world just disappears, you know, you're all over the world. When your mind is not filled up with all the newspapers and TVs and all the other things that are roaming around. I lost a few ships there. Origin landed in 1519 there. I saw things that no one has ever seen before. You can't make a mistake. Beware of like a shark might be approaching. So you have this fear out there, but you're also seeing all this beauty.
My dad said I would like to resume, and I was right for it. But now we didn't really think we could paddle the canoe. It was just the two of us doing this big 21-foot canoe, 1,000 pounds it was loaded. My dad had done everything. We could put ads in the newspaper in Winnipeg and phone different people that he knew that were good paddlers.
For Don, he always told me that when he was planning this trip, there were people that wanted to come.
I couldn't convince anybody to come back, but that's...
No one is available to take your call. Please leave a message.
His words were, they know we have been defeated by the sea. It's easy to join a winning team. It's very hard to join a team that is losing.
It took us basically 4 months to brainwash them into thinking that this was a cool idea.
We had 6 other students living in the house, and they were as excited as I was listening to Don and Dana's story. But I think I had a little bit more of that excitement.
He showed some interest in it. We thought that maybe we could talk him into filling this third scene.
I really wanted to jump in. And face the notes. It was not a little bit of what I had read at since I was a kid. We had Lewis and Clark, Hillary and Princeton climbing the Everest, penguins crossing the Atlantic and the multiplane. That's adventure. That's how we all as kids have, but not all develop into the happening.
First asked the Abby for my bill, I just like crazy movies. I did travel the ocean out. I told him we only had like 9,000 miles left to go.
Don, he looked at me and said, Gabby, if you come with us, you will never regret it. He also said, if you come with us, you want to do it from your heart. And Don just stood up and shook my hand and said, welcome to the team.
It was born in Brandon in 1960. Oh, God, I'm seeing this little guy, and I got a kid, and I'm responsible for that kid. You pick up a baby and you're not very responsive when they're young. It was something that I actually almost nothing about. Soon as that little guy started smiling and saying things and we could interact, then right away, like, things would change 100%. Jeff was born in 62, and Shirley was born in 63. So once we had the 3 children, like everything changed. And she loves traveling and seeing things and doing things. And all this kind of came to a stop with the 3 children.
Once Gabby committed to paddling with us, we had to return to where we had stopped at Washington Beach, around 10 miles north of La Pesca.
I thought there was a plan here, but the plan was to hitchhike to Tampico, which is 600 kilometers up north. I mean, when you and your normal sense stop and say, yeah, I'll take you guys. I had never paddled in my life. You feel, can I do it? Can I actually have the stamina, the strength to paddle 10 hours a day in the sea? You don't know if you have that stamina.
If you make a mistake on launch, you're in trouble because your thing is going to turn over. It's smashed with big waves, and the waves are powerful.
That very first day that we go out, but getting to that cold water in Lake River, we launch into the surf.
If the canoe went 6 inches away from the center, the next week it would just throw that canoe. All of a sudden, Jeff was gone, and this new guy was taking his place.
Trying to get into a canoe when the sea switch off, and the canoe is moving from side to side, it's full of water. I was scared. I didn't even there. I never told him I was going to the season. And I think it took me about 3 minutes before I was already sitting and throwing up. I've never had an opportunity to be part of a challenge like this. You don't know your limits. You can go beyond what you have been tested.
We owed a lot to Gabby for getting us started on our trip again. He quickly became a part of our crew and shared in the adventure. He helped us face the challenges, and together, we met many interesting people along the way.
He was a wonderful person, just kind and honest and everything else sincere. He's almost just like a part of our family now. We risked our lives together out there on the ocean and had some real funny times and craziness with things that can everything. Yeah.
As Starkell traveled the coast, he was actually traveling along the margin and the territory, if you like, of a whole host of Aboriginal people. The Mayan culture had a rich canoe tradition that predated some of his heroes.
Once Gabby had left us, there were just 2 of us. Every single day when we went out there, it was life and death. You couldn't afford to make any mistake. So I had to hold the canoe straight into the water, jump in and get tied up without losing my paddle because waves were surfing right over the top. And then my dad had to jump in. We get out on the ocean. I look back and I'm like, me and dad trying to skip me. I had taken that wave over the fender kind of so long that I could get down if I could wave right further then it would be gone. It's going into Venezuela. You come around the point of land, and an ocean-going ship is cement. I can just picture these guys out there not really understanding how powerful those waves are. Next thing they'll get in front of them. Twisted up middle, sitting on shore. And those really scared me.
It takes an awful lot of tolerance to discomfort to be that long in a canoe under fairly primitive conditions in that hostile atmosphere.
We slept a year and a half in the open, basically. On the beaches, we slept in rains and puddles. I had a clump of hair in my head that took me 2 months. I finally pulled the thing out in the dark and tried to unravel this at night. I find this big beetle running around in my hand, like, you know, and in my palm. And it must have been there for a month or two. We had a decent day of paddling. Everyone was checking from island to island, and finally we saw this one island, and it had like a little fishing shack built on it with stones and all. And there wasn't really much in the way of trees on that island, and that bothered us a little bit because you could see that there wasn't going to be any kind of wind protection if you ever did have a bit of snow. But the weather seemed so settled that we weren't really that worried about that. We went inside the shack, and it didn't look like anyone was in there for all this time. We just kind of looked deserted and just square box. That evening, I remember like we had ourselves a dinner inside there. It wasn't long after the sun went down, so obviously and then my dad woke me up. He said something's kind of odd. I was listening to the radio, and I had it on the station. There was a little light that would go red that showed, you know, as you were lined up at the station front. And he said, look, you know, it's still on the station, it's still going red, but there's no sound. And the station just went off. You could see coming from the shore a solid wall of black clouds. It wasn't long after that the spring started picking up. Pretty soon, the waves washed right underneath this house over this little tiny island. My dad tried to get out the door with the face of the mainland where it was, and he couldn't even get that door open. He was pulled off so hard. He just started flying off the side of the shack and he was going for sure. We're going to get thrown right into the sea and get washed away in the ocean with this thing because it was blowing us out to sea. In those situations, you're so beyond being scared. You're just basically hoping to somehow, you know, survive through that thing. When we started the trip, I listed, you know, what were the type of things that were going to be the hardest to endure. I think first off is weather, insects and bugs, water supply. But as I got further in the trip, it didn't very long. Man went right to the top. Man was our biggest fear. You get in all that hot sun after traveling 40 miles down, and then you finally get a campsite. You're tired from paddling all day. You set camp. It's very easy to get argumentative, you know, because everyone's fuse is short.
we finally found a landing spot. Set up camp basically at the book house, and everybody was basically settling in ready to eat. Don is just the most interesting guy I've ever met. His confidence in himself. I mean, I think confidence is one of the most important things, really. I mean, I know it is. It's pretty much what takes people as far as they go, really. I mean, just that confidence at the end of the day. Also, we see his officer sitting there with a notepad taking information. I'm like, because another campsite after not even really seeing one for 40 miles is not a good situation. The point that definitely trying to come from.
Probably the first thing they say to you, you ever been shot at? And that's still going to say to him, yeah, at least 15 times. I think I scared the hell out of the police. And Kate said you shouldn't say things like that.
The next thing he said to us was, where'd you guys get your groceries? In other words, kind of implying that we had stolen some groceries to eat because we were probably homeless and we're out there on this piece of cement eating our food.
I stole an umbrella for the first time in my life from the pub.
And Don was like, your umbrella, can we have it? It's like, well, I mean, I guess, but I'm not going to walk down there and get it. So they had to start marching right up after it. They took it and we took off.
You needed the umbrella more than he did. So I asked him before it was umbrella. He said, sure. And I said, I think he was afraid to say no. It's a pretty big umbrella. We took his umbrella.
He's still found it because Don has the audacity to ask him if we can have his umbrella. Runs everything. Memories, souvenirs. I mean, having a lot of it forever. That's true.
A couple of years there was quite extended before we heard anything from them. There was only one spot where they could have been a real jam, and that was when I couldn't get to them and I knew something was wrong. I mean, they were in danger in Central America without any question. You know, there was a lot of upside down happening in Guatemala at that time. The British were moving out and there was some revolutionaries and God knows what. You know, once you're in Honduras, it's a whole different situation. There was, civil wars going on there. There was, all kinds of crazy stuff. Dana was young enough to believe in what his father wanted and to go along with that.
How far could I go without being stalked? And what would my breaking point want to be? Are these guys going to be vector arms or what would overcome these hurdles?
Dad knew the risks. He knew them. I knew it was his son, that he was risking.
He was driven to get to his goal, one, and two, that he was teaching his son, that you had to go through these hardships, and that I guess, life is life and death, constantly.
Maybe 10 miles before we went to Nicaragua. We were warned about Nicaragua and all sorts of stuff, but we were going to worry about it when we got there.
We were coming down the coastline, and we were ready to stop. We could see some coconut trees. So at that point, we could kind of relax.
We were going to camp, and I was cutting up coconuts, and Dana was playing guitar.
I was sitting there pressing guitar, and I'm looking over like this, and these two guys come down the beach, and they start talking to my dad. I'm sort of only half paying attention. Then my dad came up to me and said, Dana, okay, they're worried that our stuff's not safe on the beach, and they want us to haul our canoe back into the jungle where the shells are. I don't want to carry everything back there. I think everything's safe. Next thing you know, one guy's got a shotgun. He marches down and he's like, he thinks he's in a war or something. He's like, shoot your ass. So there's glass and they over our heads. He just shows he's not moving around. Like they were out of their head nuts. They got themselves in trouble for this truck down the road. They yelled at us. Oh yeah. At that time, that's in my mind.
I guess it was my idea. That's the part that got me born in it. So I dated him so young. We were on our knees, elbow to elbow. He was leading and fine, and he was saying, "Please let me yell at that."
killed us. They took us 7 miles down this jungle path and turned us into this, looked like a gorilla in the jungle.
There was no time to be afraid. All that I was thinking, what can I say or do? Somehow, I had to get in their head that if they killed us, that it was going to come back to them. The only thing that I could really think of was the fact that we had these United States Army stickers on our canoe, and we could just see the American as far as they're concerned. And the story was going to be there's Americans following us on this mission. They knew exactly where we were. Anything happened to us, they would know. And when we told the story to the captain at this little military base, and all he was concerned about is these posts in his position. These guys that we thought were just civilians were actually two soldiers. Now they were the ones that were in trouble. Which could have happened so easily on the trip. My dad and I did gone, and everybody would always say, boy, that trip with those guys took, your brother and your dad, they got all the way down to Central America corner somewhere, and then they were killed, and thank God, you were able to see what was happening, and there was no victory, which I like a survival.
They got to Colombia, and it was even more dangerous because that's drug cartels territory.
We were going through Colombia like, oh man, I'm counting this day after day, guns or drugs or arrests or piracies. It was just, I said it in almost every time we saw a boat that harassed us in Colombia. And we met a lot of people that treated us like family. It was more the fact that there was just more of a criminal element in Colombia. They were much more inclined to just shake it out or something. We're just scared out of our pants all the time. Some of these guys were so evil, their eyeballs would go right through you. Every movie they watched, everything was on possessions. My dad was looking to me as much as I was looking to him for a sense of security and ideas on how we could solve this problem. We paddled into Venezuela after paddling all day. It's 4 consecutive nights I think we paddled. As soon as we got over the border, they was sitting a little higher in the canoe, and he turns around. We're in Venezuela. We, it was almost like this. We had a victory over Colombia, but we didn't have a victory over the oceans.
This vortex revolved around this huge peninsula de Paraguay. I went way into town, and I found a school. And I went into the school and spoke to the principal and told him that I needed to get a blue trailer. And he was an owner, and he said, "Can you give me a trailer?" Right away, I started making big horse pulling yoke on the front. This thing put 18-something miles down this road. Dealing with the fears of being out on the ocean, it's hard work, but you're safe.
Transport drivers were looking at this thing coming down the highway, screaming at us, burros, donkeys.
The national news of Venezuela was impressed by the exploits of the two Canadians, although at this time the media in Canada had reported almost nothing about the Starkill.
Ustedes aquel personaje que filmamos en Falcón cuando en una carretera estaban con un trailer alando la canoa para luego trasladarse al mar y que salieron desde Canadá el año pasado. Ahí lo tienen. Llegando al puerto de La Guaira, John y Jana Starkill.
La verdad es que la aventura emprendida por los Starkill especial debido a ser la navegación en canoa es de 500 millas, una actividad al recorrido 7 de 900 millas y 41 dicho
John, ¿cómo estás?
Oh, muy bien, gracias.
¿Cómo fue el viaje?
El viaje muy bueno, muy peligroso. El primer año de viaje, no muchos problemas. Pero en 3 meses pasaron, no es posible. Necesito muchos amigos.
After a brief stop, we were on our way.
Yo, Rabbi.
We had no idea we would be back a few days later.
Is Rabbi sleeping?
We had met along the coast.
Can someone tell me if Rabbi is sleeping?
Their
I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Rabbi, don't go to sleep, man. No, Rabbi. Don't sleep, man. We gotta talk about politics or something. Rabbi, you deafened.
Dog, I'm watching a documentary. Okay, so just feel free to watch the documentary.
Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
I am.
Who's that? I don't see your mic activating.
Rabbi.
Is that you, Rabbi?
Yep.
Oh, okay, Rabbi. Hey, man, can we talk about the documentary?
No, I'm watching a documentary. Feel free to watch it if you want.
Rabbi, that's boring, man. I want to talk to you. I missed you.
Okay, that's fine. You need to be quiet. We're watching this documentary.
Rabbi, I haven't talked to you in a month. I miss you.
I miss you too, baby. Watch the documentary.
Dude, I'm about to crash out, man. You make me crash out, Rabbi. Don't do this to me.
They themselves came ashore and had an attempt to get to quote-unquote the civil war.
You can't, Rabbi. You can't. I can't, dude, I can't hear it. Is this the fucking judge? Is it the fucking judge? It's like a retard? My God, Rabbi. I can't take it, man. You know what, Rabbi? You know what, man? I'll see you in another month, man. This is some fucked up.
On a left pilot, I'll check at your carry. Something in the lighthouse to do with a pair of binoculars. I couldn't see a damn thing, even freighters look small. I'd say, well, look out for these guys.
We had to come across the Dragon's Mouth to get over to Trinidad. It was treacherous. It was really scary. It was on fall. This big open channel.
He said, come, Mr. Gage, you know, we think we found your people.
Next thing I know, this big power board will come by with a bunch of military people.
Yeah, they were going like crazy. We were trying to wave them ashore. They weren't having anything to do with it. They were not going to come in.
We're all getting chased by these people to declare customs or whatever.
You know, it was military. They were just trying to hide from the military all the time.
And then as we're coming in, we're looking, checking on all the bays, and we see this funny-looking guy, big tall guy. We're afraid, boy, that guy doesn't look Trinidadian.
Finally, they pulled alongside.
Sure enough, it's Richie Gage waiting with a bunch of different people in him.
I can remember Dana looking up and said, Richie, oh man, I'll be glad to see you. It was no saying, well, come ashore and we'll have tea. I just got in the canoe. He said, there's a space for it and start the battle.
By some reason, we got off that water and we were alive. Dana, he was sitting about 6 inches higher in the canoe. Like, all of a sudden, like, it's like he'd come back to life. When we got off the ocean. That was really something special. Like when he came down to it, it was just so nice to see somebody that we knew. It was really quite warm and friendly. I always remember him that way. Here we had got this 6,000 miles of shoreline. We have this river, and we know at 3,000 miles of home, which is a piece of cake, and we knew we could finish the trip. Now, only 3,000 miles of jungle rivers. We'd have kind of a hug. But it wasn't even really a father and son thing. It was, but it was more of a like, you know, we've defeated this monster for another day. Felt like we should jump around again, you know. And it's nice to be off the water and safe again. And I'm telling you, those were so humble. Francisco Noriega is credited for the discovery of the Amazon River. He was looking for El Dorado. He was looking for a mother-in-law to go with. Noriega stumbled onto it. Was a human highway, and it had been used for centuries to get people from high in the Andes out into the Caribbean.
A few years later, Trinidad, their last stop before the jungle rivers of South America.
We went into the rainy season in Central America and treated this river system a long time here. Like for me, we got to wait around from January 1st. 2.5 months before we stayed in Trinidad. January 1st, 1982.
When I named the canoe Oriana, no one would recognize this name and appreciate it until it got to the Amazon River. And sure enough, the Indians all knew the name, all the local Brazilians knew the name.
Can you imagine if you're an Indian just cooking your squirrel over fire and this boat comes by in the middle of nowhere, but you're living in virtually primitive conditions. You see these guys in a canoe that's like yours, that they're blonde and they're white. Well, they're not on a weekend trip from Caracas. That's for sure.
So many of the people that we were meeting in the countries that we were going through were so poor, and they had nothing. You would come to a family, and I mean, they looked if they had a couple pots and pans. Their whole house was made out of sticks, plywood, piece of tar for a doorstep.
We were going to visit families. It was kind of Main Street walking out, very, very tired and beat up. And these people would ask us a few questions. They would let us sleep on the floor, try to get us habit.
And they would welcome you into their home. They would try to give you some of their food. I mean, they didn't even have hardly enough to feed themselves. Initially, you think, well, here we've met a really kind person. Here we've met another really kind person. But after you go through this for weeks and weeks on end, you start realizing that it's not just a kind person. It's a kind culture. It's a very common thing for people to go out of their way to really help you. We come into a little community, and just the things that we had would strike them as being almost like from a spaceship, like, a fiberglass canoe.
They actually thought it was a magical.
The shell was so thin, and you get so much water, whereas their canoes are solid, heavy wood. We had all these different things that to them were space age. Little things, different plates or cans or can openers, or they kind of have this little bit of an awe thing of you. But then you'd see somebody like doing something simple, like, maybe making a hook or an arrow, or you just taking inches. How do you do that? Well, right away, if you couldn't understand how to do something, which they do every single day, then you must be just like a complete
Alexander von Humboldt was a German explorer, but he was also a naturalist, and he left a pretty tremendous record of natural history. When he went up the Orinoco River, von Humboldt was one of the first people to see the whole steep science of curare, the distillation of this toxin that was used for hunting and fooders. The idea of battling up the Orinoco River based on what I know, darts, electric pulse, and poisonous, and that. Don't sign me up for that. But it's not the way. Start killing. It's right at it. Snakes, bring them on.
We get through these massive set of rapids, and we start getting up into the headwaters of the Orinoco, really thinning out, and I come around a little bit of a kind of hook in the river, and I'm right in the front, and I look, and I can see this snake, and it's sitting on top of the log, like a serpent, like something from like a dinosaur movie. It's got to be 21 feet long, it's at least as long as our canoe. So my dad's there, he goes, oh my God, we got to get a good picture of that snake. And he starts stumbling up on the log there, he's got his camera, and he headed down to the middle, just lifted up and swung right around, looking right at my dad. He put his arms up and started screaming at the snake. The snake just kept coming towards him. And then when it got really close to him, it just, all of a sudden, it just slid off to the side. Massive splash. It just went right straight into the river. And then my dad is just standing there. Everything around you is so different. It's new, and we got so overwhelmed by so much stuff that after a while you couldn't even take in anything more. If I saw a mosquito that was purple, green, and blue that had 4-inch long legs and it had a propeller on it, I probably would have went, well, that's kind of neat. Since I had an affinity for animals from a young age, a lot of times I would see the native people because they seem to have a connection with the wildlife. Even if they killed an animal, it was because they had to survive. It wasn't just to slaughter an animal. So I felt more connected with that culture than I did with my own culture. In fact, most most of the time I felt embarrassed about culture. When we got into the Orinoco River, our first big river in South America, I was looking for monkeys. I mean, that's what I was really had my eye on for. I figured come around the corner eventually and see these monkeys. Kept on seeing cows and stuff. One day we're going along there in the river and massive big splash in front of the canoe. I look up in there, this big dolphin, freshwater dolphins that they call down there taninas. When they came out of the water and they looked at you, there was no doubt in your mind that there was serious intelligence going on. They saw you and identified you as being something different. We found that a lot of times they would follow us for a long time without letting us know they were really there. They kind of be hiding on you. But if you happen to catch one that surfaced and saw you with its eyeball, it was kind of like, all right, you guys, stay over here, you know, and then they don't come out and they just sort of swing around you kind of thing. That was extremely weird. Like, you know, thinking you come from Canada and then you all through geography in school, and one day you're actually wondering if you came all the way from Canada. We're going to come to these couple thousand miles of rivers in South America, and for the most part, I mean, it's really remote. They've got this in the heart of the jungle, South America. They've got sculptures and things that come from all over the world, and they have all these carvings of almost every Greek composer that ever was. I mean, it's just beautifully put together. But they have this artistic kind of thing. It doesn't seem to be a place where you build something like that. As long as I can remember, I always thought that Renaissance music was really just captivating, mesmerizing, and just this mystical sound. There's something about that time in music. It is happy and it seems to be sad. We come to a small community, and in a lot of cases, people were afraid of you. Sometimes we're just too scary looking. Sometimes we have people bring out guns and basically tell us we need to move on and leave. But I thought, put on my guitar, and right away you can just notice things would start changing. A person that before was looking at you almost like I need a lie, kind of like, you know, when you're going to leave. You're like, so get your guitar, you know, and just the entire community could just turn around, just play a couple tunes on the guitar.
You are playing the Lord is going to live. It takes
10 years my dad was planning this trip. And for 2 years, in the back of our mind, we had this goal of getting to Beilam. We've traveled thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. So the idea of getting to Beilam that morning, it was in that regard to kind of hard to believe. Things is pretty proud, especially when every single inch of that trip was on our own power. Every inch we carried, pushed, or paddled. We were up principally at dawn and spent the next 3 hours in slow motion getting ready for our triumphal retreat to Beilam. I know my dad and I were not talking very much that morning. We're just both very much lost in our individual thoughts about getting back to see our families, all our good friends at home. All of that was what that day meant to us. We had told Richie that we were going to meet him on May 1st. By noon, we crossed the Baja de Guadalajara and were coming in along the dirty shores of the city's outskirts. Dozens The ocean freighters were docked along the big piers of the harbor, and as we paddled towards them, we kept a sharp eye out for Richie, who surely had to be somewhere on the waterfront.
I was in my suite and a telephone rang. Mr. Gage, this is Captain so-and-so from the SS something or other. We wish to inform you that they've arrived at Villa. And I phoned the office and I said they've arrived. They've made it. I mean, this incredible journey has been accomplished. You know, I think I have to go.
Cruised slowly along beside the boats, asking anybody if we could see if they'd spotted a Canadian on the docks during the past day or so. Nobody had.
They just said, well, we're not going to send you just to do an arrival story.
And by 2 o'clock, the truth had begun to dawn on us. We were on our own.
That's there. They gave us a bit of 40. We had about 3 inches. I got about 5 inches in the canoe.
We took 12,192 miles. There wasn't a soul here to greet us. We continued along the waterfront, and once we got right up into the port area, we looked around at each other. It's like, we're here. We've made it. The trip is over. Arriving at the port of Balaam was something my dad and I had been thinking about for nearly 2 years. We were incredibly happy to be there and very grateful that we had to come through all of that and still be alive. Our success also meant our trip was over, and in many ways, neither one of us really wanted it to end. We would have loved to have arrived as someone and shared our feelings and jubilations with Richie, but in the end, our sense of triumph was personal. We had done it. Contact from Brazil and said, you know, we're going to be coming back. They made this plan that they were going to take a ship from Brazil back to the States, to Mississippi somewhere. We're on this ship called the Salmon. We're approximately a month. We worked 8 hours, then we had our own time. And every evening, just to get away from everything, I'd break my body over the front of the ship, and I could hear the motors roaring out. After being on the sea and the water, getting just abused every day by that powerful ocean, then you have this big hunk of steel in front of me charging through these waves. It felt the most powerful I felt in my life.
They won out over distance. They won over hardship. They won out over skepticism. And they won out over themselves.
You look into all of these reality shows that they're testing their limits and they go and eat worms and all these kind of things. That's just television. This was real life.
My dad will say to me, like, remember that day when we were off the coast of Panama, we had those crazy initial thoughts around it, the quality from whatever. I know exactly what he's talking about, but we're going to the new. We brought the trip over one piece, thank God, 12,200 miles.
John's always saying that most people don't know what they can really do. They underestimate themselves. It's a wild ride every single day. It doesn't matter who it's with or, you know, where it's at. It's a wild ride. It can teach you a lot.
Anybody that's considering doing whatever venture it is, whether it's bicycles or whatever it's Our kinship is really not about canoeing. It's not really about paddling around the world. Our trip is really about something that somebody wants to do really badly, especially when you're a young kid. The thing that kind of captures their imagination that they can do with their lives, and then you figure out how you're going to do it, and then you follow through with that thing. That is the thing that I think so many people are missing in their lives. So there she is, a canoe named after a Spaniard. But Oriana is no longer about some 16th century explorer. It's about John Starkell. This absolutely spellbinding magazine. He's shone a light on an aspect of who we Canadians are that needs to be applied.
I remember Dana saying to me just before we started, he says, Dad, if we do this trip, it has to be our trip. And this was coming from someone quite a bit younger than me, and I thought that was pretty neat. Everything I think they do in their life now is affected by that trip. People they met, the kindnesses they got. Someone that has absolutely nothing can save their life at times. And it's so humbling.
We had this incredible feeling of we were doing something really crazy, unique, something different, and we knew that for the rest of our lives we would always remember. But I did it with my dad, who I miss so much, and that was really what it was about.
I would never appreciate how eccentric he was.
We got a pet crow. My dad had a pet crow when he was a kid. I thought, these guys would like to have a pet crow.
When I went into my first foster home, one of the foster sons, he went out and he got this crow from a nest. They're just like peanuts following the hunter, just like your feet. You're their source, you're their life.
We had this pet crow that wasn't our normal pet. We had him right from when he had his pin feathers. We had him in a little tiny box with straw, feeding him worms and whatever bits of meat and hamburger we could feed him. First pet with so much intelligence. I mean, you felt like he was like a little person, like you were looking at you with the sounds that he would make you, like almost trying to talk to you. It was different than like a pet dog. There was a really strong connection between us and the whole time we looked at us somehow as being connected to him too.
I love the word imagination. So, imagination,
Again, also, I know that Pokemon Balls is an example. You bring him to court, still kill this guy, right? I can't maybe kill this guy. Rabbi Yosef, Yaakov Yosef was so slow, you have to say, you're already Hashem. But that's a piece of maybe we find that says, and you wouldn't hear it being such a those actions, that's how we can deal with words like this. I call Wallace like this is small tackle. What about these Wallace pieces? And what about handling pieces? Big guys don't have $50 million. But what I saw, you know, Portugal, you're going to get a rush, which part of my job was anyway. Which was that's where the number again therefore, again, this idea of someone who had balls again, based on that interpretation, also or a case where it's a kind of so again, our basic Now, Rashid is smart. Rashid said the answer is obviously no. The answer must be no. So, he said, when I said, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because Rashid said that going to get all this thing of 12, then also when I saw, people think who are allowed to figure out even them. Now, from the Rashid's perspective, he only that was committed. Such a person is tight to the Shammai. Then again, if you're not good enough, you almost act as a Shammai. Okay, what you say, the Bible is that. The Bible definitely has a secret. Okay, the Bible is like this. You must have this. The Bible is a gotcha. Fascinating. We don't say, don't know, basic, don't say, the person goes ahead. The person goes ahead. We'll see pouring oil on it. Roll little, open it, mixing the flour with oil. Roll out the process. Certain levels they got crushed. So they have to crush it in one process. Roll it out, adding salt. David is raising the fun. You should bring them to close. Bring them for close. So what's now the sacrifice or what's the left of our country on the actual shoulder itself. Or I think the best of those, or what you're doing, and the oil of the willow, the collates, or what makes the seeds, and everything. Now the cattle governed locals, or one of those ahead of cattle use the blood rather than as been heard. These things hopefully have the hoods, putter, the eight kind of another. One is putter, and also the end not tight. Take a look at the last Rashi said, "What's the Masa here is a person who knows outside of the So again, so the person, so that's the case. Pour oil on it, mix them, broke up the pieces of the added salt with them, arrange the bread on the shofar, or arrange the lights on the shofar. So good for itself, the seed sacrificial blood. If you didn't any of these things outside the base of the Mikdash, you are punished. You are punished. Now, this is coming remember again, there is an outside. What should it was? Now, like the shepherd on the outside of the base of the Mikdash, you see that the first one is here. So, you're spiritual. It only applies to certain types of sacrificial services. It doesn't apply to others. look at Hunter, that left Rashi on say based on these Rashi says Hunter, the Chaim is kind of a show. Because we were Chaim, slaughtering of sacrifice. From Sid, Asher Ishmael, Ma'aler, Sid, Asher Ya'ala, Ola, Zurek, is Rabbi, Shafar, Mohamadi, Yesh Akara, Oda, it is the first gospel. So this is very listening. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows afterwards, you're not chayiv for doing that also. Secondly, you're chayiv for including sacrificial rites. So an example of that would be slaughtering an animal, like sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final actions that we have in the first line follow. So because that is because you are okay. So you're not tied. Or you're not tied. What we should say is, for example, let's say I'm going all these things. So the non-scientific concept would not be tied to so again, if any of these things were done, Corey did it, but he was in a state of he wasn't going to be tied. The Rabbi Shimon was cut. Similarly, Cohen, after his consecration, Cohen has to do the failure to do so, and then it's back to but again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Rabbi Shimon was a guy Rabbi. And also, again, the Rabbi was failure to do so results in life. Okay, okay, very easy. Same idea that again, back there, kind of, interesting enough, go ahead and so again, what do you see? The person go ahead and offer up a burden of in a state of otherwise, the only time that it wasn't submitted to law, ultimately I get a experience of course. But if it's there would be so what do you see? That if a coin doesn't act in the state of law, it's the answer to the original question or not asked the original question. Coin doesn't have open state of law. Is he trying to submission? Yes. I love myself. Don't see whether a coin goes ahead and offers up a part of the state of so no, not as hard. Not I the person is not so you're going to say that if a non-coin does this, it's going to be a violation of law. Rashi says over here, but they cannot come back to the Soros. They would not be going with Ayvar instead of you should grouping all of these things together. Now, almost out of the state of Soros is only so if the non-coin does this, it's also only a lot. That's what it's saying. Don't say people though. Don't say people though. Interesting enough, this. So So apparently, again, by Yotze Kipolo, yes, it's not even allowed to fight for one. Usually, when it's actually, that's what Yotze Kipolo, plus it says the Oli, where it says, you're right, that's only the Yirab Allah. Okay, you just think, perfectly correct, so, these are the people who are high. We saw Kamei Shishish. Listen, Kamei ultimately again does the whole this kind of Misa Yei Shamai, which the Gemara says in a humanity to the so they said, oh, nice of that in the local race, the person does the whole now, by the way, if you take that approach, so if you take that approach, then it makes sense why this is approach is she gain after one of the videos. So you can't bring it today's right? Like you just said, but you can bring it today's before it's today's. There's no place to liability or because of what you're going to do. So you make several seal or so Zara, take it out and they can move on. Now, what's the license to do so? Because this code is kind of easy to do. You never want to know so other part of it, you know, essentially, pretty I was say, I also point out that there's a word these things, other than information, that a lot of the ways that you can come to doing sacrificial rites outside of this discussion. I expect to be more of here. Is that it's only what's called an abundance of only a so this service that there's nothing that follows I shriek up our service that while after the shriek itself is a sign it doesn't have to follow it's interesting enough something gives us on the side what is a little guided for a shriek for us both of them was here both of them okay, so now we're going to go back and the rest of that may go back and like set like just So again, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and you mentioned this, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we do this. Number one, number two, also never again, you are just quoted part of the rest of the plan, but once they get to see the definitive that before you does get older, get visual purity, this type of situation, requires head sunset So the first factor, Shalom, Rothschild, the first thing is morning, go to the computer, see the big face, and they watch it. Failure to do so, therefore, you have unapologetic. It's highly substantial. Studia Yai, yeah, hold on. It's a use of mind. Right? The science, Stuart Roche, only the last year of life, didn't take it. So this is how I would put it. Other things there. One goes in more against Kaisa, Orel, Yoshi, is a release of the last one. So, 20% Orel, there's a lot. Yeah, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here it's fascinating. The reading of Rashi says, "Shadei l'chakot l'chakot l'chakot." But in Holy Shishim, Shadei Shishim Yusha, l'chakot 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 let's say the client which is fun. It's after the speed limit. So, not to get into Rabbi release the coming over the last hour. Rabbi says, say, we'll see all this let's say somebody went ahead and told us probably did Rabbi says come say no, but I structure is allowed. Also, this was now that now let's dissect. Number one, first person simulation mind line up. First guy first guy subdivision line up. Unqualified girls. Supposed to be no. Numbers will be sure. United so how do I know? Someone can stand up and simply, I don't know what that's so I'm sure you have people who are Hashem. So literally it says, do not look at consecrated items of Israel that will raise to Hashem. You must not see the trouble about focus. What's the definition of focus? So maybe look that up. Look that up. So it says over here, do not go ahead and do not go ahead. So the what is it? He's kind of describing that. Make it zero shot. It says by Tabel. And it says by Shabbos is not gives okay. This is here this is killed by Trump. It's a killed by Trump. Say, what do we saw? Just like if someone not allowed to shoot when it's sound. They're going to that. So, Sarah Shabbat Kilo, it's also insemination. Incredible. Once I can hold up the neighbor, no, sir. Why don't you make it so? No, sir. No, sir. Left over. Why don't you, sir? I'm watching up the field. Also, why don't you consider Shabbat? No start is punished by curries. Sacrificial past. No curries. So long as we say that just like no start is curries, so to it. Now, this curries, where's the rest of the Never been true on what makes more sense to learn how to handle Truma than handle from Mills. Why? Because Chicken Truma, food salad, number one, Truma doesn't have fun with stars. Right? Truma doesn't like the stars. Handle doesn't like the stars. Next, put Trump. Both of these cases, here is a way to remedy status. Right? Rashi says, you've got 16 Truma with food salad. Similar to that, Truma, said Truma, little guys, go okay, you want to get it. Those are what the part, the shots picked up. So we're going to get the whole one. No star, when there's hyperbox, when you are allowed to use personal holders, when you're allowed to use personal holders, no circle apply the shekel zero, then you shekel zero b'haflash, then you shekel zero. Come on, what would you about those start in the zero second station, right? Second commonality is put no, I remember. So have out how Truma ultimately no start never be here. No start remains holding or Rabbi, both by Tevel by Truma is in plural, but by no certain is singular. Rabbi, Pickle, Truma who's large, put Trump, Rabbi, Peros, Pickle, Take a look at that. Take a look at the first of all, multiply components inside. So both and plural Russian, both apply components. Tevel and Pickle windows. And actually, neither Pickle nor Nosa apply to Tevel or therefore, again, whereas these are all the similarities that exist between Truma and Tevel, and therefore it makes more sense to compare their Shama between Tevel and Truma than between Tevel and Nosa. We also have a general section. Nosa also shares many commonalities with Tevel. Also, Chicken Hustle. Those are the names. So remember, your both is absolutely open. Self-guided self is inherently valid. So again, those are inherently valid. Inherently valid. Hustle good. Yeah, good. Shuma, remember we were talking about Shuma itself is inherently committed, right? Times. If I say, so the person never suggests, why not compare Tevel to Yosar? Because Tevel and Yosar have this commonality. So Ophel, all of them are inherently valid or inherently compromised. Furthermore, but right, furthermore again, in life of the but either can be remedied like you can't remedy most of it, but can't remedy Truma, like you can see Truma to play on the phone, again, look at the so Rashi says over here, refer to the same Rashi. Those are the kind of the Baba. I mean, Truma engagement kind of the okay. So the question is, what we're thinking of here is, they could separate all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Truma. Which are plenty of comparisons between Tevel and Dosa as well. Which comparisons kind of evolution. Right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Dosa. Therefore, making the exertion of plural Truma would rather make it between Tevel and Truma. Therefore, again, that translation is Mishnayim. So to again, consumption of Tevel will also be sufficient, right? Not like those searches of place. Beautiful. Vina says, kilogram. Where do you go to the Cohen's coming? I said, get some list. Cohen is coming, goes ahead and coming, Cohen. Well, this condition. Where do you go? Well, the guy who was Torah, but where no, the Cohen is coming to me. Torah. How do we know that Allah on the race? I don't know that they're coming, Cohen. It's true, but Allah on the race again. This idea said, Shabbos Mishpati, Isu Abba, plus it says, guard my guardianship. Not carrying or not in there. It says, over in, ultimately, again, there's a person, over on the lizard, you're not going to use Shabbos Lisa, so it's very strange. This here is also the Polish money. It's not to go out, that is an expedition. Coming away from Schumann, base bow, give them because they had. What do you see there? How many people say 80 So our list, we just put this one for a list of you have 7 categories, all of them good, let's go like this. Jackson wasn't true. Actually says it makes me go right? So pasuk begins especially and then it says so it doesn't go directly. You shall gird them with a belt. Right? After you know this one is man should be gave Korean to us when they're clothing. When their clothing is upon them, then their kuhuna is upon them. So those are the right? Because the Russian that's the process. The Hagatim also not like you should put it up. I wrote the Kalash on the bones, but the hands on them. I saw and no, that's over. And the Kuhuna will be there for everlasting statues. When is the Kuhuna theirs? They were the if they're not wearing the clothing, then I love Christ to do that. Again, in this case, having some issue where it says, because Cohen does get both directly to our race, the equivalent of that I believe that they always have this issue. So to a point who does get both the proper essence, the proper particles of clothing is kind of saw the issues problematic. So if I'm about it's actually to learn about what I saw, which now does get both of is that the Kuna only invests upon the clothing, such a fascinating tradition. Never again. What do you have to do? How well you behave. You're not in, you're not in. Because the point you're so one is on a date. On the other hand, or to go ahead and you're still with us in your life. It's just like quite is the shop and ultimately again. So they show every single transaction. Like you're born a Jew or you're born into Jewish type, it's very Jewish. And that's beautiful. That has the foundation. The next step, like what we got here, what we got is that it represents some right? Take from the water, everything outside, you should take your part of it, right? It's like clothes, makes a man. This was a very much so it's spiritual level. Like the blood has actions, I hate, right? What's the blood? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have the blood, you don't have the blood. The oil left is where they do show. If all you have is you're sour, you're like a baby, you're a spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world, yeah, baby's home. But that's the thing, you absolutely nothing. So how's the baby home? Because every single baby has an emotion. But your life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear. What are your nice clothing? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your hustle? What's your struggle? And every single thing you're treating your life is another day. It's another garment that you wear. Clothes match make the bed. Clothes make us better. One is easy. Such specificity. So specific. So we'll not see that because people are very taken by accident. No clothing. Like, you need to carry on the street. You need to go on the street, right? You need a message shop to get everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let them go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to give respect. Right? I don't respect what you're doing, but it's still coding. It's still a coding. Not going to be still coding. This is a big identity. But it really only fully self-actualizes when he puts up you know, so I'm always conscious. I'm always conscious because I have an what do you get down? Right? And every single one is going to be a jacket. Like it's going to be a pair of pants up. It's going to be a sweater up. More. Walking around They should go ahead and wash their hands, and they won't die. And they won't die. Okay, this wasn't so great. Listen, wash your hands and you won't die. Don't wash your hands and you will die. One more piece. Sorry. Studia Gang is a Gang check out. Drink wine and drink the love. Guy is nicht, man said, what about, so again, Studia Gang is a Gang check out. It says, naturally, everything good. How do we know the point? Said, Sham Boy Galay, Rabbi Shalay. Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shape this head, but something for this where it's going so there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This issue, the rule of compares letting his hair grow to not shooting guy. But he saw just like drinking wine over the so to again, letting your hair grow, doing the over one hair versus says so. Why? People level what is it? So that's just like something that one of the big challenges. Go ahead. The stroke is ego. So what happens? Every day, the person watches the hairs represent how you that is says I'm going to go now. I want to go wash my hands. I'm ultimately what am I going to accomplish? Not just simply what I want to accomplish. The way that the boy goes ahead and wash your way, wash your way, to be successful in this role. There should be no external trying to secure this idea. We need wine, different kinds of wine. So the first time you need wine, you get the edge so that you need wine to amplify or allow it to see. But when the sun is about 100% online, in 7 seconds. Apply it and safety coverage, no medical exams, and up to $3 million for no coverage through this. Homes.com/term. That's HOS.com/term. It feels like everything is in one text scan or data which make that this is more than 1,000 jobs. You don't have to lose the web cloud-based and scans most times faster. It takes up 3 times less space than sites like essentials were 10 to 5 devices without slow data. Right now, get 60% off web.com/savings. Stop worrying about what's out there. For a better digital life with WebRail today. Let's give the first time Colorado. Let's bring in Roxanne in Kansas. Roxanne, welcome to Coast to Coast AM. You are on Tipper Care.
Thank you. Hi, Roxanne. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Are you ready? Are you ready for a healing? Totally. Okay, great.
Today, here's this one. So I can be here in person. That's the
Here we go. So back to your let's take it along.
I think all of the sponsors for this year. Today, our annual conference on the first of January, so I'm dedicating publishing Joshua for this year. This is so it's always fine. So I'm very responsible for London. I've got a meeting with Thomas Stephen when he's raising another. He's not raising, standing those inspections for the rock and those sponsors. David and Wendy Hefter. Another of David Hefter's 54th anniversary. I mean, they have been on the old show celebrate their engagement. So welcome to David's nephew, Isaac, and his wife Kitty and their children, Yishai Rabbi, who are visiting Eretz Yisrael. Dr. Ed and Faith Wolf, originally the architect of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf Shalom, Ned's Moshe Super Rafa, and Nathan, and their memory of their father, Ben, and their mother, Laura Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and Rafa, and the marriage. I'm going to come to our older Hashem South Korea. The family name of all those who are both colleagues. So, Shalom, we're calling it aloud. I was supposed to be successful. I'm saying it. Let's say we are getting today's documents and sign out. 61. We are picking up the mission on the sign of the top of the daf. We are giving document on Shabbos and yesterday on Sunday. We spoke about already this case yesterday. This is a situation where the Israel is producing wine for Israel for not actually comes out over here. Shasel the kashrus, so Israel which made wine, and he made kosher wine. The local Israel, the intention of the wine ultimately is to use it to sell it to another Jew. Although Nosson Damin Action will be go public. Actually, so again, the way the situation works is like this. Essentially, the apple will go and provides for the consumers. The Jew has not yet paid the apple payment. The payment usually comes after the sale of the wine. So really, everything belongs to the apple. The Jew is almost like under Hashgacha by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now the Rashi Kontaki says, Ashi the Nosno versus after the Israel has no yet produced the wine, so it is in the domain of the okay, so what's this happen? Obviously now, they would say, what's the tension? The tension is what's going to be the status of this wine, given the fact that although it's made by a Jew, therefore the passion is kosher, but at the end of the day, it is in the domain of so how does that impact the actual kosher status of the wine? So what's that one? So much like the Mishnah so again, so we are talking about that opens up to the public health, which means other people can see what's happening inside the house. So the Ish Baal, they go as long as it's a city, which there are Jews now. The near system is the public of the low. The only itself is really nice. Or what do you have to think? So the wine, the ingredient process-wise, is special by the Jew. It's now been deposited back with the apples. What's the concern we have is that the apple is going to touch the wine. So the Mishnah says like this: if the place where the apples opens up, there's flowers people can see, which means if the apple touches the wine, people will see the touching the wine. Then the wine is looked at. The wine is going to be looked at. At the end of the first short line of Rashi, the nearest is the open for public will look up. Touch the wine.
It's visible from the Rosh And this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews. The Akko was the Akko was positive. It's not going to touch the line. Why is it not going to touch the line? It's going to figure like this. I'm going to touch it, and I'm going to shake, I'm going to stir it around, do a little libation, and someone's going to see me. And then if someone sees me, I lose out the opportunity to sell it to the Jewish one. So therefore, again, your system is fearful of fearful of libation, therefore he doesn't do it. That's the first one. The ear should be all over the public also. The Akko didn't say over this piece of person is Jews who are passing by. Of course, the Akko lives in a city where there are only non-Jews, and this communication was not doing it. Obviously, no one can see whoever sees the flag, right there for the wine is possible. And she is shaking Shana, ultimately again, it was a Jew, goes ahead and appoints a shul. He appoints a guard to be there, right, to ensure that the Akko doesn't go ahead and touch the wine. Then the wine could remain over the day. And Shana Shara feels shaking Shana. I thought you should go say the Nicholas and love it. The only thing you left the Shana was just have to sit there and right? Rather, the Shana ultimately again is able to be able to go say the Nicholas. Go in and go out. They will define the parameters of that as well. Shana also says, it's just one day for common practice. Shana also says, the domains are all one. So that surely comes out first because we have no idea what is it Shimon what is he saying? Okay, to be determined. Let's see next. I'm going to tell you the show of it. The notes of the so it's the same case. Jew, and I go ahead and I take one. Now again, remember, same case before. The Akko is playing all the materials, which means we don't go after one. But I'm making it the way that it's so unusual. Once again, the wine is finished. Deposited with the other person is covered in balls. In this case over here, the Akko goes ahead and writes in the seat, he writes silver paper. Pay for the wine. Now, I remember again, I actually didn't pay for it. But it's writing that I paid for the wine. Mutter, ultimately, again, it's mutter. When you see what's the logic of that, you're saying you saw the whole city, money. Now, again, the logic of it is as follows. Since Akko has written that silver's paid for the wine, which means it's mine. Because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because I can go in and out and take it as I please, the assumption is the Akko is not going to touch it. Because he knows that I can come and access it whenever I want. There's a certain limit of fear that's there. However, when you're seeing Israel, the whole city, actually, to us, but again, despite the way this is seen, we have to silver. You can't touch the wine until you actually this was an actual face-to-face shine loss. As the Rabbi said, it was lost, which makes sense because in this case, since the Akko ultimately again retains control over the wine, therefore you have to be careful when it's going to go in, you don't touch it, you can't do that. Okay, says the Gemara. Leadership rule. People call it that. What's the case? I went ahead and I made one for you. So I made one. Now the one, the grapes have to cross the apple, right? So really what happens over here is I made the wine, kosher wine, ready for sold to be served. Because it is actually what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said if it's a city where ultimately again there are Jews and non-Jews, right? And Abdul's house opens up to Rosh Hashanah. The wine that he loses committed status because the Abdul's not going to do anything with it because the Jew could see it. Now, like if the Mishnah says, if it's a city of only then again the wine is not going to be working. As soon as there's only non-Jews who are there, the Abdul feels free to do whatever he wants. Even if there are any in the city, actually, roughly, how much is your buying costs? There are peddlers. Roughly, there's a little bit of a spice peddler. There are peddlers. Others, there are merchants living there in the city. So you for sure, if you are if the residents in the city are all Jewish. There's always Jewish people cycling in out of that city. Shouldn't that make it enough that will create a little bit of fear that the apples are going to come across the line? And we're sure up to commercial appreciation of cycling around the city that has a lot of ability again across the Rashi says that we are shame if nothing but electricians. Other Gabi, I people want to make them a lot of shite. So it's like such a lot city. So a lot city had those merchants and get their access is restricted. Because it's restricted, therefore, a lot of the nice are. A lot of the nice is the city. Only as Gentile residents, the knowledge will be us. So I'm going to say, if the long kisses around the so remember again, Mishnah says that in the city of your Jewish and non-Jewish residents, still the house of the people has the open public for the Shusara. Now the Gemara says, by the way, the window is the Shusara. There's even if the house itself doesn't open up the Shusara, but there's a window from that house to the Shusara so people can see in to see what's going on. That creates enough of fear on the part of the people that he's not going to play around with the wall. Similarly, again, actually, it's very close. The whole gets around the big bias is what the fossil. The whole fossil, the fossil, which is a negative bias, the amount of fossil is around. So again, even if you make it out of the whole fossil, ultimately, they get that versus the fear and the act was not going to play around. So they get the ashbar, which is if ultimately again, if you have a garbage truck that opens up its window, remember apparently again, this was a word that people would go to the garbage truck and they would leave it there a little bit. So because that people would see if the animal smoke opens up into the garbage truck, people would see what's happening there. Now, fear that the animal is not going to touch the wall. You must be big love fishes see again a country ultimately again is like someone is Rashi says, let's say again it's an Ashkenaz's house, and next to the Yaakov is a Jew, and which was a country. So therefore you have a country, everyone else is going to recover. What do you do in the country? Find the country, get the dates. Remember, the dates is what you sell. So it's covered to get the dates. So because these one's going to climb up, therefore it's going to get to the Apple's home, and therefore the Apple is going to be reticent to do anything in the mind, lest discovered by DC. Plus, they didn't point out like the tremendous response. What's happening? What do you see? If you squad to the list, so the Gemara says, secret shop. Secret shop. What happens? It's not secret shop like the whole shop. It's secret shop. All it is, the head was cut off. The country was cut off. And therefore, a lot of the nice stuff, there's no fruit. So because we still find the tree or no. So please put a back up. One says that the presence of the country forbids the wine in the country is complete, and one says that it's hustle. Watch this. So the Gemara says, "Fine, the hustle, the man is sorry, the hustle, catch our man, the hustle, not the side." So one says that it's hustle. If the country is not going to food, this means you're not going to climb it, and therefore, if he's not going to climb it, the actual flow will be his house. It says. So it's still quite to see where exactly is the animal. Therefore, we're climbing the tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. If you notice, what is it that activates the axis of the obviously step one is that step two, you have the guy who comes in this way, deposited into the possession of the home of the otherwise, because as long as other people that are choosing a city, and other people can see into that. Some people again because it's not good filters, or because there's a window, or because there's a garbage thing, or because that's where it comes from. If someone sees it at the end of the day, he's not going to say why. Spiritual success is gathering. The real comments is a person only realize that there are always in the presence of the travelers. It says that a person that is in the presence of the king, that he can actually also just the fatal flaw just because he can't see the emotional the privilege that we have is that we live in the presence of the king. All times over the years, and all times in our business, in our bedroom, in our lives, anything and everything we do.
As well as weekends with Breakfast Club, alongside co-host DJ Hilarious and more. Avatar Fire and Ash already the biggest movie at the box office this weekend. The third installment in the James Cameron franchise received $12 million in the previous party. Expected to make another $90 million, $105 million this weekend in the U.S. and $250 to $275 million internationally. Davidson is now a dad. The Saturday Night Live star and his girlfriend Rothschild discovered that she was pregnant. Just in time for Christmas, the 29-year-old actress posted a series of photos on Instagram of her holding their newborn daughter, baby Scotty Rosie, with in honor to her father, Scott Davidson, FBI firefighter who died responding to the World Trade Center on 9/11. He confirmed the news on the Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, saying it was his dream to be a dad. But everything else is on the dad right for. I'm not leaving the order. And then she did outside of the whole thing.
We all love a good jailbreak. Elaborate scenes, the close calls. After the title came out, so their vice I am going to purchasing or renting a home in the concept of where it was like the way right now is how we set up the courtyard. You then have like a sending such a courtyard multiple homes over on the courtyard. So the sponsor is owned by the I is renting and purchasing a home in that house. With the guy, what happens, you go ahead and you look the home. The self-diagnosis concept, so that's all. We'll say that again. Once again, it's the case where I think just another what's that? I don't think that the one on the list, the outcome is right? And even though again, that's true, should not happen. Or there's no ceiling on the presence of the Jew. We have presence of the Jew in the culture is enough to allow us to remain also other days, the culture house, however, again, the second culture, where we shall have the person, so ultimately again, if the Jew into another culture, then ultimately again, if the Jew has the key to where the right can, and there's a concept, and or there's a concept like there's a seal of wine, ultimately again, okay, that's this. So we saw that again, if you have this, I'm producing one for the office. Over the years, we were able to sell this wine to a Jewish person. But the wine is being deposited in the Jewish people. We sell that as a culture, and it is, and that guy is saying, the apple, the wish that I've got the person, ultimately, again, and his hands, still on it, there's a skill, and there's a skill on it. Ultimately, again, the wine is being deposited. I'm going to go ahead and have I mean, I thought we should not get the house in the other one. So the other said, no. the star is living in the same cluster, even if he doesn't have, or there's not a seal, right? It's simply what the light returns because it's surrounded by definition, it prevents the humble from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Alpha B'Shem nothing because we have a good one. The Chotza Chayras, but I mean that's the year. The same concept, yeah. It's really important to hear yet.
The first time caller is 818-501-4721 to reach toll-free for East of the Rockies. Call 800-505-033. From West of the Rockies, call 800-600.
Sorry, but let's say again, he's going ahead and begin the same puzzle. Sorry. Where it says, however, let's say we're going to have a issue with that. Right? If the Jew is living in the same concert, ultimately again, he does not have ultimately again a seal. It's going to be less. But if he is in a different concert, I'm talking about careful person. Ultimately again, he's in a different concert. Even if indeed I was listening to the word say, and also or actually about Mamona fully say that ultimately again the one is going to be concerned. So when ultimately again up until the time when sugar comes, actually sugar negotiating sugar to a watchman comes, or until someone comes to the point where time comes to the one. That was exactly what so the Gemara says, healing on the safe. If we say ultimately again that we are coming to safe of Tanakama not Mesa, ultimately Tanakama ultimately that is also Mesa Kasa. ViralRabbi was talking about the first case. The second, ViralRabbi the safe side. The second part of the key part of the safe. I'm the underlay. We're at the open up. It's kind of coming up of the show not yet the first of the I but the open up the kind of system. Then go ahead and explain this even if ultimately he does not have the key or the Allah Asifa relation. Rather than ultimately he's talking about the end part of relation. The Chutzra, that is Chutzra. Tanakama says that if you different Chutzra, ultimately that is going to be Chutzra, the Ocean of Teach, the Hosei, that is the same as the Jewish character, the same answer ultimately again as the apple. Then again, it's only more for the key or there's a seal. The older passer actually negotiate with the shamer or actually upon the moment from the speedy argument say no. So again, even if the key has the key or there's a seal, there's a shamer, ultimately they're going to come to the point that the first one, what about keys in currency? There's a shamer that's actually detrimental to the it's clear that he comes only at certain times and the alcohol knows exactly when he's coming. Allah, rather, the way you have to say it is that Allah from the myself comes out of a situation where there's a guard present. I can close the everything else. Okay, let's say we'll finish up the city and then see what we're going to do. Rishus Padiga Mishnah. Let's make this big statement. That all of the domains of an emblem are considered to be shame should be so absurd. So read this and then do like this. And a couple like this. In the same way that ultimately again should be so absurd. The same way that if it's a rishus right, the ultimate And again, all the qualifications, there's all the cities, and ultimately, again, the city is not converted, and the Jewish is going to be the same element is true if the wine is positive in the home of the other handlers because of this. Whether the wine is positive in the home of the owner or in a different either way it's going to be also right. As she wanted the goal, ultimately, again, we are in creation the rest of us. I will say, just before we go on, let me show you a very important match. Look at actually the Hakel. It's almost right across the last year. The Hakel, the contract, the leadership will take a public concern, I need to place public concern. What did the back of the days public concern? So again, this is for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is Shimon on this city. So kind of come up with this. If you have a city that is all right, so I'm looking at myself here because the water is going to be awesome. And that's true. Right? Place the water in the hole, where you place it in the joint of the apple, ultimately, the way it's going to be awesome. The Gemara says, the Torah Shimon al-Azar, that he publishes something of Africa. Killer, all the English, I love the water, the half of it will have a year sus, or the half of it will have a city, and the half of the vice, about what Shimon al-Azar, so let's say here's the shot. The position of the kind of when you have a city that is all up, right? So then I love the way that kind of covers as the wine is awesome. And kind of cover doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the home of the owner of the wine and the owner of the wine is different. The shot is what that I was saying. The also ultimately again is ultimately again is so now let's go back to the so there's like Velcro and kind of like this. Appreciation is also kind of purchase other people. After Nani Hustler, you shouldn't go. I kind of like this. In a city where it's all whether the council got right or the actual owner or the different wine regardless of the wine is going to be right? What do you mean I should go? It's like this. Says to the other guys, you know what, I can't do this one guy guess. But you can make it guy guess. And then the next time that you put it's one, you also get three on it, you are one guy guess. So therefore this wrestling, this guy next to wrestling custody between the two of them. So that's that big issue. If you're also over another it's so, there's so, only leaderships. About your ships, only go from a look there. There's sure those are tracks for families as well. We want to point that it's in a city where it's full of always have the one is Esther is in the domain of the owner, the domain of someone else, that this secondary apple is going to make the wine Essa, there's no question about the usual recipe. But that is a happier. No. But that's here. Of course, that's how when do we have to be cautious? When do we have to be concerned? Ultimately, again, that in a case where the city is that the owner is going to make the wine of the wine, that's why we this place in the home of the owner. And for different people, we don't assume that a style is going to make the wine of the wine. That's not. And therefore, the wine versus the wine. The goldfish is the goldfish. Remember, it's about recipes. She was already told me she's what people call it. It's not one of the ancestors. He says, rather, all of you would end up to the goldfishes. If I don't know myself, the wine is gold. I don't have any. That's the two versions. I can't play it. guys with Philo was an official who was sucking that cheese before. So one time this guy comes up with his wine with a chef. So this is the same case. So ours was had juice made in water, made that. They deposited the wine back with us as a person and deposited with the ship. So now what's the status of the wine? So that one made that right? If it's also clear most we have to be concerned with reciprocity, whether there's a possibility of reciprocity. However, again, even that I would say, love that of the whole state they kind of free love, therefore never will touch you. But this is over here where there's not a level of relationship. Rather, it's second of those begins and the share factors. So if you have a friend that has a wrong with them, if you have a friend that has a wrong with them, and therefore I go for my son, that's what I say in that case, that there is no concern ultimately against the confusion, and therefore the wine should be IMSS. In this case, it's the shared these are the shared factors of ours are the flow, ultimately, ours are the covenant. We can do whatever gets that the shared factors are the same. Because they are straight. In this case, there was a which heralds the culture of Jewish when we say that we have to be concerned about guy that's says as follows. The verse says, this is the city where the Jewish history. Therefore, again, when you find the wine judged as a brother, that in that case, I love the one I say becomes the wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it that the wine is. So let's say this body, I want to share with you just the So the Rabbi has like the witness, Paulus, and Sudos, Allah Allah, here we go. Actually, should separate yourself the joke and they should literally say they can put them in a higher basis. And that will higher take kosher wine that you then sell to trees. But the wine is being held in the house of the so what's the status of the wine? If Israel is actually a young devils, if Israel is hybrid in the same country as the then the wine is being good. Ultimately, again, but ultimately, again, wine is going to be awesome. Why is the right to wine will be awesome? If the Jew has the key and there's a seed, even Shayan Shahar, something in the pocket, exactly, how is the ice going to be more? We need to know very in this case, essentially, I don't get this. If the wine is being made by the Jews, that's kosher. It's being deposited in the apple, but it's in the apple's house. And therefore, the apple can do whatever it wants. If I live in that house, My presence means a fear of God is not going to come about. But if I don't live in that trust, and at the end of the day, it's going to be the people is going to do whatever wants. Even if I have the key, and even if there's a seal, ultimately, again, I'm walking on myself, life is going to be awesome. Those go on the next level, it says as follows, that if Yaakov doesn't see that he writes me this receipt, right, which is about well in this case, where he says it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right? Ultimately, again, I love for myself. This is plus of the social experiment of the actually that society. At least in the last case. How you young is that? Hold the guys up first. What which is that if the woman is and as we said before, the whole job and this is the city ultimately again where she's then under those circumstances the drawing is going to remain okay. What's that incredible? We'll stop over here for today. But I'm going to record separately. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi gets out of the anyone that was Rashi shows not so Rashi gets a little slow. Just kind of off the let's take a look at it. Actually, no. I'm going to record a second. We'll do a second because it's a little bit of a longer piece. I'm actually goes to essentially what is the actually I'm actually smaller for myself, a little bit different. I love for myself, but nevertheless, I don't want to say that also, Shmeh, something for today. Everyone has a wonderful day. Something just very excited about That's always how it starts. But special on the morning, Thank you to all of our sponsors for this ownership of the now that this time goes by shipping source of sleepless for all of our children, self-receptive to the most comfortable ratio of all of the Robin's mother, Sarah, has showed us, let us. Was it a beautiful, beautiful day ahead of us?
Starting off this week as Ted Danson's comedy Man on the Inside on Netflix. That's followed by It, Welcome to Derry on HBO Max, Death by Lightning on Netflix slides back to 8. The new drama The Abandons on Netflix remains at 7. The docuseries Sean Combs The Reckoning on Netflix debuting at 6. Leading into the countdown at 5 is the HBO Max romance drama Human Rivalry and The Beast in Me on Netflix remains at 4. The Peacock drama All Her Fault Lives are back in the top 3. Taylor Sheridan's Landman Season 2 on Paramount Plus powers up to 2 this week. And for the 5th streaming, this is on Apple TV. It's your number 1 stream show. Here's another way to connect iHeartRadio. iOS app with your car, dashboard, or seamless way to favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface is built for simple navigation and complete driver instruction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync podcasts. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen. In your car, Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio
Because it's okay. More or less, I have said that not really capital case. So essentially, it's essentially a capital case. If you wanted to exonerate, the way you would exonerate would be to say to the witnesses, under the notice sentence, that you are accused of someone who shit on much later than speaking of. Maybe shitting was a trademark. Which was a trademark. Yes, I see that would be valid for exoneration. Now, the intelligence of that is, that's not so far, is that laws, is that laws. People are traitors, right? But again, none of us were trying to see. The point is that people would explain a particular question, and such they would cast doubt on the fact that women shouldn't be liable for shitting, that there's a possibility that shitting essentially was only like allegedly dead. Okay, so that was let's say cases of murder. They might accuse of immorality, right? Let's say witnesses show up and they say this is so funny, you know, like it's so really application is right. Because how would I feel that's how they would have exonerated everyone. So right in the case of murder, essentially what he would have exonerated was to say, I didn't know that shit was that whole healthy person. Maybe it was a traitor. And in the case of a rights, they would have said, you receive the actual act itself, but that didn't go well. That would have been done for exoneration. By the way, that's actually very interesting. Specifically, again, in the case of murder, so he's in the chest. Unless of course you're going to be on the trade. What about the case of Erica? When you say, is that when you say no, you don't see the actual act. Maybe you can't predict how do we have a good similar to the others, or among others, I think that is traditional. So, there's a possibility about the Rothschild virus in general. The even when there's like the circumstantial evidence cost of the side again, maybe on the that's why they just look at triggers all in general when witnesses are showing up and they say so again, I won't know myself. So active. That's not what you're saying. What you're saying is so that there was fucking sexual
So I think because for the most part, it sort of kind of steers towards similar. So, all these different cultures have these different traditions, but they're all like pretty similar, especially the monolithic ones. There seems to be a common thread among different cultures where there's kind of deities, kind of persons, or kind of creature that are called the homes in countries with good kids or not so great things for the naughty kids, whether that's homes or first stick. From like giant cats, all kind of need like something to happen before or things that bring them money. So I can't help but wonder like what world like awareness, so to speak, or what just world or anything.
That's basically one of the established zero intentionality, right? And then the two, the rest of us hurry up, we're both parties next. Whether you don't get one or the other. Because I think that this is a massive issue. Are you over the smoke? The Rishma Hashima will pack up enough for the high road? Nothing. There's a lot of this. Let's say leader is going up on a ladder. You know what happens? The one backwards come to him, and therefore getting thrown down on the ship. That is a simple as what is that one from this case? And it's what's unique about this case? What's unique about this case? On one hand, which direction is moving going? Up. The right. The same surface force. So the shadow is, now let's say moving force down motion. So what is it? So what is it motion? You're moving motion, moving upward motion. No bonus. Downward motion is bonus. So when you do in a case like this, you're on one hand, his intention is to go up, right? Go up the ladder, but it's a downward motion that caused the breakage of the road that caused him to come down on the ship. So again, it was like in the magnetic case of the ladder, this is where it's magnetic case. If it's going up the ladder, he slips off, and falls down. So it's at the up, but at the same time, the downward force that blows that caused it to fall down. So is that fall out or is it go? So the Gemara says no. It's a no. You can't now is this called ascension? Is this called a and therefore you will not go regardless of your thinking, or is this called going down? And therefore you will live regardless of it. You read that sheet and say, so it says, okay, you've touched on this already. You've touched on this already. This is the case of Soda of Glass. So this is the case of going down for the purpose of going up. Rashi says it like Saragata. Aragata can be issues of so that's a just over here. We've spoken about this before. And the value of this is the linkage of the wrong. Backwards downward force. This is called this is called descent. This is called going down. And then I love the Mesa. We're happy to die. So again, Always talking about kids that are running with properly fastened place. Everyone is wearing gloves properly fastened in place. Meaning what? If it was properly fastened in place, that's a proper ladder. And if they are walking away, so if the wrong breaks, the feeling is ascending, that's called ascent. And ultimately, again, is that height noise. If it wasn't properly fastened in place, then that's going to be called descent, and even will be high. So also, it sounds like what people are saying is like this. That halach l'maisa, if you're going to bring up the ladder, in a regular case, assume that the ladder is a proper ladder. Right? It's not wood, right? It's properly fixed. You don't take the ladder. Now what happens? As it's going up, he snaps the rung. You don't know why is the rung being snapped. Why does it snap? Because of the downward pressure. And don't look at that as descent. Rather, again, you that only look at again as ascent. And if I look at it, so we would not think that it's in that situation. I also have a pastor. Listen to this. So I'm not saying the little verse would say, I don't know here it is. It's up. Haya Ola Suba. Here it is. Here it is. Haya Ola Suba. Mishpachon Shiva Asra. Love the Nafla Moving is going up the ladder. And what happens as it's going up? The rung slaps something in. And as it steps, he pulls down on Shimon and Joe. Ultimately, the evidence comes up with this. Now, why have we said? Because again, the last words of is called upward. Right?
So it's not necessarily they weren't necessarily slaves like Harry Potter, but they were very much companions.
Right? Because again, what you're doing is you're pushing down for the purpose of going up. Right? So when you read them, it's sort of exerting downward pressure for the purpose of going up. It's not called Rita, it's called Aliyah. And therefore, again, by definition, when Rita is ascending, now again, remember, if it's a lot of water, like if it's what's the word, like a circular ladder, again, I'm not talking about the case. But assuming that it's a proper ladder, and even though it's going up, it's exerting downward pressure. That is called ascension. And if I walk away, so we don't really what? Trying to do this in that case. There was like, there was us, there was Stephen else in the back. And when you see from here, it's so Aliyah is called Aliyah. Or says, a lot of things like, it's perpetually enduring upwards. It's not like that. And you know, you have one of those experiences where things are so great spiritually, and then something happens, and like you are into this down. And it's so frustrating, so upsetting. And a person feels like only everything that he was doing myself is now gone. Because it was this descent that happened. So that's like most people which take this descent, right? So we have spiritual descent. It offers us another opportunity to learn so much about ourselves, to learn so much about our businesses, what we're not making mistakes, and whenever there's something like that spot in your life, that teaches me, that shows me that that's spiritual case. If I use those spark to learn about myself, to learn about my weaknesses, and to build that better, then it turns out that to be done is the soda those descent, those spiritual descents, you will ascent. And I was like, what's the halakha? Or do you read with soda halakha? If your spiritual descent, you realize that to bring yourself back better to ascend, and you read the soda halakha is basically so it turns out that even the descents in life, ultimately again are judged as an ascent. Even the egos are considered to be an aliyah if the egos are used ultimately again for spiritual betterment. And listen, this video is beautiful things in Yiddishkeit. When we fail, our goal is not to wallow in it. When we fail, our goal is to ask ourselves, why did I fail? What happened? What can I learn about myself? What can I learn about my life? How can my weaknesses can I learn to become a better person? If in those moments of failure, I learn about myself, I push myself up even stronger, then the failure is something that we've done. And so, to become Itself becomes an idea. Itself becomes a moment of again, exposure to something else. And you guys are just years they're just humans. You guys make the mistakes and right before the opportunity to learn about myself, to build myself back even stronger.
We don't know what substances will right or drive or sometimes it's quite possible. Any kind of shared experiences or shared especially emotions where those people wouldn't necessarily have been able to talk to each other at the time that the stories came about. So I think there's something to that. I'm not going to shut it down. I think there's something to that. Because these, substances that people consume, they often produce a very similar effect. So ultimately our brains are created very similarly. So if there just happens to be a plant across around the world that created the same experience, then yeah.
Just thinking, like we're talking to, I know it's a little out there too. It's almost like wherever this started, like whether it was the Druids or whatever, touristic marketing, because it's carried over from countries maybe 1,000 years ago, where these things that we've held on to. In fact, I have friends that have Christmas, maybe they grew up Jewish or whatever, maybe they grew up agnostic, explaining Christmas to people just as it exists. It's kind of a hard sell, but for whatever reason, it's done. How do you explain this season, outside of the religious aspect, the Christmas present, the way it's wrapped, the Christmas tree? How do you explain these things?
That's a great question. So I tend to lean more into the winter solstice, so like the pagan side of it. And actually, a friend of mine was listening right now, was telling me a couple days ago that she actually doesn't celebrate Christmas with her children. They actually celebrate the winter solstice instead. And she's telling me how much calmer it is to do that instead of following through the chaos of Christmas.
Well, how do you do that? How do you celebrate the winter solstice? I bet there's there's not that party city for that.
You can, so something that I do as a winter solstice tradition, I still celebrate Christmas, but something that I do to celebrate the winter solstice, I did it earlier today actually, was I did a simmer pot. And so what I did was I got my big pot for water. I got cranberries, oranges, apples, star anise, cinnamon, cloves, some vanilla extract, and what you do is you literally simmer these ingredients in the pot. Other people might do like different ingredients and whatnot, but it makes your home smell amazing. You don't have to be pagan for a simmer pot, whatever religious affiliation you all are. Do a simmer pot, it will make your home smell amazing. Oh my gosh, my apartment smells immaculate right now. If someone were to come over right now, they would think I have my life together. That's something that I do. And as that pot is simmering and the smells are coming through, I just think of the end of the year and reflecting on the lessons that I've learned this past year and what am I going to leave behind in 2025 and what am I going to take with me in 2026. So again, very low key. Other people will, actually trees aren't necessarily coming from Christmas origins, but they do have more pagan traditions and a pagan background. So a lot of the greenery that you'll see on a tree is actually tied to fertility. So let's be honest, it's getting darker sooner, the nights are longer. This was also peak time for fertility.
So the rays are a sign of fertility.
They are. Again, it goes back to solstice longer. Longer nights and whatnot. So it's a civilization. That was a word. It symbolizes like life, fertility, hope. And if you notice, like a lot of these will, the feature plans will focus on like greenery that can sustain in the cold months.
usually treats or usually greenery is going to die. It's going to die for their business. It's like very much a sign of resilience as well. So yeah, it's actually quite interesting. I always tell people definitely, want to consider looking at the origins behind, whatever decoration you choose that year. Wreaths can all come with different things. Your Christmas trees, just if you're really wanting to be sensitive to your own religious practices, just make sure you're okay with what you're hanging in your home. Oh yeah, so this is probably one of the most common questions that I get. So same thing, very similar, pro-life, which honestly does, line up with the Christian, Christian beliefs in Christmas, especially with, the birth of Jesus and whatnot. But yeah, so again, the trees that can sustain, symbolize life and renewal, and it's also promise of spring and summer coming back. So it's almost like I want to say like it's like our ancient version of a vision board. Hey, we're going to put a tree in our home when all the plant life is pretty much sleeping or dead now. We're going to have this tree in our home to remind us that we're never mind. Whatever spirit or deity is paying attention, like, hey, we're looking forward to spring, we're looking forward to warming up, so, and also, we would like to grow our family, so, yeah. I think so, and there was also a mass conversion to Christianity that was taking place, and some people argue whether or not that conversion was consensual or not. But it's that it softened the blow, so to speak, so that those who are converting who had the pagan background didn't necessarily have to give up all of their traditions. Exactly.
Wishing the holidays would come early.
you own or manage a business, they can. With the help from iHeartRadio, people are already shopping for their loved ones, hunting for deals wherever they can find them, including right here. They're listening to the radio, they're listening to podcasts, they could be listening to you. Don't wait for everyone else to kick off the holidays. Get your best season of the year up and running today. Call 844-544-iHeart or visit iHeartAdvertising.com. Hey everybody, it's Josh for the Study Show podcast. It's that time of year again. We know that we're for holidays. We collected our past That's right. First time detail industry. CDs, yo-yos, and a whole lot more. When you're high, you feel different. You think different, talk different, draw different, you listen to music different. But you probably do know. The problem is, you also drive different and not everywhere. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council. During the break, you have to know the difference between placentia, placentia, and placenta. Bill Randall, Tuesday, November 5, 6 to 9 a.m. on GFI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going on with your fingers and tips with another touchdown in the play. I'm Katie Zachary Sayer, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time. So to this day, you can build a championship roster with your friends, your family, and that one coworker that won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
iHeartRadio Breakfast here with lots of super healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips on smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/learn. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The local sheriff believes there's been one dead, one killer. It's been 4 days since those bodies were found, and there's no arrest at this point.
So therefore, the for someone to sell it. Well, they go other things. How do I sell the story? And once we have
iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is the living room. Vizio TV. Check your TV remote to the iHeartRadio button for one-click access. Or visit
iHeartRadio account, so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Never want to receive that easy idea. What is my favorite podcast? I got to see what about animals, space, or brains, skin, or money? Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Available for free iHeart app and listen now. You know those arguments you have for it, or chat, or shop about the best sugar, best score, or whatever best anthem. Now imagine one of your buddies should have left your head. Not only that, it has a backstory development. I'm Seth Curry. Charlotte. Our new podcast is called GOT, G-O-T, Greatest of the Air. I'm Tremont Edwards. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We'll break down the greatest of the air and all the categories that you care about. One plus sugar, lock down the air, and one one score. Listen to GOT, the greatest of the air, on iHeartRadio. Your one stop for answers. 844-844 iHeart. 8640.
This is like the main traditions of Christmas, where it comes from. Some of the monsters of Christmas, which we still have to get into. So I guess it's weird, like the best way to say it, how much we the best God's monsters of the Christmas season. We have to get into some of those, but we also have your calls. You know, like this is so good. So why don't we start with some? So right now, yeah, let's go to the wild card line. Let's talk to Aaron. It's Aaron. So Aaron, what's up? You're on with Mel Spencer.
What's the main interpretation of the main
It's not like, well, like now, some pop culture things people like 6, 7 catch on in a matter of 20 minutes on the internet. But when we have Christmas things like that, the reindeer don't get messed up anymore. And I realize that all that's that they managed to somehow seep into the traditions and it's going to turn into the things that hang it and are still alive in 2025 and almost 2026.
Just in general, this is a what?
Yeah, I think too these days, because social media communication is more passionate than ever. I think that's a lot of the reason why we have such staying these, current traditions and more now has staying power because, we're all exposed to each other, we're all talking to each other, and even dating back to, thinking back to like 16th, 17th centuries of communication over the past several hundred years has just grown so much, and it's easier now than ever to access different cultures and different areas. And I think that's a lot of the reason why, like, Santa and his 8 reindeer and whatnot has remained for so long, because I think we're talking to each other more, and it's not, cultures dependent on their own traditions and not being aware that there's others out there. So I think that's what a lot of it is. Plus personalization and, what on the tinfoil hat of personalization and, corporate business and whatnot.
The market makes it viable, and it's viable how the traditions go, right?
Exactly. And, maybe Krampus is starting to prove that he's more viable as the years go by. So maybe we'll have Krampus become more traditional in the next decade or two.
Well, people need to realize those things need to step in line, so they really need Krampus to kind of keep everybody going back to what talk about when we come back. What's a tree right here? Let's get into some of the lesser, monsters of Christmas. Your call. Phone time. Your question just in. Ask some questions. Let's talk about elves. Let's talk about Santa. Let's talk about trees. Let's talk about the race. Let's get into it. Questions you have. Come back. Coast to coast.
Just the season for exhibit. After this time of year, most of us are checking out for our holiday gift lists. But guess what? Let's use your personal information way beyond that. Protect your identity from like
How do monitors hundreds of ways of data points every second to alert you to threats you can destroy yourself, even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. If your identity is stolen, your own space restoration specialist will fix it, guarantee you your money back. All plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Act. The last thing you want to do is start these seasons straight down. Fraudulent loans or other financial losses for identity. Make this season about joy, not identity. With FlyCall, save up to 40% with RestoreInsurance.com. George and LifeLock.com to save up to 40% off service I came out of my gun I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a gun. Welcome back to Business SDM. So whatever let go of their negativity and get more positive. spiritual concepts. You should accept that anticipate So I like to hear
absolutely agree. Somebody who does have a lot of content on social media, also stuff like that, get a lot of feedback from the public, and some of it's good, and there's other feedback that's not as constructive, and I have to look at it from, a different perspective and kind of figure out somebody's comments or opinions about me isn't necessarily about me, it's more so a reflection of where they are at themselves. And I just happen to kind of be the vehicle to help drive that self-realization as they process things. And, it's like, for example, when I pronounced Rabbis on social media, there was a couple of people who were comments to that. And initially, I would read their comments, and some of them they get personal insulted. I was like, oh my gosh, how did I say this about you? But then I'm like, that's speaking to, of course, I want to be respectful. Pronounce things properly as much as I can, but this process for me is not like, it's I learned from it, yes, but it's ingesting the negativity from that mistake, no, and I found that the less weight I give to those comments, like the happier I am, and more positive ends up coming my way, so I'm definitely aligned with that mindset.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so the first one I'm going to give you comes from the outright reset. This is actually a woman now, and for me, I think the biggest I like to think of like this, and I like to think of her as the Michael Myers of Jason Voorhees of Christmas. Her name is Frau Herrita. So she has also been called the Switch. Her origins are European, German, Alpine, as I mentioned. So she was in the countryside, right? Multiple Christmas, so between December 25th and January 6th. And she goes to your home, and she feels extremely abused, ostracized. But the only thing I'm for is she says that she wants to make sure that also something that you have to have done by Christmas is spinning flax. That was very much a short thing that had to be done. Now, if you were nice, you finish your flax, spinning your flax, have her fish and roll, official meal, and she'll do a nice coin and capture it from her, you'll see this beautiful native. But if you did not do any of these things, or you didn't do one of these things, or you were bad, she will take on this monstrous form, and she will split open your stomach, remove your intestines in your stomach, and she will stuff you with straws. My gosh. Yeah, and she actually has her own sword of like demons that follow her around that calls her Drago. And this is another one. One of the options Because otherwise you'll either A, drop, like they'll pull money out of your wallet, or they will throw your kids in the air and rip them apart with their claws. So every one of these but yeah, they're around here with this little terrifying dolphin. Yeah, that's another one that's making wise. I had to get right. I used to say still in my hair. Yeah, so everyone's like, research about Library of Congress, great. Old text from like 1900s about germs. And Erica was on there, like she was in the same area as Providence, but yeah, Erica was there. And it's like how big is she and whatnot, and this is like a little fun side. You keep talking about this, but here's her Snapchat. I was like, oh, interesting. And then I started more research, like on social media, and broadcast is very much a figure during the holidays. Not necessarily to force the artist to be down, but still spinning flags into our, right. From Iceland that I think drives that as well, but you know, traditions very important, like spinning flags was incredibly important, especially for that time period. Flags had a very much starting to play fibers, yarn, linen, thread, so again, making clothes. I think that's a big part of it, where clothing, during ancient times, and if you didn't meet your quota or meet your deadline, that's not a good thing. And if you needed to finish by the holidays, I think that was part of it. Well, Alex, it used to be like the window to say he says tell us some crazy stuff about Christmas. You'll come back with things that are like let's forget why we started playing. Let's say what is John? Because he has it. Hey John, Alex. Hello, Alex. Great show. Alex, think about the money. What you think? How are you? We love your work. I just want to contribute.
Everybody, with your authority. I know my authority. I'm not just the best. The best. The best. Okay? More questions. In fact, we got some other lines here. Ready? When we come back with notes, let's see what we're going to do. That's the sound of the group chat going on where your fantasy team scored another touchdown in the play. I'm JD Zachariason. Goes to the Playground Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters. Tune in daily. Still build a championship roster for your friends, your family, and that one coworker. It's the podcast. It's Twitter. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Playground Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
Higher in December. Stock Mark is the latest number.
Rates from November. Despite some signs of improvement to close out the year, sentiment remains nearly 30% below 1 year ago. Survey officials noted issues top the list of consumer concerns about key indicator buying conditions factor fell for the fifth straight month.
Democratic leadership enforced action on bills against treating government officials. Rhode Island Representative Seth Magaziner says House Democratic leadership may introduce a discharge petition on a bill that would ban stock trading by members of Congress, Vice President, and members of the petition would come in January. He says it will be backed by House Republicans. Sales of the slowed as supply fell in November.
The National Association of Realtors shows sales of homes rose just 0.5% last month as mortgage rates increased slightly. Sales came in at an annual rate of just over 4.1 million units. The median price of a home sold in November was just over $490,000, which is the highest on record. On that back said.
So Hollywood said this deal would shape the insurance industry. Wild Brain to acquire its majority stake in the Empire Trust. Headline says when the transaction's completed, Shorty will own 80% of CNS Family. Charles Schultz will retain its current 20% stake. Consumer business news and sports. iHeart is America's #1 podcast choice. Open the free iHeart app to explore podcasts like this. Dig below the surface. Central Mississippi. Odds are good you'll find a burning orange color back up with you. It's called gas on clay. There's one thing it's known for. We can have it on you never get it. Here, gas on clay is destroyed. Lost. 2012, construction crew and confidence great. On the site, and all this begs the question. Story is I'm Larissa.
Good morning. Today's daf is Saturday. We begin today by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual tower sponsors. The Tulsa Valley historical sponsor will be shared over the address at 5785. And the stores for that's to thank our legal sponsors, Big Barrel, and the sponsors will be shared over this week. The Restream your site, Barrel, then your site was yesterday at $2 shop. We also thank the sponsors for the family show today. Adam, welcome to Charlie Show. We also remember Harry Corporate of Leo, First, Second Show for Someone for having a Leo. We also thank Yoda Open for sponsoring the Yoda today for a fourth day of Fidelity over the today, Yossi should have a full speed coverage, painfully go back to taking up the garbage speedily for our days. But on a serious note, Yossi, we wish you, and of course, Selena, hopefully the surgery as well. Because back to be with you, and the family sponsorship. Tremendous. Relative to baby boy. Thank you so much. Yes, we'd like to share tremendous. Because everything important yesterday, our family to the richer family. Thank you for celebrating with you. Thank you so much for this week. So much for Chris coming up. And we look forward to bringing out the party show. And we'll be sure to bring out the as well. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of line. Sorry. That's the only thing I was out of line for yesterday. Yesterday, we had those to tomorrow, but they got focus. All the way at the bottom of the level. Rob and Shmuel. You have a Zohar, the recipient of Mishka Zohar. Does it follow the halachas of Mishka Isha, or does it follow the halachas of Shodei of a Zohar? In other words, we know to a girl halachically, the Biyah of the girl is only considered to be a Biyah from the above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the Biyah is only considered to be a Biyah when the boy is going at somebody over the age of 9. So when the boy recipient does his action follow the action of being the Mishkan, he has to be 9 years old. The action follows the halachas of Mishka Isha. Mishka Isha. What would his wages do? In other words, does his action actually right to the woman? Does the Zohar have the halakha of the woman? Or does the Zohar only follow the halakha of the Zohar? And therefore, you have to be regardless of which position you play. How does that say the Rav wants to do the Zohar? The way is the Zohar. Is the Zohar. In other words, we're referring to the whoever says the Zohar is referring to after the Zohar being in position of the halakha is the Teisha Shadam is the
maybe more subtle than others. But I do know of a couple
As the relationship with animal, where the relationship with the animals is a normal way, or an abnormal way. Esau could beat us if they came on Allah, and we would upon her. But again, they could not whether it's the normal way of Bia, the Allah is necessarily that there are a lot of things when it comes to that animal, it should be going okay, basically obviously is the initial touch. And then there's the penetration. It's either the initial touch or it's the initial penetration. Which is very clear in terms of the concept, is the Kara-Hara. The Kara-Hara is very clear in the concept. Not having actually complete the via, but to violate via with the visa. As long as the person has Hara with a visa, already in violation of via visa, and it's a via cards. And I want to know what the person does is Hara with the Zafar. Again, with the Zafar. It's just what they're actually talking about there. So then I love that you are asking to what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it simply touches, or again, because it's not like so the penetration begins, is that enough? What does have to do what is referred to as a Gemar Via, as a completion of complete full penetration. Or it says, what Talmud is Talmud, what says Talmud, now, there's got to be a reason why we want to possibly refer to it as just Isha. The Isha, we know when it comes to being ignorant of women, to women's forbidden, now even our own could be a problem. The word says, Ella of the arms, the hair house, more like, it's the Allah, it's just our own. There's no Gemara being from the Allah, is Amalei. The Eva in La Ra, the six of the place of it, the Pasuk says very clearly that it says very clearly so it says very clearly that what's the there. Every time a person engages in that, doesn't have to be initial penetration of the problem. So then why does it say it? What the person says, to say, when it comes to more Mishkin which compares, it says very clearly. It ain't a the Hara, the Sik Gabi, a place other than place Eva. Why? The word Shricha doesn't have to say it right now. The Bakit is the Hara, the Lida. Lida is the initial place where it says it's the Hara of the Father. Or other Arayas are just the Hara of the Hara. So, here's when it comes to this kind of relationship. Even if there's an initial penetration between the child because of this Hakish, why does the Pasuk have to say it when it comes to Achayis Avin, which is the aunt, but Achayis Ibu, again, another aunt from the father or from the mother. Why does it say it there? As we mentioned yesterday, we have this problem, the Pasuk tells us that it is not necessary or allowed to violate her property. Then to lay it borrow those extra words and apply it to Rabbi Eva, and therefore don't let any kind of intimacy be also compatible. It's going to be also compatible as well, but it follows all the other halachas of intimacy, even the initial contact is going to be a problem. So hold on a second. Let's analyze this for a second. The Hema, L'chayin means expected. You have to put the things in different categories. The Hema, when a person violates the Yisr, this is some of the things based by a basic hospital. Not by God's property, but by basic. That's why Lama lived extend Lyra, these dogs have been developed species. Why is it that it's connected with family members and the species like an ant? Where the most related, that's what the white guy's doctor takes care of. Those things are not adjudicated by the basic. So why would you write the words, the extra words? Yes, She'ela, by someone who's tired of himself, they should not. Why would we write it by the case? to get out of be suspended. The cops have got to get to be suspended. The league don't need to be suspended because it's with the evidence suspended. The law says that Hyle says the poorly crowded Joshua to also see the night of what's in Joshua. Laura says, Rocky points this out, that there's something about repeating the controversial anti-convention. The tricky was everyone's looking at it said twice. Part of the second contract they written is for a Joshua to teach you something. Now, since they were written an extra time to teach you extra halachos, Laura says we have no problem adding in some extra halachos to the Gemara benefits. In other words, the bottom line is, when it comes to halal, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by Zachar, it's always a problem by Misha. The finish of today's share is it's a problem by Misha. And have you know that? You know that I'm is Sha'er and Hara, which is unnecessary to write for an to the mother or to the father. It's simply there because we do that a lot with this boy, which is the Isha or forbidden intimate relationships are compared to one to the next, and therefore you don't have to represent the words there. So this was to teach you when it comes to the hang up, you have the reality that love is going to be a leader, is going to be a problem. So Rabbi fixes it. After that, the son of Rabbi asked the final question. About our Ba'atzma, what if the person's life is to himself? What's the halacha? Now, is that going to be a problem? Arley, what did your sheikhs respond to him? Kabasta, you're driving me crazy. So that's this understanding where there's much more that you didn't come to the into justice if you had the data. Or just like why are you asking questions? Look at Rashi. The Rashi translates this word as kabasta. It's our time. You're bothering me. Just out the double, you're asking something which is impossible. All they say, you're causing my stomach to turn by asking me such a ridiculous question. Now, more important, why was it a ridiculous question? What's your question? Let's analyze this. Things like treating concerned that a person behavior is firm, that is not just impossible, and anatomically impossible for a person to do this to himself. When is this possible? In the Shabbos race. We're talking about a case where a person does this with a limp finger. The Alabama of the Shabbos race by right Potter, Papa Potter. When it comes to oral right, it's not like this. When it comes to intimate, a limp finger, there's a factor. This is the same exact halacha. When the Alabama those who say a person is tired, we're in a relationship with a limp finger, then I'll come tired 13 years. Should be tired twice. In other words, you can figure it out. In other words, if it's impossible, the whole case is impossible. Why are you bothering to ask? If the case is possible, then how is it going to be possible? The only way it's possible is it's the law. We have records to be a deal. They're supposed to be. So the important thing is you can consider the deal. So it is. In other words, why are you bothering to ask this question? I think this actually brings us up to just an important discussion point. Or it's about it. More than likely go to the cases. Now, I think it's very important to know. I don't think these Gemara to bring up these cases because they're particularly relevant, or because like the culture was engaged in this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I haven't lived with that years of this kind of culture. But the reason why I'm trying to bring this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are relevant. The current governments are like. So the current government every possible scenario. We can't have a situation where in one generation a person comes up with a bizarre idea and a face has to go ahead and make up the halachos. We'll make up halachos. Every single case is going to be dealt with the Torah. So we'll come here, we know, we're calling the Yam, we're trying to cover every single case. This is Torah. The rumor that it's our needs to know what the Torah specific is of every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something new. Our generation will come up with a lot of new things. And we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. You can't have a situation where, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we say, we shouldn't talk about that in the Gemara. This shouldn't be brought up. This is nothing relevant to the Gemara. It makes our stomach turn. Now, if it makes our stomach turn because the case is impossible to happen, in other words, it's just simply impossible for it to physically happen, you should don't have to answer the question. So those who join it's just impossible when it comes to that. want the something is possible, you have to know what the parent says about it. And that's what we're doing here. In these cases, as much as these cases, it's prevented for the most part. Send us our thoughts. What's going on over here? That's these guys. The bottom line is, the hierarchy, the Levite having tell us, this is Chiron. You need to know what now is as disturbing as it sounds. What is the halacha? What's the father wants of us in this particular case? Therefore, the far away from these cases, we'll have to do the testimony of that. In those cases, but it messed up. That's not the point again. The bottom line is, you need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case where it's just impossible for that, that's the part of the case. Maybe this is Torah, but it's not the woman having to I mean, the moment to be just impossible. You don't have to ask these questions because either it's impossible or the following day, we're obsessions. We're asked the following questions for obsessions. Bezalel goes ahead and engages in the relationship with the Neva. You put the animal to death. That is why it's explains the color, the house of the color, ego, color, lego, or deal with the color outside the color. Remember in our Mishnah told us two reasons why an animal is put to death. Whenever there is a case of the animal and an animal. One of them was the Hoyle of also Takawa Ayat. Why is because a person would have said, by way of this animal. In other words, this animal is a vehicle for sin. Therefore, the other way of looking at it was that it took the desire to get up to walk through the street, and people can say, oh, this is the animal that this person put to death. Now, Takawa is the first one. Takawa is the shade, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both, or do you need just one? But the Mishnah told us that there are two reasons. Was the Mishnah telling us we have to have both reasons, or is one of them enough? What's the difference when it comes to an outcome? When it comes to an outcome, perhaps there's going to be a case of but there won't be color. Why is there no color? Why is there no shade? Now, what Rashi says is that it could be that in certain areas or a period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been designed after the desire. Maybe some idolaters did this, so those are considered to be a shame for them. And more than that, it could be that even though there's one stuff that can be ridiculous shame for the longer bit, will the Torah go ahead and to worry about the shame of an idolater. It's not what we're worried about. Right? Put an animal to death for the sake of the shame of the idolater. That's what Sheshes said to Yisrael, the Mishnah proves this point. He loves us. When it comes to trees with Rothschild, saying, oh, they don't eat, they don't show, they don't drink, they can read, they can't smell, and still, over a color, hash taste, stroke, the color, straight up, burn up. Again, get rid of the I'll get the color out, but since the person way, violated something that goes ahead and brings the person from Dr. Research away from the ways of life, the ways of death, of course, this animal will put to death, just like a tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is that color is enough, color is not necessary. In other words, it isn't just what shade, because that isn't shade. In other words, you really need to aspect of the desire. Therefore, you want to say that the color should be sufficient. Why? Because when it comes to a tree, that is usually get rid of the tree, send the animal, by way of the animal, taking the person to the ways of life, to the ways of death, you should go ahead and throw the animal eating with the color away. Just to stop the block away.
You know what your customers are doing right this second?
I'll tell you the truth. I want to listen to this guy. I don't really understand the logic behind this. In other words, what if it's out here? A tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't smell, and the fact that the animal will a person who does get tired without drinking. It doesn't sound like it's not symmetrical. There's no sort of symmetrical, logical type of thing. In other words, you can say, I know that an animal does eat, does drink, and does smell. So why is that the rest of the point? I must have to something here that's now enough to excuse me. I just can see that the teacher right here, they stress it. You don't understand why that's not true. In other words, like he's a sex. Now, it does the animal is about time. It's about time. It enjoys life. It doesn't take on the life about time. Why? Because opposites doesn't block the cantaloupe. So a tree, where does it say that? Where does it say a tree doesn't smell, doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't enjoy life? I don't know. Maybe that's what this was more about. The tree doesn't enjoy life. The animal doesn't enjoy life. The animal doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. You have to choose that. Am I missing something? I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, let's just move on. The actual words to tell your churches. Your opinion is that the color stumbling block of water trees it up. On the opposite over the socket. It comes to a Zara. I'm a stop to this bad person bows down to his animal. Shits out. We come out, sir. We make the law to be killed. That's not how it works. You just kill an animal. You put it down to it. But you have to make it. You should. You eat your meat. This is strong for the officer and every consultant. Also, this just can't be. Because it can't be a situation where the Torah gives more strict halachas to an outlook that it does to Israel. Israel has the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of responsibility. Those two things responsibility in Israel are the highest level. Yes, responsibility and opportunity for so what's in the right? No problem. You're strong good. Let's say. So what did it say? You also make yourself right. In other words, let's just think about this. Why is it that others who put an animal to death for being used up to behavior with the person? So why do you put an animal to death? What a person bows down to it. It's like a person violated of the law by this animal. The Lord said, listen, we did the how about reveal. It's be the same thing. Rabbi, the second, the lower of the Ruba, the Rabbi says, clearly you not go in life with patience. But he's telling you that yes, the shame does play a role in it. When it comes to intention, a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person's going to be embarrassed. It's terribly embarrassing for people to be put to death because they engage in bestiality. In other words, even if there's a culture that would do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. So there's a lot of shame that comes along with this. So that's what it's very terrible as it is. It doesn't come along with the same kind of peace type of shame. For instance, already a lot of things go to the book. Let's get back to our tree example. Not only shame when it comes down to a tree, still all the Torah house gets struck in Kalei. You have to destroy the tree. Versus this is Malachi, Karinas, that's why when it comes to Malachi, why trees have been said it? Why the top struck Kalei? You find the Torah did take tremendous precautions when it came to livestock and animals. The first is the base to what to put animals to death, you need to have the base state of 23 to do that. You see, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, not when it comes to trees. You do not need to be the base state of 23 in order to decide to cut down a tree. The Rabbi, my brother, disagrees, and he says maybe the halacha is like Rothschild. Over Torah, the Eva, Nedis, the Avera, Tiharim. You know why when it comes to the animal being killed, we put it to death? It's because the behavior, he was dead is from the Avera. The animal actually enjoyed it, therefore it's going to be killed. Now that's what's very long as the 8 ends of the Avera. So let's go back to this example. The tree did not enjoy the person bows down to it. Doesn't have an ego. Oh wow, this guy came down to me. Doesn't have to go over to her. Hashke says a Calais. So then Rabbi explained, by the time you come to you can't compare a live thing to trees. That's why I want to try to bring the right up. In other words, when it comes to Nalata, our Mishnah told us that there's color, there's shade, and there's the fact that there's a stumbling block, which one we put or is one of those sufficient. Look at our Mishnah. So we're out there, Shalom, to hate the name of embarrassed by some. We don't want to have an animal walking through the marketplace. The younger what people are going to say, Zeus was performing al Yana. This is the animal that the person died because of that. Now, my life, let's try to think about this. He's the same law, the top of the name of faith. He's the same contact color of the fellow, the end of the mission of the case of color and color. Again, it's talking about the animal person being shaped by this. And of course, the fellow person behavior was kind of behavior is it. The way so in other words, what the second one adding? It must be the second one adding. You know why it's here? Because the same animal something blocks. Rachel in the beginning, what was it? Is the color of faith. That reason is sufficient The fact that it was a Takala stumbling block and not shameful, it's still put the animal to death. You see that hopefully someone that tells you that Takala being a stumbling block for you, well, whatever it is enough to put the animal to death, it does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. Now, maybe what would be the case where there is Takala without shame? Only the result of Abba Behela, the case of an opera, who would use this relationship with an animal. For some reason, he might not be. That's a shame of it. In that case, it's have Takala. Hold on a second. Yeah, you have Takala. Takala without color. Yes, it was. It's a good. Same book, color. The same book, of course, because of the stuff with black bear, and that's the reason why I put the death, and color because the shame is also reflected itself. Rachel talked about it. Rachel is just going to provide a halacha. Now, feeling color, below Takala, not the Messiah, it teaches us even if there's shame after being a stumbling block, in that case, it will be cycle. How do you find the case where a person has a relationship with the animal, and there is shame? Well, no, he's strong, but he's strong, engaged in that relationship with an animal. He didn't know it was also. He didn't want to show up to the filming. He did not know from the shooting later. He did not know that it was us, sir. It's up the case. So we said, "How did not leave here?" This is the showcase. It's kind of a shame, of course. It's part of it. The word that compares it to the you have to go to strong, but on the aim of the showcase. No, what's not up with it? It's the strong business. It's an animal about the state. What's not up? It's a color. To be used for stuff in blood, and then it's shameful. The color equals is definitely shame that goes over it. It's a color like but the showcase, therefore, doesn't get the color there for a reason. Duma, maybe, color, alpha, B. Shade that color. Maybe the shade is enough to sleep with the animal to death. I'm going to have to touch it. I'm trying to bring the riot. Like those two cases. Fast, shut up, this is a look. Not subsequent crisis, but again, the multiplication is smoothly. This point, the marks is as follows. Now, fellow son of Yom Echad, this one is very clear because I mentioned this after one video. We're talking here about the halakhic nature of what we would consider the halakhic deal. In any case, this is still going to be a deal. The question is whether halakhically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halakhic deal. In other words, there's the action of biyah, and then there are the halakhic consequences that come along with the biyah. One explaining a number of examples of the halakhic consequences of the biyah when it comes to children. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day. This guy, that's a biyah. If her father marries her off, and they get married with biyah, that biyah is considered the halakhic biyah. Now she is married. They call that yama is the brother-in-law who died. If she fell to evil, and her brother-in-law performed deliberate marriage on her, with them, that the evil works. But if she fell like her younger brother-in-law was over Kada, she's not married. The Kiyama of the Shemay just said that she's married, and she, at this age, engages with another person, it's a key to make his head. When the Kama is Wala, if she happens to be a Nida, it's technically possible for her child, then the Kama is Wala. The Kama is Wala, the Aliyah, let me get this thing over here, but this is something the Aliyah is basically, there's no Nida, there's a tool of it, very hard number of Tuma. And again, the person engages in being with her, walking the Nida, and the person becomes tummy as well, uses the coin. If she gets married to a coin and tell us the Shubha, then she is married by way of Riyah, then yes, she gets the Shubha after the Sulid, if someone who is hustle, she's not allowed to be married to, engages with her at this age, hustle of the Kahuna, becomes disqualified for marriage to Kohen, and after the Quran, the Torah is one of the forbidden relatives engage with her, then and other riots, then the loss of Yada, that type of Biyah with her be considered to be a lot of Biyah, would be put to death with us. The Eagle Torah, she's the Torah. She's exact status because she's a child. Ella Nicolaitis. Go back to this. It says, you engage with her after the call rights for the Torah. And the Darius, that engaged with her. What does that mean? He's a behemoth. He's a behemoth. And it was all look at this case. The color Ika is terrible shame. She's a child, just to grow up. And I know that she gave this kind of relationship with the animal. Color like that as a child. She's a child, and therefore there's no color. That mirror isn't there. You see very clearly, but when you shade alone, without the color, that's sufficient. Because I knew that's what I got. All of the guys who put the best by way of this kind of relationship. So there's an animal relationship with her. And she's a child. So in this case, with clearly built that color, she doesn't want to marry, she's a child. And still, animal you put to death. You seem to see very clearly that you don't need to have both reasons to color in the stumbling block. And being shameful is enough, because in this case was no affair. Marshall, no. He misunderstood this. He went to see that this is the case when she did it intentionally. She knew what she was doing. So the color not the ego. This is the color. So that right, she had a trust. Mother, who the boss of that. The color on the floor said her. She's a child that doesn't know what she's doing. Therefore, as far as the English is this on purpose. The actions for children are actions of children, but she's not going to be punished for it. But again, you can't say there's no takala because, of course, she is heavily engaged in this kind of behavior. Differently, it is a takala. And yes, she did do it at Beira. We'll be punished and she would have to be punished. Okay. Allow these dogs like a hit on the place. We're just going to let go. How far does the rest of the tail go? It goes to a person, but not to a baby. One of those lower cases, so let's see. Other ones I talked about in Uriah, whether or not you have to have the color and color, or it's color left. You have to have the stumbling block and the shade, or it's the shade alone. The shade alone, you know. Then takes the shoulder that way. The power of rights when it comes to a man. He's 90 years old in birthday. How far did it go? He goes and engages in a relationship with his mother. So if his brother died, he left behind the sister of my children, and he goes and has his sister-in-law cannot. He's one of her, and they're married. The Ego goes to yeah, actually got to can't divorce her until he gets older. He's not old enough to be able to ready yet. The time of Kenida. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, he goes coming with Mr. Dr. Gallo. Himself, he tackles someone to Garuda within a relationship with a Bacchio. If he engages, if he's a girl, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to be Shuvah. Also, when he would be about to his back, if he engages in this kind of relationship with an animal, he disqualifies for big one. If it's Kalas, there will be skill up by way of this type of relationship. Now again, if this male, 9 years in one day, and is intimate with any of our writers in the Seminole Torah, they shall be put to death by way of the type of relationship. Now, clearly, part of this case, Kala Ego, you're safe to Kala Maka, there's no stumbling block, walkers as a child. Nevertheless, think about it, this girl is Hayada, because the person will get skill up by way of this case. So again, the same exact Kala case. Here we have a child, you can't consider the fear of Kala because he's a child. Nevertheless, it's powerful shame that comes along with it. And what does it say? The animals have to put to death. You see that the Ryan Field changes that says that if the simple shame alone, that will be enough to put the animal to death. Where it says no, it's the terrorist. Keyboard basically, since this child did this on purpose, it's intentional, that Kala not did that. Yes, there was a Kala, the child didn't have error. That's one of the tasks of the day. The Torah has qualified by saying this is a child, doesn't know what he's doing, but actually it's going to be a capital punishment. Now, we're just wrapped where she goes. Sorry, a lady day the mercy only goes so far as the person without the animal. We don't have enough time left, but this is a major sugya in the halachas of Kedem. Because when we said it here, not pasha. But the idea is considered to be a mayor for a child, but he's not going to be punished. This is subject to a big discussion. How do you children under the age of when it comes to mitzvahs and averos? Is it just a separate mitzvah of Kedem, or which is really essentially coming on the father? Or if the children are the children actually obligated to work this goes. Can't get into this whole discussion. But still, it goes through it. In this case, it seems like all one is saying that there's a Takala, there's a Vera, and it comes from other things that comes from the post. So Shabbat. Number after. Go back to our Mishnah. Shalom to him, and him, and our Pasha. Yavro Zeus was God. This was one another. Our Mishnah says the reason you put the animal to death in the gate when it's the subject of bestiality is because you don't want the animal roaming the streets. Unfortunately, saying, oh, this is the animal that fell, so it's killed. We're engaging with. My love, again, the same thing earlier. It's the same with the Kala, since the second one, which was only is adding the factor that it's a stumbling block action for Rachel Kala. The beginning is a case where it's shame with no actual affair. They tell me what's that case? Yisrael, Bob, and Mishabeh. That they can be strong, engaging with the animal by mistake. He didn't know there was Asra. This is why you can correct. Safe with the Kala means the ratio of the Kala. The safe was talking about a case of the Kala obvious, which is in an affair, so it's a stumbling block. The Kala is embarrassing. The ratio is talking about a case with the Kala, where there's an Avera, below Kala, there's no shame. They can tell me what's the case when there's an Avera, and there's no shame. What's that? Only the Kala of all the This is only the Kala who engaged in this relationship with the Hagar. This only the Kala, this idolater is not ashamed of it, and perhaps even if there is some element of shame, perhaps the Torah is not as concerned about the shame of an idolater, and therefore we're not going to have a raya because one of the limitations we're still going to have the same question, so essentially the Torah is not able to resolve.
I don't know how old I was. This was about 2 years ago.
Oh, so recently. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a quick break and let's dig in on the things that you've learned since then. Because a lot of people refer to it as like the Edgar Casey of modern times, where
all right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We give thanks to all of our sponsors for this year today. Our annual Hanukkah sponsor, Listeners Rabbi Israel, dedicating all the children's Rothschilds this year. This was the Israel Israel. Stephen Abadi, Stephen Karizin, loving Doris, Stephen Kumar, Pastor Israel Dillon, sponsors, Jeff Schwartzman, sponsors, Yardsay, Shmuel, Ben, Shimon, the Rafa. Anonymous sponsorship strategy to the entire year for general work. We started that film over 27 days ago from the second Zara, celebrating Shas and American community bound to have inflation with every Moayako, the small meeting event, all of the shows have the family, all of the the guy and show us all the precious soldiers who were killed alongside Gaza. We are picking up on Bob on the page 60, and we left off. Let's pick up at 100 Kabbalah Separation. So we'll say, which is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 59 down over the time. On the off of the page. Remember again, we were talking about yesterday. Let's go in the middle is our focus to reveal the organization, which is what was the focus. So my focus is regarding the puzzle. In a scenario where Rothschild highlighted that we're not allowed to transact. This is what happens in some cases? Right? What's the status of the proceeds of such a transaction? So the Yochanan said, proceeds are Asr. Reish Lakish says the proceeds are Mutter. That's one of the focus. That's where we're going to go right there. I think one of the traditional cases. This is a price that's also like also, but also when it has also that you are not permitted to go ahead and do business with the knuckles, no also I would never have a Skype. The only prohibited something, let's say for example, selling something that that is going to last up until the yontif, up until their yontif. Because again, then the assumption is if the sold item will last up until their yontif, then halacha l'maisa they'll give thanks to their deity. But let's say you sell them something that's not going to last. For example, you sell them vegetables. So if I sell the apple vegetables 3 days before they're yontif, it's not going to last up until the yontif. So tell you what I'm saying. Make a rush, yeah? Never say the sky walking ahead about a local man. So did partially say the truth is you can sell them something that will not last, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. The logic being over there, because Yaakov has tremendous simcha, when he sells us something that will last. For example, again, vegetables, because he's able to go and make money before it drops. This is where it tells a story over here. Right? So there was a particular thing. It's a heretic. It was a heretic who sent Rabbi a special point. Dinar, Isanga, literally rank Isanga, Dinar. He sent him a gift. Now, when did this heretic send Rabbi this gift? On his yama, on the Avodah Yom. So Habiyas did Rish Lakish coming. Rish Lakish was sitting in front of them. Amar Hey Biavi. So he said, "What should I do? Ashkelei, if I accept the gift, Hazel will go back. Then ultimately, again, this heretic is will give thanks to his deity, and that's not good. Well, Ashkelei, if I don't go ahead and accept it, Habila Eva." So we're going to talk about this concept about Eva, the issue of animosity with the outside world. Now we have to be careful with that as well. So we're going to again, we see the context. So we're going to see what it shows up with Coin. So it's like it says, "Oh, there's like this told us about this." Just to go into a bed, get reflected into a bed. So you says, "Told us about just go throw it in the face, right in front of this character. On the way, close to the hand of Eva. So, we're going to see it says for 1 second, we're going to consider confusion and animosity. Aim animosity is a laser. Right there, that's pretty much the guy off. Which is like something that will happen, guys. Which like kind of make it look like an accident. In other words, it's not like you transfer like the Boston one. So in other words, obviously you can't hold on to it because what you want to get, and also it's actually going to different type of case. Because remember, this case over here, this case over here, the gift is actually given on the young itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the 3 days before the young, because we'll discuss. So he says, they pretend like you tricked, you lost it, this way again, you don't create it, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we press those and the horns of the right? So at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with the apple on the 3 days before his yontif. What is the halacha? So the Rambam asked me, the local halacha, Herek has halacha, there's like a lot of halachas in this, packed into this one halacha here. Right, Amar the Nasa, he went to also Shlosh Yom, Harei Zeh, Mutter Zahadol. So Rambam asked me that if you violate and you transact the business on the 3 days before the yontif, you are permitted to benefit from the proceeds. Rambam Haskins, like Rish Lakish. However, Rambam Haskins, I know say, Yom Chad Mamimayel, or exactly. If you transact business or these transactions with an apple on their yontif itself, then the proceeds are Maser Vana. Right, so 3 days before, if you violated Maser Vana, you can benefit from it. On the yontif itself, you can't benefit from it. All right, incredible. Let's go back to so next, ultimately again, so what about lending them or borrowing from them? So again, the Mishnah said both of these are negative in the previous before the apple. So the Mishnah actually know to come out of the ways I understand why I can't lend something to an apple in the 3 days before his yontif, because again, I'm not going to be benefiting because again, he's growing his assets, right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, I thought the Shulchan had to come my food. Why can't I borrow from him? And at the end of the day, to borrow from him again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be granted? So Rabbi Zera Lishon and Rabbi were concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go ahead and lend to them. That's Rabbi. Rabbi said no, so Rabbi said no, the issue over here is in general, the Akul is going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. Rabbi said this is not going to occur over and over. So what was really saying is this: when an Akul sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him sympathy. So fascinating, right? That what does the world want? What does the world always wanted? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So the nice again, and that's why the world is such a difficult Jews stand up for themselves. Despite that, you don't have to rely on others. So Rabbi says over here that when the borrows from the Akul, as much as from an asset perspective, the Akul has less. At the end of the day, he is still thanks to his deity because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, the Abos something who allows to lend or to borrow from him. So we show the Abos from I was like lending him, right? He has more property, he has more assets. And the nobles may have, right? But why can't I borrow from him? Because again, there's something that when you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the Akul. Rabbi Zera Rabbi says we're concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to lend. Rabbi once again says, no, all of this is because when the Akul sees that the Jew is dependent on him, he will give thanks to his deity. Incredible. We know those back then. Mishnah was inside the Torah. First one, like the Torah for the Torah, and go ahead and literally again pay back the Akul and to collect payments from him. So because Mishnah of the Torah, so I understand why I can't pay him back. You shouldn't have come out of because at the end of the day, I'm increasing his assets. I will throw out the hand. They will keep him back. But again, ultimately, to exact payment from the Akul, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that not be the third? Rabbi, once again, is here with Rabbi and Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, to extract payment, you become to pay back. Rabbi Amar, all of this is because, again, the Akul was a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is dependent on him. So the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? In other words, whenever you see the repetition of cases, and the cases are all highlighted the same basic principle, the fundamental mission comes up. Just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after that. Which thing wants to do? We need all of these cases. Why? Allah says, well, Allah says, why? So I think it's kind of finished. What is this for the day? Business with an apple. For example, we shouldn't come out of it. But also, again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the Akul, he's gaining money. It makes sense that we're going to gratitude to the deity. About this show, man, if you look at what I do shopping, but I would have thought that to borrow money from the Akul would have been fine to borrow something. Because if you borrow something, you take your object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the Akul. Therefore, I would have thought that would be good. I would have shown it. And then we would have just said, you can't borrow from the Akul. We should have actually let you know some. But as a moment, because when someone has to borrow something, so what does that show? When someone has to borrow something, what does that show? I had such, right? I had guns, so you're dependent on me. So I was like, okay, therefore I can't do that because he's going to go ahead and compare to the how about real loss, man? But ultimately, again, to borrow money from people, that's the side of the outcome. This is very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender sad. Like, why doesn't cause the lender sad? Because ultimately, again, he doesn't know if he's going to get paid back. Outside of the Alma, is like Amar told you no attributes. Whenever you lend money, there's always the possibility that you get paid back. Therefore, I would have thought that should have been winter. Akul's not going to have sleep come from that. So, another factor. And a little more going to show the car about parking a car up. The Ashtabia Ace, but if you were just coming to the case that I can't borrow money, no, because the Akul said, no, I'm going to get my money back. One way or another, I'm going to extract my money from it. And I'll lift from my head. This is law. But let's say to extract payments from it, I would have thought that's what they're because there's no was super involved with that. If they're talking about providing things to the community, and I would have thought that would be better. Different sweeper. Sweeper will say, look, reminds me in all these cases. We're not able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited, either because Yaakov is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's gained something additional and those things for the or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, whatever is going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved with anything that in any way amplifies, increases, or enhances the relationship between Yaakov and his deity. Okay, incredible. The Buddha over the front. So let's remember again the Buddha. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payment from the right? You can't collect payment. Why? Because the Buddha assumes that there's no sin involved in going ahead and paying your debts. So therefore, again, the Akham is not going to go ahead and give thanks to the deity because he paid his debt. Now, interestingly enough, the Tanakh says, Tanakh says that Rabbi say no, Now, what I'm saying is, he can't collect the debt from the people because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run, and because he's paid off his debt, he'll be happy later on. I don't know if I can explain this. Gemara says, I don't understand. Rabbi Yehuda, the lesson of Yehuda, apparently, what's at the core of this focus over here is this idea that if something causes you temporary sadness but long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an apple? So it's really only one thing that fits that category, which is collecting payment from an apple. Right now, with plus and distress, so later on, it feels good to know that you paid off your debts. So if Yehuda says, we just look at what the transaction is now, we don't look at what it is in the future. Now the Talmud says, no, we look at what it is now and what it is in the future. So the Gemara says, I understand that Yehuda doesn't hold with this concept about he doesn't hold with this concept that someone causes you temporary distress, but long-term happiness is considered in general to be happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, Baba, and let's do this. And Yehuda says, a woman should not go ahead and put wine on her face. So you used to use wine, but there's like a reputation. Basically, you cannot apply that to me. What the wine is, when it was fine, it was hungry, it wasn't distressing. Maybe you would take it off and it would be a possible years for the right? And anyway, so the Gemara says that here that a woman should not go ahead and apply wine on her face on Shalom, right? Like, why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take it from the subjective because her face is covered with wine. This is what it says. It's, I guess, like a shorter, like a facial shorter duration, where she can put the lime on and then peel it off, then it's okay. Right? Why? Because even though it's stressing her now, ultimately, again, she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. So what is it there? That does hold this concept. And I love what I said. If you have an event or transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, you look at that as happiness transaction. If that's the case, the Mishnah should say you can't extract payments from it 3 days before he sells this, because even though it causes him immediate distress and it causes long-term happiness, so you just do not the right expectation. Don't bring in other people to the light. As well as in general, whenever you really got to let people off. You will be lucky enough to run things from and perhaps the state of some type of loss. So in general, anything you're allowed to run from the light is things that cause you temporary distress, otherwise because it's work, temporary distress, but for some longer term, for some down the road, so you can't really bring a right from the light, still not as little different concept. Rabbi says, so So it's interesting. Rabbi says that in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, so the Obed Kohanim is always in a state of distress. Paying back debt is just distressful, or in other words, bite and chew. You can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful, and temporarily difficult to build a long-term happiness. Now, in Temple, they don't have that concept, and therefore paying them again is always just going to be distressful, or difficult. So those are other things that just happens to be a fascinating idea. We're going to discuss it. All the company do all the things. Every time of the difference, right? What is unique about it? Right? If you just think about it, what is unique about it? So, let's see about Amisol. Amisol can only be so in this one phrase. Apa Pisha Netzer Aksha Sameach Ula Achasman. The whole result of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe that it paves the way for long-term good. Apa Pisha Netzer Aksha Sameach Ula Achasman is almost like our mantra, and that's how we got through everything in the last 2,000 years up to literally this present day, because we believe, right, that the tsar of the aksha, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges of the now are only here to pave the way to some greater good further on. But that may be something that hashkafa, may be something that is unique to Klal Yisrael. It may be something that is unique to us, that's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge. And I will say, by the way, it's not just for the national level, it's for the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is so much, so just on a personal level. I'm talking about Iran, I'm talking about us, like just like day to day in our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things which we encounter every single day? Because the hashkafa of being is Ata Pisha Mitzvah Aksha. Life is incredibly difficult. It's very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart. Sameach Lula Achazman. I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately again, I'll be successful again. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this tsar in and of itself lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come in. This one word of us, this one is anything and everything we are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabbi comes along and says, by the way, they don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means we're living here now, whether that means you can lack future-oriented perspective, understand that the sorrows of today pave the way for the sickness of tomorrow. With the religious saying, this is so. This is the hashkafa of it to our people. Incredible. So what's the sort of Mishnah that the Mishnah does not help your children. The Mishnah doesn't say. So Mishnah got over. Malva Mishtar is very interesting. Malva Mishtar being in front of the head. Malva had in front of the head. And make sure you make something up. So Mishnah Karka makes a very interesting distinction here. Mishnah Karka says that along the way, everything depends on the nature of the loan. If I lend money to an uncle, if I lend in a document, don't collect for the 3 days before the document. Why? Just wait, because since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If, however, it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea. So along the way, so you collect that whenever you can. Because that's always in fear of the loss. So if you don't have to collect it, it's in 3 days before the Yom then ultimately you're going to take care of that. So it's interesting, again, our Mishnah does not make that distinction. Yosef, that's Rabbi Abba. That's Rabbi Abba. Yosef, Rothschild, Rabbi Shimon, Rothschild, so ultimately, again, so Yosef was sitting behind Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Abba was sitting before Rabbi Abba. And he said, "It's followed, and the Abba follows Rabbi Abba. No, because I said, "Rabbi Abba." He was saying, "So the Abba follows Rabbi Abba." That's what we just said before. So ultimately, was making this decision, he said it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a very low number, only recording documents, do not collect it in the 3 days before the number collected after the remain collected. But if again, it is a bill on its head, it's a verbal loan, then collect that as soon as you can, within the 3 days. So that's the level there. What about what is the so what's the difference between Sarah and I know since Sarah lets out all this mother, but it's no Shaka. Shaka is spelled. So let's watch this case. I give my milk to a dyer, D-Y-D-Y-P-I. Like I give my milk to a dyer. I say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black. But he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what are we doing here? So what's the top design of the olive? So Mary says, no single, so Mary says, essentially, the dyer is obligated to fund me the unprocessed or undyed milk. In other words, he funds me back what I gave to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? The Buddha says, no, that was saying no. The reason why the Buddha is dramatically opposed to that because you set up a scenario where the dyer, let's think about this, right? I told you all that it's dyed red. Still, okay, I give you what I wanted, but the value of dyed gold is always greater than the value of undyed gold. So essentially, what's going to happen is the dyer is going to get dyed gold for the value of the price of undyed gold. Because how do you do that? You're allowing the dyer to practice again to do something wrong. So these are like this. No se lo hace Yitzia. There are two pluses, right? So I will say, so on one hand, there is the appreciation. Like how much more now is the role worth, and on the other hand is the expenses. So essentially, it says the owner of the role pays the dyer the lesser of those amounts. So whatever is the lesser of either the appreciation of the role, or the expenses. Pays the dyer, so again, I will pay the dyer the lesser of those two amounts and take my will back. So and therefore, again, it was this transaction. Luna says that the halacha follows that in this case. That is, he said here again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the expense, the lesser of the two amounts being appreciation or expenses. Sanjura, they'll say flat. So they'll say purpose. They'll say turn away. They'll say this happens turning away. That doesn't happen like that displeasure with what was said. Right? So turning away is like very displeased with this whole discussion. So Mishnah Allah finished it. Well, it's different. So now why does he have that? The first thing is like this. I understand why you need to understand it, but the halacha calls it Mishnah why. So the night that I was said that collecting of a debt for it's a debt for the debt. You are not allowed to collect it on the 3 days before the other because it will be collectible after the other. But if it's a verbal loan, you can't collect it as soon as you can because you're in real danger of losing that debt. So I understand why that's still protected is why. So that's how you know, RaBbi because the Shulman Conference party of the Rabbi. Generally, Allah does like this. When you have my folks, the individual and the group, they want to follow suit. Group. Allah again, therefore again, he was going to tell us, or he was going to tell us that Allah asking like the Shulman Conference. So that statement was necessary. Allah does not. Why the need to make it very considerate? Allah calls that again, it's like if the wolves are dying, right? I want to die black, he dies in bed. So the Buddha said, well, I give him the lower of the two amounts, or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those two amounts and take my loan back. But why was there the need to say that Allah on the Pshita? That's obvious, right? The Machlokas, the Africa stop. So God said, this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two Mishnayos, Mishnah number one, of course, Machlokas, Mishnah number two is Stam Mishnah. What's a Stam Mishnah? Stam Mishnah is a Mishnah that records one of the people without attribution. So whenever you have Machlokas and then Stam, the Machlokas always follows Stam Mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now, watch this. I will say now, in our case over here, Machlokes, the Baba Kama. I will say that ultimately, again, the Machlokes that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. And so that's where the before, right? It's Baba Kama. Like, I don't see Sarah, the Sarah is the Machlokes of Yehuda, and then Baba Kama. Stands the Baba Mitzvah. Then there's established the Baba Mitzvah. What's established the Baba Mitzvah? The stand. And from a Mishane, Yada Alakana. The possible Yada Alakana. Always established in Baba Mitzvah, which is like this. Wherever it changes. That was just like tracks, it's good at the transaction. So what is the purpose here? So again, remember this is here. I gave the will to the dyer. I want it black. Now you're red. Because he changed, the dyer changed, the parameters changed, because therefore he is put in this advantage that's established, which would then tell me that one. Therefore, I only have to pay the lower of the two expenses either, or the lower of the two amounts of depreciation or expenses. So I established one. Now, what do I have? And my focus is for a mayor and then it's established. That's now the whole life. That's how the whole life of so whenever you have a focus and then a stamp, the focus always follows the stamp. So why do you need to tell me that the That's obvious. That's obvious. That's what you'll see was ignored. So you turn to the why you get better statement that it's obvious based on the principles. Right, so why do you put a sit yield in me to say that I don't cause them why do you think this was like should they say the Mishnah? So it's very interesting because Rafuna felt there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. What does this mean? Because they were stabbed at the Mishnah. Yeah, I can't hold this. Because I will say, okay, I sort of Rafuna will say like this. I use now whenever there's Machlokes and then stam. Machlokes follow that. Machlokes follow the stuff, which I will say makes sense, right? Because what's happening over the Gemara that discusses the Machlokes, and then the appearance of Stam says Machlokes is like this. So that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. What goes up the foolish problem? The foolish problem or a wrong position. We just said that it's a cellular order to the Mishnah. Because it's not an order for what? It could very well be that one. Stam is before the Machlokes. Well, if the stam comes before the Machlokes, then you can't devise this in 1 second. Hold up. The Machlokes, the Akakak stam, Lema is the Mishnah. 1 second. If you're going to throw out that idea, please say the Mishnah. If you don't order to the Mishnah, then what have you done? You've effectively using the higher principle. Then you can ever learn that principle. Machlokes, the Akakak stam, the halacha is stam, right? Because we know which real came first. Which was the middle. But Kilo Abina means stay there, not the Septa. The Chema Septa. Which when do you rely on an order of that's the one Septa. Like one Septa is the order. Two Septas is not necessarily so in this case over here, because I have one Mishnah. So again, whenever you have two Mishnahs and one Mishnah, so again, we can always say, but if you sit with the Septas, there's not the same thing. So therefore, our case over here, because one Mishnah is in Baba Kama, one Mishnah is in Baba Mitzvah, we rely on the principle of Machlokes, Stam, Halacha, Stam. Therefore, the Buddha felt compelled to say what? That again, that you pay the lesser of the two of them. Incredible. But they'll say, if that's the case, they'll say, first away. They'll say, who did it see you have the session? They'll say, most all of these has the status of what the set. That's what the set, and therefore, again, felt that the statement that Allah was unnecessary. Because here in this type of case, the Mishnah said finish it wasn't finished. Well, the Mishana, The definitive was in general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are going to add this disadvantage. So Rabbi Yosef thought that was such a declarative exception statement that they don't need to state the halacha. Okay, but it was like the halacha does follow. Let's just get that right. I pay him less than or expenses, and I get that. That's the way it works. You see that halacha is as well. When it comes to collection of debts, if the debt is recorded in a document, however, again, if it's a paperwork, why? Because again, there you're so now, by the way, we're just going to do a whole bunch of pieces, which are really great. So I'm not allowed to say on Shabbos, maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catching, right? But rather again, I'm saying, maybe you'll show up, but once again, you'll come see next again on Shabbos, which is another way of saying, maybe you'll come to work for me on Shabbos. That's not what happened. Over Adam Chavian Yerush, Shukam was in the he spoke to the wise and wonder, and that statement made no reference to work. So I'm sure the Rabbi is that the only time that it's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. Will you come, can you meet up on Monday Shabbos so that you could go ahead and do some work for me on Monday Shabbos? Very problematic, but to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, wonderful to see, right? When I see you on Monday Shabbos, Rabbi Shlomo says that is a wonderful statement, makes no reference to work. So also it's a funny here that in general, when we speak on Shabbos, we speak about it. Therefore, we speak about business matters. We shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. So Rabbi says, as long as my speech doesn't reference any explicit business matter, it's going to be perfect. Amar Rabbi Bar Rabbi Yochanan. And again, this statement, just taking on its surface, it would not be a statement. Well, I see you, right? You want to get to Shabbos, nothing is still explicit reference to business, therefore it is like a Shabbat. What's another interesting case? Let me show you how many today. So say, watch this. I asked the Shaila to and the Chacham ruled that the item is taken. Well, Yishal, the Chacham, don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a word. Or the Chacham also, well, Yishal, the Chacham. If you ask the Shaila, and the answer is also, don't ask another Shaila in order to get an answer. But what are you Shnai? What happened? So what happens if you happen to ask two Rabbanim conversating to each other? You ask the Shaila. One says Tamei, one says Dar. One says Mudra, one says Asr. So what's the halacha? If I ask the Shaila, let's say one of them is greater than the other. That's more of an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Then follow the favorite papa. In love, and if not, follow them after their opinion. We'll say, let's just hold up there. So we actually put in some sports things. We should make up over. You shall put off. We shall suffer. Let's just hold up. Hold up. You don't want to have to okay, then go to the method. If the Shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the individual. Both of us can show it up. There was that is again how we must get. Right? Again, we have something in Halacha, so something go right something. Something not one ultimately again. They're not one. What's the word? So they're not one. If you look at husband wife, let's say I have someone who's by the way, such an incredible right? So now let's see if he doesn't restore his bad marks. Doesn't restore doesn't restore his status as being someone who's trustworthy. Now, for example, it's allowed to show up in Kingston and go and give testimony. So Rabbi Meir says no. In Makabin also Obama. Once you ruin your status, once you ruin your credibility, you cannot restore it. That's like Yehuda says, "Oh, Azubai Makarios, in Makabin also the Farhesya Makabin also." Because Yehuda says something very interesting. Yehuda seems to say that the way it literally translates is like this: if he did tshuva privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did tshuva publicly, we restore his credibility. So what's interesting? So it sounds like again, everything depends on the public versus the private nature of the tshuva. Ultimate version of this. Asu divrei matmonios, the kapanosan, so on the base. So the ultimate version of this is what was the nature of the avera? If the avera was an avera done privately, then ultimately again credibility can be restored. If it's a public avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic there? They all say all of us commit averas. But at least if I commit an avera, ultimately what? To be able to do it privately. Right? Because what does a private avera show? What does a private avera highlight? That halacha myself, there's a sense of shame. Right? If I do something privately, and I will say, shame is incredibly important. Because what does shame highlight? Right? Then I know what I'm doing is wrong. And let's say, I'm not going to say, raise your hand. You sin, right? Because when I say we all sin, I'm pretty sure actually, probably there is this new up this point, right? It's only 6:31, right? I'm sure some of us already a couple of areas today, right? So in the mindset, the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that I'm walking with myself, I feel a sense of embarrassment. Because at least the greatest challenge is not really sin. What's the greatest challenge? But I begin to justify this. That's where there's a lot of challenges. I think we do this all the time. And it's incredible how we do this, right? We go ahead and make excuses. Why this is not a bad thing. Or the truth is, I'm not bound by some other things that's international. Or there's one that's not important. Why we are allowed to be negative things. Besides that, it's just exhausting. It's so much better instead to say, I'm human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes, and maybe even be more honest and say, you know what, I'm not even correctly saying I mean, as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all make like this and like this. I know that it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and everything. So Moshe has tremendous patience for someone who sins and then is honest. If he uses his divine patience, is when you sin and you're dishonest. You pretend that it's not a conflict. You are something like this. You are everything depends on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of kusha. If there's kusha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is detached. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Because public sinning means that a person has lost their moral compass. So if you get down over here, let me just say like this. If you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. And once again, after this, that's why today's not. One of the best lines in a personal life. Doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. Privately, you sin publicly. You do tshuva privately. You do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify justify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, Shiva, which always says, Shiva, but in Shiva, return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? We're all the wayward sons. And so all of us, it says, just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all this mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's you wrong. Just own it. Just leave it. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all being just get our act together. Just own what you're doing. Just for you. The door's open. Yeah, we're going to say there's no judgment, there is judgment, but the door's still open. Show about it, show. So Shimon God says, no matter what you've done, you are always disposed of justice. Build this up. The halacha of myself and the hashkafa of myself follows Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Shimon. Halacha of myself, anyone can display credibility, obviously in a Muslim tradition perspective, or from an English perspective, there are certain steps that this has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is actually the halacha. From a hashkafic perspective, no matter what, no matter how badly I messed up the life, the door for Shuvah is always open. Shuvah is Shuvah. I'll say never again. Who even heard this statement? Who even heard this? Even Elisha ben Abuya. Even Elisha ben Abuya heard this statement. Everyone is getting shut. Here's calls out every single day. Shouldn't want to show it. Then Shema hears it. I just have to believe this. Incredible. All right, then we'll say, Mazel Tov on finishing the first Mishnah in the second of Zara. Now it's more Mishnah. Now our second. Here we go. So, after the Shmuel, we actually referenced this yesterday. When Shmuel Omer, Shosh the name, the Shosh of Achareya. Shmuel actually says that before they got kids, he punished the 3 days after they got kids, but as well. But from the we say, with making day and usher, the Achareya day, the Kamayah say, it's only the 3 days before they got kids, that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. So, says the Gemara, Omer of number 12. So after the Rabbi Shmuel the Ezra, so never again. So this is Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an Akham on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tov. Never does it. Also, never again. Rabbi Shmuel. And Shmuel holds that the 3 days don't include the day of. So back to the Rabbi Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with an Akham. But again, that was yesterday's time. From the Flum said, "Maybe I'll come on, it's not a double." So the coming of our Mishnah seems to be saying the same thing as the Tanakh of the first Mishnah. Like you see, they say the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're allowed to engage in transactional activity with an Akham 3 days before his Yom. So again, the coming of our Mishnah seems to be saying the same exact thing as the Tanakh of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on here? Which the Gemara says maybe, hey, below his day he's doing that. Maybe the point of the contention that we'll say is go back to yesterday's time. The 3 days jumping, or is it 3 days not even? So the Gemara says, Tanakh of summer is below his day. Tanakh of the previous Mishnah holds that it's able to be 3 days plus the Yom Tov, so total of 4 days. That one of us might suffer, as that one of our Mishnah might hold. So you know, the 3 days in the Yom Tov. Another contention, so what's our whole trying to figure out the distinction between our Mishnah and the Tanakh of the previous Mishnah. He buys the other possibilities. Nasa, the Nasa, the Bina. Yes, the other possibility, what happens? Why are we and you can transact with the Akham. What is the status of the proceeds? So, you know, Tanakh of summer, now summer, now summer, right? The previous Mishnah Tanakh held that the proceeds, although you do something prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. One of our sides, sadly, whereas the one of our Mishnah hold that the proceeds are equal. Okay? That's one of the possibility is the Shmuel, the way I point of convention even is Shmuel, never Shmuel. Shmuel said, but Lola, Eight also how young this is great. Shmuel said in the diaspora, so also remember again, the optical copy in Eretz Yisrael and the political stars. So also get ready for this. Shmuel says in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with an optical copy, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the date of the government itself. Now what's the reason for that? What's the reason for that? Rashi says, Rashi says it's great. Eight optical copy, a people called Kafka, all those come on, optical comes to the Lawrence, lot optical copy, bonus closest to this. Apparently, the optical copy of Lawrence are not so full. They're not so full. They're not so committed. Listen, the concerns of legal public I just think like that. I don't know, whatever it is. Whatever it might be. So the nice is fascinating. So therefore, we'll say, and again, we're going to see this. That ultimately, again, the goal in the diaspora, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Shmuel said, so the goal is to say again, Shmuel the diaspora, ultimately, again, only
we're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? Or it's hiding in the box? Tuesdays, Thursdays.
Right, ultimately again, so other possibilities, and this is incredible because this is actually going to be a lot of our next. This statement of nothing on money, ultimately again, is the sign of nothing on money. Ain't no usher, Ellen, you'll have to think. There's another sheet right there. Nothing on money holds. That there's no 3 days. There's only 1 day. There's only 1 day. There's 1 day ultimately again that is coming. And the camel, the rest is nothing on it. So ultimately again, the camel, the previous mission was designed. But I want to must right is looking at God. I want to ultimately again, okay, so we'll say, the point here is, although it sounds like other Lavara Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakh, the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate and distinct. So say first, why Zion of the days? Nachum Hamad Yomer, Eino Asa Elyon Echad B'Nei. So what's another thing? So Nachum Hamad is not being he says that it's not 3 days that are going to be for transaction activity, but rather what? 1 day. So let's do this. Underlog, so they said to the right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. So that's another way of saying incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But God, that one of us read the I said, well, second, just said before I took it up, one of our Mishnah perfect times. Exactly, we forgot it. So we're might have come in the middle of where that's one of our Mishnah. So that means that it's not one of them. So there is this singular opinion. There's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day. And you have to come say, forget about that shit, we don't talk about it. How do you know? Nothing about it. So let's see that if we mention that for a month, we're going to keep mentioning that for a month. So let's point out that in this discussion regarding like transaction, such what you see over here is as follows. There really has 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbi, called it 3 days before the Yom. Like there's the opinion of Rabbi Shmuel, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there's just opinion of Rabbi. It's just 1 day before. 1 day before. There are nothing about this seems to be taken out of play. Right? That's what I say. No one seems to practice it. But just understand that it's there. Now they mention Nachmamadi, the president of the Rabbi. Both and Sus Zafar, the Safri of the it's very interesting. It's from Dozen and start the direct. We're going to talk about this concept of a rabbinic concept. That you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals to the gospel. Large animals that you not choose. We'll get into that why that is actually a Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about selling? Well, fine. So the Gemara says now. So if you look at Rashi, we have multiple suslakim. So from a machine of the Kabul, most of the you can sell male horse that is old. Right, so an older horse, ultimately you get to an outward war. Now what is this? So actually, we'll say stop here for today. I'm not going to watch it. Not going to watch it. Start for today. So let's say tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh, Lemir Hashem. We begin at 5:45 minutes Hashem. Shabbos at 7 o'clock. We're also doing an additional Oris. Sorry, 6:30 Shabbos. We'll also be with tomorrow. An additional Oris with Hashem with some additional singing, some rest, and that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Sorry? No. Some information. Right, so there's Hashem, so that'll be tomorrow, 7 o'clock. We'll see put that out on the email as well. Shtarko says, hello for today. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but here's Hashem, we will. Mike, everyone's going to have a great day, everyone.
Were you really having issues with your upper respiratory? It looked like there was someone in yeah. It actually was talking after, next to my ear that there was something going on with the lungs and your respiratory. And then can I ask you about and I'm asking my guys about your immune system. And they are telling me your immune system is my one to five flow chart is about 3. So you do need something to help with your immune system. And this is still how many reads. Thank you for calling many reads. Also, they're asking me, daily supplements and vitamins and are need to be looked at, and also the kind of water you're drinking. Can I ask you what sort of water you're drinking?
All right, good evening, and great this is Hashem. Hashem. So you want to get so remember, we find ourselves tonight. We're operating under this box of some beautiful versions of the one we're learning out of his sacred called Seamlessly ERS, which again essentially itself is just an interpretation of translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit so we left off yet last week with never quoted the passage. So a little bit translated again, the matter is very close to you. The people will work out to do it. So again, we never asked the fundamental question, is that I understand. Tell me the people, or something you need to do, I got it, right? Tell me to say something, tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's what's going to be. In general, what you have to say about is you legislate a lot of things, right? You legislate the figures, but you can't legislate the emotions. So what does it mean when you say that it's color they left up to the love color? So that says about something already passion on it. So the ability to go ahead, literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The talking one actually runs down the essence negative. So again, the other says you're going to stop up. So once again, you want to do something to say something to do, something is you feel it's natural. It's not true. It's not accessible. It's one of the hardest things that we have to do one of the hardest things because it is just and have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous individual thing. So the Rabbi goes on and says as follows. יערס השבת, שכוסה במורפה, ועל זה יש סיסרה בין הספרו לבעדים. קיצר הכי חרוף הדבר לעובד, אדם לא עבוד את השם, יעגוד. The entire world was very that really the collection of saying older to get into the city, but what? You'll get it. You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does. This was a incredible metaphor for life. And this is so much about what we'll go through. The Rothschild about it. This is what he says. Derek HaKitzara Ba'aruka, actually high secretary of the path that was short and long. It was short. It was the shortest distance between point A and point B. Avalokol has a look at practically, it was longer. Why? Asher H's, Asher Hitchuma on one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads of the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself, we couldn't get in. So, caution was selected for the city galaxy. Now again, point out, it could have a short time to get gotten into the city. Could have felt part of this garden, orchards, and all this kind of stuff. The Zeo Shamra, Sha'af Shadarati Sarah, you come up with one way. And that's what Child is saying. See, that it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path. Because it will get you up to the garden of the orchard, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to get everything through the garden of the orchard. But then there was the second path. What was the second path? The second path was long and short. But no matter, because he has a reality was like distance-wise, it was a longer path. People should get up through boats here on this spot. But this is the year of the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance. You have to get right in. So soft, Derek Zov, even though distance was the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it was able to reach your actual destination. You have to from here to here, from the heels, be able to get into the city without it was a significant this Lord is incredible spirituality. His spirituality, there are two ways. There's the Derech Kitzara Ba'aruka, that's short, but it's in actuality long. The path that is long, but it's actually short. What is that? Listen to this. This Yish Shofar, Yish Derech Kitzara Ba'aruka. Listen to this. There's a path that is short but long. Really what? Hello. Sha'adam Ma'oder as Ripshin Ma'oder. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart. To serve Hashem, his owner is soon inspiration through this fire comes to love of HaKadosh. The Derech Zu, Omnam Kalos are loved there. Let me say this few times. Was like the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh was how easiest way? Easiest way? That's how it feels. Oh, what? Stories. What is stories? What is stories? What's the beauty of Christ? That's it. Trace your imagination, right? It's like MTSY Shabbos, right? It's like an MTSY like when I was glad it's my follow, right? How do you feel like right? Right? And how long does that last for? I was going to say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. Let's say, I just want to print out something amazing. We go, but it's a reach. Says, because it says that I'm going to the only apple left for none. So it says, the apple went, Sarai, wrote, that's the Medrash says, who says? People started converting all these people. So as a relation said, where do you go? Right by the time Adam gets to Canaan, It's just Avro Salai. So where did the cover go? So it's like Avro, he was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was like he was doing everything. So Avro says, "Chevra, we're going somewhere. Where? I don't know. The guys want us to go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." And they go. And then they start out. And what happens? It's like a daily journey. They're like, where are we going? Right? And each day, we're going to the class. Until at the end of the day, so, right? Why? When people are just inspired by events, it's beautiful, right? It's a fire. But as that fire is kindled, it goes out. If you want to say a lot of things when you look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, like you always look at the saw the spitting of the sea. They saw the people, they traveled with and their own like it just makes sense. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it. It's very nice. It's very nice. But it's easy as it goes. It goes. And that's another. There's a danger, like inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. We all want that closest stuff to each other. And kind of just, I want like a hat. I need like a spiritual like hat. So I want to get that relationship, but I get what you live for. Right? So anyone I need, we want to be inspired. And by the way, works. That's like, that's good. Dara, Sarah. But I was like, that's the short time to get to God. It's actually much more than that actually took much more than because that's Judaism, just like that. Right? So, okay, so let's go to next. What's next? So it's like the shortest time of connection. Practicing what you want to What are we commanding? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, what happens when you're what are you doing? When something expires, what are you doing? You're ingesting, you're passing. So then, I want to point out that is not very long direction. You get it. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because of inspiration comes, and then the inspiration comes. I'll always have a story to come up with something that I would like. So it's interesting. Something like that, passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, that people want to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really myself. So the inspiration dies down. Often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. It's always easy going. והסיבה לכך, שאמנם בש"ס מעשה, אבל נראה שיש always available. אבל כיוון שקיבלו ש"ס מיוסו, listen, here it is. You know where Jewish Where is so doesn't keep a balance. Something I do for myself often is something that's preferred. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, בסוף סופו, עדיין נשאר על הדרך, it will also reveals that Titus will also occurs also. It is Titus that I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a thing also. And you all have this. You know, this stuff happens so often. People have those experiences that we never know. Like inspired. I don't know where this about a gathering, like something. And then I wonder, this person, see, how could it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, raw, it's like flat light. That's because it's choosing. So inside remains the same. And all of the wants and desires and cities and lusts and all those things are still there. I'm like one of skinny my spiritual wheels. And I can accelerate them. And I'm not getting it. Whatever those words says. He says, "Lucky the poil, I think the next is actually the life. The other year, she's happy to go. That's the first time. That first time of the season was called so I get that hard. I get the inspiration. But there's no work. So what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking in the city. But then there's another climate change. The FIFA, legal and tell about it. Really, the delegate is the Irish Pacific. We'll say, look, whatever's going to be like this, obviously, and he will say, I want to play down. That's where our focus is on balance. Right? There are multiple avenues of connection. This is so important. There's not one right way or the wrong way. People connect to Irish politics. So there are some people for whom that first of spirituality is always that they need in order to go and affect you. But for most of us, we really like dramatic moments of inspiration and courage. They come and they go, it's the biggest of our babies of the tradition. So this year, again, whatever says so beautifully, he says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know, just what to do. And it says, open up a Chumash and read a passage. This is why. Because I'm saying, taking the inspiration that you can't get into like how many things are like inspired? Fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it. Right? It extinguishes. And that's the right. I'm listen, I'm not a focus to the how many times in life is like, it's like so much fire is getting ready to do something. I just never did something. I just do. I'm ready to go it's the right thing. Did anything. The fire was there, and like fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after some time, if you don't feed it, it's going out. That's the first time. Then that's the final page pass. Really, הדרך המבוארת בסעיף הגדולה של it's about how many people are still playing in different words released. כדי לענות רגשי התחייבס המוזרים רכס עבודס בו למצוא כוח לפי ערכו היינו להשגות גם
On this show, we will provide years of research to help us navigate the start
the One can understand how the foundation of it closer requires my mind, requires my heart, requires my soul. It requires growth. It requires to sit down for myself, refining to sit down for myself, starting to do serious fashion. It requires to keep little adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And should I say, should I walk this out on the other which I was and then get it through this computer work, what can you do for the outside of those sense of love? All of this work that I do is and then the sense of revelation. And again, we'll say this is exactly what again, we'll say again. The mitzvah should be there, is almost like so again. The second rise of the regular bulk down, and we go, shoot itself. It's a much longer time. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. There's the shortness, why is it short of that? Why? Because it gets where you need to get. The first part is short, like that, like continuous, almost like consumeristic type of experience. And that'll help. But you'll never get the shortest part will get you. The second part will leverage this practice. Again, it requires the heart and mind. Striving to understand each other. And the windows of practice, I understand yourself. Effective change. Starting this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer trip. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Thus, it's not the things my last one of each class. One of my favorite lines. This is Mitzvah. Chevideros, Eis Kulos, Kulos, Kalos, the Oras. It says, the wrong path, which is the shortest path, will say, there's no right? Again, there's a school for everything, right? Say, Rishma's 27 strengths. Minutes, you know, you're going to find the shit up and have a baby born the same amount, right? You know, it always does the incredible, you know, right? And you see this, right? Yeah, I remember when, I was just doing this, very aggressive. I said, by the way, I'll tell you that is open the carton, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your white flowers, and right? But when I say, so we did say what? I'm not holding a talent, it actually trying to be a good husband. And so the long time you said, I just want to tell you that for the long time, that's so that's the orders of it. And then the judges what is it required? It requires continuous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just plugging away at it over and over. About Derusha Derek too. The Stein is the basic news from the chosen to begin as much work as this is. One thing you make, which is let's say this is it's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Valentine. There's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like a half play. What's that program? You can't say, no, you can do it. Skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7 to do it. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program, that has to change. You gotta start from 1, you gotta do it 1 week. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, about keeping something there at sea. But if you work, once you put that applause, you gotta accomplish itself. The more that is short, says you will change yourself as a person. He says, the eye go dog, סוף זה בסוף השבוע, רק אומרים שבדבר סוף, so down. This, so that is right. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about right now. This is the so now it's our Shialuka. It's the shortest path that's very long. This is the way to get here. Dafka Alaga, the secret practice of Dafka from this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. Well, this is the way we do it. Share KD, so what's the choice? One of the choices so it's nice because the time is short. But it's the longest path that shows this path. And we're also going to go back in. I don't know what it is. Sign up. Like, all right, I bought it. I did too. Like, I had no idea. But now I want it. So I got to go do it now. Like, so I don't even know what the path is, but I know. The path is going to happen over here. Maybe long. Maybe arduous. Next week, let's start. All right.
And then even like moving, they want next year to be more, ready to do that.
All right, so I got to get one of those sides. This is a close one. Done. To be able to begin the second tutorial.
So it's meditation,
with all of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning should today. Our annual Avatar responsibilities are rights as well. Dedicating ownership and thresholds to this year's plus resource levels for us. So our sponsors for the month of Havaru and the medical book. The insurance of its parents. They release it for the selling hopes for all the viewers. So with that, let us begin. One. Most of us have done more out there since we got here this morning. Right? The most Rabbi did in our entire life. One, giving again dismiss and to go ahead and reject this. How ridiculous it is, this giving these things. So basically, let's just apply to the people. They went ahead and they said that blood is going to happen. But that was the whole of the awesome. We went over the sacrifice. So he goes ahead and goes out and has shut up. So again, see now, as far as the day is concerned, we really just have to so now, what are you talking about Pittsburgh? They feel so together with they should ask for us whether they afterwards. They should know us whether they follow their Pesach or just moving when it follows. What's halacha? Yeah, what's that? Normally, the pure why doesn't if they should tell them because really do not again, based on the Pesach case. I'm a person that the Pesach of faith is blood, and therefore Allah will Pesach is part of the Incredible. So as I said, that this is what again Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the way, Rashi says it's the first Mishnah by Rashi. Rabbi Kispos Love, Hollow the public, the Basin to Asam. So Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that the Basin delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Ruling doesn't have to bring a pakas, but he needs to be based on the instruction of David. Now, David's liability, right over the okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Total days, the other affirmation code. Let's say simply this is based on constants that Taylor is running. One of the members of the didn't realize this. Now, let's say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Like he was in the minority, so the charges like that, but one of the sentence judges realized this is a wrong. Oh, comment right or wrong, the Holocaust up here. Or for that matter, again, there's no not the member of the debate. I'm confident it's knowledgeable enough to know that Holocaust itself, the Pesach is wrong. Pesach is wrong. That wasn't what happened. So us to help you. But nevertheless, this member of the debate still followed the Pesach. Or was an right? It's like, hey, why not? Right? It's like, this is my one shot at David. Right? In my Jewish life. Right? Basically went ahead and asked him that in his book. I know that Pesach is wrong. I know that Pesach is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. Remember, the based in arrangement of thought. So they know, this person knows that Pesach is wrong. Because why not? Basically went ahead and said that it's what they're in that case. I said, Mishnah says, they should us whether the thing actually this guy went ahead and with them, they should also boss up later, or they can make the other things we do afterwards, they should also boss up or they can do it all. It's not to follow the sacrifice thing, or they
When you look at the Bible, and you look at Christians and judges people, and you look at what they right now, we're in a war right now.
discuss sex devotional case. If he knows that the Psak is wrong, and it doesn't anyway, it doesn't anyway, so that's really right. And it has to be more discussing. Next, why the rest of the day should I tell them that she's wrong? Because at the end of the day, when are you sure your personal life is when you say that I did what I did based on the Psak of faith. But if you know that the Psak of faith is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not sure of your personal life. Exact problem. Let's say this is what it says in the Mishnah. I told the Biastro, Chayiv, I told the basement partner, if one acts of your own volition, ultimately I get your high. I will say that, never again. If one keeps feeling crazy, what's your liability? What's your liability? Right? Type of this. I said, the base is no counts. Only the showing is counts. So that's how I think the money in these cases over there. Because in order to say Chayiv and not just means Katos, Katos must mean there's some element of showing. So what the showing in this case, again, we'll have to see if we can ask. But bottom line, which is what this is too, is the basic issue for the focus of something. And follows that Psak. The individual shouldn't be personal liability of the others because they acted in good faith. If they think they should belong to Psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong Psak, again, what's the matter? It has to be certain that the individual knows that it's a wrong Psak. Right? You know, not someone but rather, again, we're talking about someone or a radio. That person knows the Psak is wrong, but he follows the way he is not sure of the personal life. Okay, so let's say that's the issue. Let's delve in. I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. What exactly when we deliver this erroneous so that the overall increase in the have the Torah. So Shmuel says the verbiage is it says Torah. This is permitted. You are permitted to eat cake. They have to say it like that. Okay. The our job are at Shlomo Lahem, current active glasses. What's the one word? Glasses. You are permitted to act glasses. So he says, saying that it's mutter, in order based on this Psak. So very interesting. You guys like that was pretty easy. Why do you glasses? So he says that there should be more awful because without glasses, there's a statement of information of the statement of fact. But there's no active, there's no direction to place it, which are like based not that therefore glasses in order for you to be like construction which would then be based itself. Talking about Caleb is going to be hard after the process. So for to go ahead and detail or you the time to left. Like you're not to go ahead and okay. So we're basically instruction. That's what the visual action of that ultimately again individual would be break the meaning and basically just say that would not Shmuel says so Mike, I'm again with the because basically number one, they call you status. When they call you it's in fact, they were based on the ultimately, Shut up. And he continues to advance Sa, that he held before. Potter, ultimately again, is Potter. In other words, if he comes back to his town, and he continues to go ahead and discuss the Sa, as he believes, not in line with the way the Days are he's Potter. However, Hora Lasos, but if he asks it, and he says, Abraham, if you act on this Sa, then listen here, but the biggest thing is why sound. It's not just enough to say but rather what do they have to say? Torah after yes. The biggest thing is sound to be form of sound. They have to be first of all again sound. Explicitly indicate the whole discussion is acting based on the sacrifice, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you actively portrayed your children for personal liability. The thing is saying, but it only works if the sacrifice was articulated in a particular way. It requires no articulation of the halacha, that's part one. Water, and number two, permission to ask the sacrifice. Now, now you're just proving this point. Yeah, I'm going to real something. Right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't really remember the details, but I'm definitely going to look at it right now. So again, you understand that there's total location in Russell. So you can see this place. Right, roughly 9 years. Moving goes over 8 atoms of the exact thing. So everything I want this to allow it to this is a key one, this is the header for this. But again, excellent. So again, listen, I watch this. So hold it up, now what happens? I remember again what occurred. What occurred? Yes, moving. Right, moving vehicle. Right, moving vehicle. So now, what's I see now? What's your status? So what's that? Ultimately, again, she is highest. Now, again, that highest is something that I'm very well true. She is highest. Why was the one? Should have remember again, what was the sacrifice? The sacrifice was that Allah says, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to it's not allowed to read anymore. David says, hold up, based on so if you notice again, what's the formation of the sacrifice? David doesn't just say, mutter, David says, mutter, and you're permitted. So again, remember, all of this is backing up the views that the way of sacrifice is formalized. Mutter, yes, you're allowed to completely again, this is actually very right across the national so all of this backs up and you're allowed to act or act again. There should be also the position of Shmuel says that the formulation of all they seem to say is the target. I reverse that. This version, Shmuel is the one who says that the Russian of the sacrifice was Arab and glass. Shmuel has the one who recommended glasses. But people are not of our no. Even if they just says, what are to for a whole lot? So what's it say? This version, on the previous version, Abiding was supporting the in this version, this question of bringing all of the same Let's just go with the first one. Look at the nice thing is like repeat. And therefore, get this the way that these number one, again, the rule is that
Free IR radio app is the number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover new podcasts from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
Right, so basically asking Taylor is Booker left. So what says now says individual went ahead and actually showed it not really showing it. In other words, right? Ube is attention. Why is he attention? Got him something. It turns out that it was an accident. Why don't you just say, well, how about the individual involved, in fact, it based on their word. Why is the word showing? This was about showing us. Watch this. Hold the basic together with them. Basic asking, give me this number. Okay. You know what happened? It is coming to Caleb the sugar. I was saying, basically, part one of the story. Basically, went ahead and said that he was going to okay. Next, part two. Nobody has to do this. What is Caleb? What is
Listen and follow these podcasts for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Or because it just gets mixed up. Yes, that's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, you guys hear something has nothing to do with exactly the case. It has to do with some personalistic position. Again, it's still going to be clever because that sound how you get the words. So you guys, let's go. I'm going to show you that so much. Whole basic is with the base when I said things with the base, how they will heal them the sugar. Moving things up these Caleb in the base of sugar. Inadvertently ended up eating sugar. The apple, Potter. Potter, only again, is Potter. PM, knowledge. So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases of technique. Right, and the book is not this very interesting. Allah, I love you, but also showgate on the so there's two different cases. Showgate, and there's actually PM is the case that we talked about. Jason said that Caleb is Boko Lava. Ruben goes and eats the he's himself the first one out there. He's showgate technique that takes the other rest of the time. He's a showgate because again, he gets mixed up between the Steeler and the Shooter. He's still going to be part of ultimately the second sample to this. I'm thinking about it. We must read it down. The others, I would say, other lover says, showgate of PM department. Don't let us go down. I say, show you how PM. It's only an accidental sound. Himself with it. About his other work here, should be really just stuff. Showed it up here. So I was like, why do that lesson? Showed it out here. Just say here, or here, that's it. That's it. Everything should feel the water, and it's unblocked. Water, all the again, or in this case, and then you then got mixed up into the pieces, you ended up here. Still going to be water, ultimately, it's still covered, so to speak, under the side. You'll show you that with the mother about this unlocated with the shore about maybe we're going to do the cover, but it not just have the direction of the side. But if you stand next to another mistake, he said that you should be diet. The hundred of the version of this of a Rabbi Kashma. All of you have to show you that we're allowed to my life is showing about this unfortunately, I love for myself. It's so concerned with other somebody going else. They should forget to focus on the thought or show you or maybe not. Maybe I love for myself. To say the purpose. Show me or I'll likewise, the professor Shogig means he has his own mixed up. So it's sort of like that of the everyone is clear. It's the thought that right? Booker and then grab all all right, Booker and go grab all so what we should giving and shut up signs. Only about the silent just is somebody's going to give us a spring. You're not going around giving you yes. What if you also start? This consumption of data has nothing to do with the other versions of because once there's a cycle, the data out there is developed. Also, this filter ultimately again being covered by that. So what is the book of in reality? So much pressure. Based on tasking, that's there is giving in that pressure. And now we'll send the part two related to the task. One is payment and one is sugar. But it's only for the sugar. So I'll go what's the one? Lab or Potter, the Joker of somewhere. That says Potter, covered under sacrifice, the Joker what? Again, this is still a show. But there was a race day, the alcoholics, the alcoholics pass so so, it's that you are of someone who means something to you. And I want you to be on this list of friends, family. Why we are very basically. Moderat, בשגגה, עד שכולן בשגגה. Everyone has to be acting in the same social capacity. Therefore, again, capacity and you can't be counted. And again, second halacha. So bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, and here is the fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? Halacha l'maisa, if you may want to head down, if you may want to head down, not because of exactly the reason, but because of the self. Halacha l'maisa is liable one reason why they do because of this consumption and nothing to do with exactly the reason. On the other hand, there is in the belt, like in the wood, there is a psak against the accessibility standpoint. Does that psak himself or not? Next. Beisha asu va'asu. Lama lo v'nisna karan. So what's this? Again, Krishna brought down like how much time and then it said, whether it's getting together with dates of getting it by himself, so what do you want to see? Which is another one is the additional so there is a why those options. So as I say, those options the division of something this watering all the so again, let us start with the idea that sometimes we'll say this even like didn't say something. There is which is just the reality of sometimes will make a lot of money to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of information. The other after man, Osha's whole in case what's never again, what was this? Basically delivers the erroneous psak. One of the members of the base get or a rank of something. In the gallery of the base, realizes that this is an erroneous psak. But he nevertheless relies on the Mishnah. They live on top above. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to right. Watch this. The other argument either right I would have thought not allowed to rely on I would have thought that this. It's also something both governor and subs. Like governor and sub. Which means, governor of Sabir, Sabir of was incredible. Therefore, again, the issue is not a lot actually just say, as long as someone is either governor or Sabir. you have a lot of information, but you know what's stuck. In other words, you can't have the ability to know. It's the ability to live with a certainty that this sound is wrong, and you rely on it. You are not sure this is going to be. By the way, right about that, which is the rest of the gold band, is pretty hard. Like, really, just examine someone, where if you're relying on the fact of the basement, they would not be sure to such as what I do. Other people, that as I show them, okay, but show it as I show them, like these individuals, how many have I? Let's say, not sure what we have on the right hand side. So show it as I show them. So those simple things, like in the Haram, were like sitting before the devil, and they were sitting before the judges, and they themselves ultimately again were fit judges. This is the type of person who was talking about. He had gotten on basis. And it's like, here's the facts. So let's see this, and I read this image of the book. Here's the problem. You have a person, like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Shimon. Why is the universe like, we're 90 sages? And they could say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this exact side, so the Mishnah said they're kind of happens. They're sure to put a lot of it. Why? If they act on the exact and say, what are they? What are they? They're lazy. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it's going to come to happen, they should act liable for basic. Also, I watch this. It's incredible. With that, Pakistan, you have to assess what happens. You don't need to also look at your life or us being partner. Yeah, those are positive. An individual does actually ultimately pay for us. It's not the case of holding things and security and motor. It's basically not scared that here with motor. I was certainly stop over there for today and pick up the don't work. Yeah, absolutely. We're fine. You guys are really smart. Let's say, good. Guys, everyone, start the first. I gotta stop. Hit discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up and talking case tomorrow. Yeah, I can't wait to have a great day. We'll say last time I'm starting the second service.
So giving is really at the center of human kindness. If you don't have the desire to give, that points to a deficit in who you are. If you don't enjoy giving, and
You also train go from 0 to 60. That means money is right. You bring all the goodies. Sunday, pressure should not be about giving itself. It should be about, oh, I need to spend this on my day or I need to do whatever. Because the stores are already filled with people that are crazy, that are running around just trying to yesterday. The person said, person takes the shmuel, he's not going to eat it, they take off the bread, and then he says again, shmuel of bread. There's a shmuel that not true. And then he says again, shmuel of bread. So he says, three, and then he says, number one, he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, and he says again, he will eat it. So yesterday, tomorrow, analyze why the first one and why the first two. Probably in the Mishnah where it says, let's just pick up from there again, over to the Mishnah. Probably in the Mishnah, why do you have to say so? Why do you have to reiterate this short? Why is it? No, because the Rav teaches us, why is it getting caught up in the reason why you don't have one sick because you want to see is that we know that all in such a secret in such a way. God wants you to forget giving money to church that's a fear. Giving and donating that's a fear. Giving and giving to
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use the iHeartRadio podcast preview. Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one app.
the same time is that because water is great, therefore, typically you never do. Imagine this way, you can take one, some instruction, before the instruction there, and we need to take effect. What I'm saying is this is true. And the point takes effect on a particular way. Now, in most cases, you will never be able to have the second stroke. Right. One does one of the tracks live, so that the second floor has nothing to the bottom second part. And then the relevant part to the bottom in the versus out of context makes out zero as the just the factions. Talks about that one God becomes very important. As a matter of fact, one is the harmony of the entire scripture. So, for instance, if you go to the ultimate prayer that prayer and say this is because one in the sense that people are called to knowledge and prayer, and that also really is kind of a structure. So, for instance, and then how we do this, and this is an active side, and you may know it is Lord's Prayer. And verse 9 says, pray that this way. You can see that's an example about this prayer or not people on track. Simply say, here's a way. So now it gives you pray that. Pray that our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. Do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Now, if you break down this prayer, it's interesting now. It starts our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The first part of the prayer is focusing on God. The kingdom come, thy will be done. We look forward to heaven, but ultimately, thy will be done is reflected in the petition of being God. Meaning, what's the difference of the prayer and God? It starts with thy will. Nothing else matters. Is there and she is. We have God, not things God. And one because we can read things like Mark 11:24 and Luke 9, making all things just miserable for his soul. Believe the word of God, talking about the concept of I want it now. And it's not very easy. We really consider what God will imagine this way. And the children are dancing every eye going up and down, pointing to what they want. I want this year, I want that this year. I want this chip. I want that candy bar. Are you comfortable now? Is there to guide them? Is center and guide them. Understand what they need. No, then you can reverse the students. It's not just part of it. You don't need to decide that if you're comfortable now, you should give it to them. These are people who are good. In other words, as we say, whatever it might be, money, whatever it might be. But if God sees to it,
Versus that since there's a desire left upon footage, and you take a trap that's what was and it means the higher desire is possible since the last desire is you have to have something there after you reverse the law. Now, there's a desire slap, so you can reverse it. If there's no desire slap, you can't reverse it. Now, what's the difference going to be? According to Rabbi, of course, you have not violated the shore wise, giving to others the rest. It's going to come left. Now, the question is, can we come up with an arrangement to eat that last one? Now, if there's only a crumb left, then no, here, eat the last crumb, then finally you're still giving the accountable for bread. If there's a desire left, then yes, you can reverse your charge for it, and you can eat the remaining. Next one is more of the question. We should not have stayed in zeros. This is a case we just worked a few minutes ago. First, it takes upon himself two different periods of the zeros. In Rishada, he counts the first one. If there's the last carbon, and accepting upon himself the separated the carbon, you have to stop and have to set aside the carbon. This is our Rishada. He goes ahead and he reverses the first. Also, we have Rishada, the second one now. The first one, and he has officially finished both periods. So he reverses the first to zeros, the second one falls upon that place. Now it's good to go. Now, what do you see from there? You see from there that even though he completed 100% of the zeros, still he go ahead and reverse it, and we would have another one to replace, which is the same thing as it, which is the same thing as Shavuot, and you see it's not the same. Now, what Rabbi said, in order to go ahead and reverse it, you have to have the desire slap. Here, we're reversing the zeros, when he's completely done with the zeros. He's after 100% of the days. The zeros last 30 days, he finished all 30 days, and yet we're still along with reversing the zeros. So why is it come to Shavuot? We require there to be a desire left at the end. Gemara says, no, that's not a good question. Also, from my Eskino, the Shalom Keeper. The reason why you reverse the zeros is because it didn't really come. In other words, you're right. That's the comparison. A Shavuot that has a desire left is the same thing as the zeros that has requirements to be called the left. But that's not true. That's not true. You learned that this case is something that needs to be different department. Whereas the right, it's not you off. It's talking about. We didn't take the haircut yet. And it's Rabbi Elazar, the owner of the graphic shop. You follow through with what it says. You don't take the haircut, you're still the left. Although the reason why he reversed the first zeros is because he's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not checked off yet. Yeah, he's talking about it differently. But you take your haircut, and the haircut is something which is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to. Hear that? It's not going to. You don't do it, you're still in the zero significance of the reverse. And you have some note, but I'm going to ask you that. But how to get it? It says, look, when you're the pastor, he took your haircut. Over Rashi says, the whole question. The zeros, correct? You ask your question, from the zero back to the square. These go out, let's see our so-called. What is the entire reason why the second the zeros doesn't work? It's because the result. There is the first the zeros blocking it, as we explained earlier. The beta. But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of the zeros is you have two zeros waiting to take effect. The second one, it's waiting in line for the first thing to go away. Now, once you take it away, the second one is going to the place. However, that's
Get the
different
latest
than
info about
when it comes to
COVID-19
Shua.
vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org.
Doesn't have that problem. It's only one
Brought to you by
local job.
iHeartRadio
Local
and the Ad
credit, not
Council.
local for the job.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Use the iHeartRadio podcast radio.
It's all around the electrical and person. Now, even so, Gabe, if we're talking about a case where a person aided by mistake, of course they're not. So we read by one of the report, because there's an outstanding carbon, it's not because of the source. This is intentionally because the process is just not get the lashes. And since the lashes are still outstanding, we just go ahead and reverse it. Almost comes so over if they still get the base thing. And they caught up to the post. Like we used to get a person like this to it. At that point in time, well, we can reverse it, and then he is officially done. You want to say to the swirl that was swirl, the swirl and humble, the excavation partner. The part of us that is color. And then some of that is the basin, is partly knowing that office. We explain this the second time that part of the point is on this is something along with embarrassment. The Greek word says he's embarrassed, and that's it's our tradition. Once you suffer that embarrassment, is discharged of being embarrassed. We don't bring it back to the conversation. So that point of that, the Shelby part says it's correct. But all you some wrong, some right. If you wear down, then you're right. Then at that point, you can be worse to it. But we just the part of the vote, that is
alongside co-host DJ Envy, Just Hilarious, and Paula Rosa. Avatar Fire National released at the box office this weekend, a third installment in the team's favorite franchise, the Still Love Movie Rockers series. It's expected to make another $90 and $105 million
however, only in Oklahoma. Let's just say you have a big one and a big one. Let's just use an example of this the big one sitting on the table. You have a gas. And the guy says, I will not eat this spaghetti if I eat the bagel. Which means that he does not eat the bagel, it's a gas. But he eats the bagel, then his school makes the fact that he cannot eat the spaghetti. Just to get a couple points out of it. The concept says that how long can I get back to this society? It's also about the society.
It's a value.
Now, what that means is when a person makes the Shavua, he has to have in mind at the time of the Shavua what he's doing. If he makes the Shavua and there's some kind of just an amnesia or a lapse that happens at the time of the Shavua, it doesn't make a difference. First, the conscious understands what he's talking about when he makes the Shavua. It happens, it's subconsciously to come down. That's number one. Number two, in our case, when we're talking about a person making the equivalency of a Shavua, we have to remember, even though normally a Shavua takes effect when you say it, in this case it doesn't. Because when a person says, there's the Shavua, and now eat of a jab, he eats the bagel, so at that point in time, nothing happens. There's no fear, there's no prohibition. No obligation, there's no prohibition. Everything stays the way it is. Only at the time that it eats the bagel does the Shavua take effect. So essentially, eating the bagel is making the Shavua. If he does not eat the bagel, the Shavua never takes effect. So therefore, Rosh is the following. The Akar of the Shega, he eats the bagel, the Shega, he spits it out. He forgot. He has a bagel on the table, a spaghetti at the table. He looks at what he says, if I eat it, I will fulfill myself eating the spaghetti if I eat the bagel. Now he goes to the bathroom to come home, and he completely forgets what he said that morning, and he eats the bagel. Okay? So then you want to do the bagel? No. If he wants to eat the bagel, he brings beer on the bagel. But he forgot, completely forgot, while he was eating the bagel, that eating that bagel was considered eating the baguette. And then that's really amazing. Then he eats the baguette in Texas and food. It's baguette, not like he eat it. Because they eat the bagel. Now, what this fucker, he was fucking why? Because at the time that he ate this bagel, he had no idea what he was doing. And therefore, since he had no idea what he was doing at the time of eating the bagel, he didn't make a shvuah. Remember, the shvuah happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he is in Spaceland and is eating the bagel, that means that he was in Spaceland who's making a shvuah. You can't make a shvuah there. Shvuah has to be happening. You know what you do. If you're completely spaced out and you're just eating the bagel, that's not the case. Since he's not paying attention to the bagel, the shvuah is not in effect. And even though he ate the baguette, turn the case around. Rishon amazing. He eats the bagel intentionally. Now he knows that he has a shvuah on himself. So eating the bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. The shvuah is okay. Then he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later. He's really hungry. He says, "Oh, well, wishes the baguette sitting on the table," and he eats it. After he finishes, like, "Oh man, I made a shvuah this morning. I eat the bagel, I can't eat the baguette." But they'll amplify it. That's a typical case where a person made a shvuah and forgot and ate it. He has to make carbon. That's a typical case of where a person had a hell up, he made a mistake, he brings a carbon to atone for his shvuah being violated. Next case, stay in B'shogeg. Let's say he eats both of them B'shogeg. He always have a problem paying attention that day. So he eats the bagel by mistake, he eats the baguette by mistake. What's the halacha? Couple of cuts on the berries. Or, sorry, stay in B'shogeg. Pucker. He's pucker. Why is he pucker in that case? The same reason as before. The shvuah never took him back. Because the shvuah never took him back, the second one doesn't work either. In other words, since he ate the bagel in Spaceland, the shvuah doesn't work, and therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, he essentially was allowed to eat the baguette. There's no problem. Top of some customer is still amazing. Only with both of them on purpose. He eats the bagel. He's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to forbid myself from eating the baguette. And then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now his Gemara says it depends. It depends which one he ate first. If he went in perfect sequence where he first ate the t'nai, which is the bagel in our case, and then he ate the baguette afterwards, that's exactly the case for the person in violation, and yes, he has to bring a carbon. However, after the surah, what if he ate the baguette first? After the t'nai, and afterwards he ate the bagel. So now essentially this should work. We keep calling it the first one and the second one, but he eats the baguette. When he eats the bagel, it should take effect, and now retroactively forbidden from eating the baguette, he should be in violation of the shvuah. The Gemara says there's a technical problem with this one. In this case, flip to Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish. This brings us to my focus position with Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish, which is Ulad Abba Hasra Salfik Shema Sra. So again, let's just go through this case. He goes into the room and he sits down and eats the bagel. He eats the bagel. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees that is the case for his tayyib. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel, you say to him, "Sir, just remember, eating this bagel means you're not going to be able to eat the baguette." And he says, "Yes, acknowledged." He finishes the bagel, and then he says, "You know what, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat the baguette." Someone says to him, "You know you're not allowed to eat that baguette because you made a shvuah." He says, "Yes, I'm aware of that." He says, "You know that if you do it, you're in violation of your shvuah." "Yes." "You know that there is a punishment for violating your shvuah." He says, "Yes, I'm quite aware of that." "You know what the punishment is?" He explains, "Yes, I know what the punishment is." Then he goes and eats it. In such a case, he has fulfilled all the requirements to be sent off the base to get his punishment. However, what happens the other way around? He eats the baguette first. So someone's sitting there and says to him, "You know that if this baguette potentially could be a problem. He says, what do you mean? The guy says, if after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it will turn out that eating this baguette is forbidden. So the person's like, what if I don't eat it? He says, well, then it's okay. So he says, will I be in violation if I eat this or not? He says, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm letting you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point later on today become a problem. So now, that is called hasrasa. You're giving a person a warning, but you aren't sure at the time of the warning if it's actually a problem. In such a case, it's going to focus between if you will take the opinion that hasrasa, in other words, telling a person that, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on the following scenario. If you think that's considered a good hasra, good warning, yes, it's a violation. It's not. No. Now, Rabbi makes this. Because I said this is Rabbi more makes this a little bit more complicated. Taron the super. What if he makes each one contingent on the other? So up until now, we made the eating of the baguette contingent on eating the bagel. What if this guy makes each one contingent on the other? He says, I won't eat the bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Okay? Now the Gemara goes through it. The royal talzu, I won't eat this one in lo talzu. That's the first case we have. I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Then he says the local zoo, I won't either eat the bagel in okal zoo if I eat the baguette. So basically, he makes each one contingent on the other one. The okal zoo, this other natzma, he eats this one, knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's on purpose. He eats the baguette, ubeshigigas chaverta. The zoo is of an natzma, ubeshigigas chaverta. He eats the bagel and the baguette, knowing that there's a potential shavua not to eat the bagel and the baguette, but he forgets that the bagel is the condition for the baguette, and the baguette is the condition for the bagel. You all do this together, guys? All right? Basically, each one is contingent on the other one. He knows it's the potential problems in each one, but he forgets that the bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. What's the halacha? Why? Because the shvuah doesn't take effect. No, the shvuah can only take effect if you know at the time that you're eating the t'nai, you have in mind for that to work. What happens is he remembers that eating the bagel makes the baguette forbidden. The Zubashiyas Atzma, he knows the bagel makes the baguette forbidden. He knows the baguette makes the bagel forbidden, but he forgets that actually there's a shavua on each one. This guy's having some issues, some problems. He should probably get evaluated for something. Bottom line is he's able to remember some details, but forgets the other details. In such a case, he's tired. Why? Because he remembers the t'nai. Since he remembers the t'nai, that means when he eats it, he's making a shavua. In effect, that means that if he mistakenly violates the shavua by eating the other one, then he's going to be, that's a classic case of the helam, of a mistake, and he has to bring a carbon. What happens if it's staying in the shavua? He's spacing out the whole time. He comes in, his wife serves him lunch, and he has a bagel on the plate. He forgets what he said in the morning. In such a case, he's popular. Why? Because again, the t'nai does not take effect if it's by mistake. Stay in the mason, or he ate both of them on purpose. Came home, he knew about the t'nai, he knew about the shvuah, he knew about the whole thing. He just gobbles all of them up with the halacha. Ashliya, l'chai. On the second one, he's obviously tired. In other words, he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now for eating the baguette, he's certainly tired because the t'nai of eating the bagel took effect, and now he can't eat the baguette, he ate the baguette. How about the first one? How about eating the bagel? Is that a problem? Well, that's exactly the same as in our previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel because you don't know if he's going to eat the baguette. So you say to the guy, if you're not allowed to eat this bagel, if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, we're warning you that there's a potential that it might be also to eat this bagel. That's what Restream Gemara says. Arishana puts the Gevel for the Slakish. That is subject to the Gevel for the Slakish when the Sunday morning actually works. Amar Mari Banana Vitina. But Mari says the same thing. And we'll read the parentheses just so we understand what's going on here. Abba Nadar and the Kiru Chacham, the 4 times in the Nadar, where the Chachamim say you could go ahead and just where it's mutter even though you said it. But I can go through all of that, we'll just explain it. We'll explain the one that's relevant. Nidri is Rizin, where a person makes an nether to give himself like a little bit of the reasons to be Mizarek himself, to encourage himself to do the right thing, Nidri Rabbi, exaggeration, Nidri Shkagos, a mistake, Nidri Otzen, and nether that he made, which is beyond his control. Now, what is the case of Nidri Shkagos? And we're not analyze that. Nidri Shkagos case out. What is the case of a person making a nether by mistake? Where it says, the person says, Kodan, the following things should be forbidden to me in Machal Trasis. If I ate or drank anything. In other words, he thinks he did not eat or drink anything that day. So now he makes a nether that something should be off starting. And then after he says, oh man, this guy should off on the shaksa. He's like, I forgot I actually ate the whole cereal this morning. Or he says, it should be also She'eni alcohol. She'eni shows that I won't eat or I won't drink. And then I was facing out again. You made a mistake and you didn't drink. Such a case, mutter. Why? Because if you do shkagons, you made a mistake. But Tanya will learn to take the shkagons to Torah, just like mistaken and nether is mutter. Kach, shavu is shkagons to Torah. The person makes a shavu by mistake is mutter. Essentially, what we were saying before is the person mistakenly makes a shvuah. So, for example, he eats a bagel by mistake, not realizing that makes him have a shvuah, so the case doesn't work. Eifa Tani, shvuah Rabbi. Skip the parentheses. Eifa was the guy's name. The Gemara says this person, his name was Eifa. The Samar's name was Eifa. Tani shvuah Rabbi. He learned the halachas of shvuahs in Rabba's yeshiva. Now, Pagabe Abimi Achba, his brother Abimi came over to him, or his brother Abimi, and he met him. So Abimi said to Ephraim, Shavua Shvuah Talpi, Shavua Shvuah Talpi Nahu. So you just finished learning up the Shavuos? He says, yes, I learned it, I know it quite well. He said, there are a few questions we'd like to challenge you on the halachas of Shavuos. And he said, sure, go for it. So he said, what happens if a person makes a Shavuah? One shvuah is that I didn't eat. Another shvuah is that I didn't eat. So it makes two of them exactly the same shvuahs, past tense, that I didn't eat. Now, what's the halacha if he indeed didn't eat that day? So again, it's a Tuesday morning, and the person says, Shavuah shvuah kalti, take a shvuah that I did not eat breakfast this morning. And he says, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, Shavuah shvuah kalti, take the shvuah that did not eat breakfast that morning. Turns out that he did. How many people does he have? Amar Lei, for response to Benefai Halachas. He's only tied once. What was his thinking? Eight shvuah, kal shvuah. Once you make a shvuah, you can't make another one. Like we said earlier today, only room for one shvuah at a time. Therefore, if you make two shvuahs which are identical, you're only tied for once. Amar Lei, his brother said to him, Ishtabah, got you. You made a mistake. Alright, that's how brothers act better than sometimes. Ishtabah, I got you. Arayotza Shavuah L'Sheker. I should make a joke out of it. Was that on my Ryan? And the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced. If I have time at the end, I'll try to get back into exactly what the nuance of this my focus is. Arayotza Shavuah L'Sheker. You're making a mistake. You think that a Shavuah is relevant over here. It's not. Because the first time you said I didn't eat breakfast, guess what? You lied. You didn't eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie a second time about the second. You can lie about the same thing twice. The person says I didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. They said didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock. Both times that he said he didn't eat breakfast, he lied, and therefore his past tense shvuah can happen twice. It's tied twice. Next case he asks, shvuah shvuah ochal teisha v'e'asa. Person says, I won't eat 9 figs and I won't eat 10 figs. Now he eats it. Now, what's that halacha? Tayyib al kol achas v'achas. So he responded, Eifa said he's tayyib on both shvuahs. Why? He's tayyib for eating 9 because that's one shvuah, and then eat the last one, that's the second shvua. The first shvua only forbids him from eating 9, the second shvua forbids him from eating the 10. Therefore, if he eats 9, he violated the first one. If he eats the 10th one, he violated the second one. Made mistake. Itesha lo achel, answer lo achel. It's impossible for him to get to the 10 without eating the 9. So therefore, when he makes the second Shavua, it's essentially contingent on the first Shavua. So you can't violate the second one without the first one. Therefore, it's just the same Shavua, and therefore it's one, it's only times once. Shavua Shlomo Assertation Ma'al. So he says, what happens if he says, I won't eat 10 and I won't eat 9? So, if the respondent said, Ain't a time of Allah, it's the case only times once. Why? Because there is 9 inside 10. Probably no. Again, responds to the Siddish Tabak, made a mistake. Answer who's the low after. The first shvua of not eating 10 only forbids him from eating 10. Okay, so the awful, not to eat the 9. So therefore, when he says he's not going to eat Eser Batesha, so the first shvua says, I can't eat 10, but I'm not eating 9. The second shvua is an entirely different one, which forbids him from eating the 9. Amar Rabbi says, singing there are some times when we can actually say the Eifa is correct. What's that case? The Amar Kedimah, like Mar said, which is the Amar Rabbi, as Rabbi pointed out, person says, Shvua Shvua also to Einim, Ve'anavim. Person says, makes a shvua that he's not going to eat Te'enim and Anavim together. So in order for him to violate his shvua, he has to eat Te'enim, figs, and Anavim. Great. You have to have figs and grapes together. Because of Amar Shvua, so Te'enim. Then he makes another shvua saying, I'm not going to eat figs. Now, top of the testament hour, what happens? But I'll Te'enim. He ate the figs in violation of his Te'enim shvua, the snake shvua. Then first carbon, he sets aside the carbon for violating his shvua. The afterwards, what did he do? He ate another, which will die by himself. So they have to do another this year. The another is only this year because it's only half of his violation because he has to eat another the grapes together with the Te'enim. But Chatzishir, Lomachayim, carbon, the other carbon of Chatzishir. So now our case on Hanan. You know, the Amar Shvua Shvua Eser, person makes a shvua that he won't eat all 10. Because of Amar Shvua Shvua Teisha, says he won't eat 9. Block out Teisha, so he violated the 9 shvua, similar to violating the Te'enim shvua. So here's first carbon, he sets aside the carbon. Now the Achakam, after he sets aside the carbon, Achal Siris, eats the 10th one. So now Hanumah Siris Tatzishir. The 10th one is Tatzishir because it's only half. Or it's not half, but it's only part of his obligation of eating the second one. Tatzishir, the L'chaim and Tatzishir won't be that. In other words, it's possible for the farm to find the case.
We'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year as a success for the Soros levels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsor is Stephen Karizin, running Mary Steve's mother, Doris, and Stephen Laura Abbas for Yisrael Yells of Rama on the occasion of her 5th yard site. We have been in American all the British Shabbos Havana, we have a family Zayn Chamor, all those who are Moshe will give them Kol Chol Yisrael. Control Shemir Hashem, we involve our hostages, the Shalom and the Torah, should allow our holy soldiers in air and land and sea, and Hashem to be successful. The Chol Amasi and should shower divine protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. How about we should be so to a week of decisive victory and Shalom for all the prophets. We'll say with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Some really great Gemara ahead of us today. Even a sprinkling, a smidge of Agadaton and Mem Hashem. So let's begin. So today's daf is Mem Zayin 47. We're not picking up on Mem Vav on days 46b, and we left off with Amar Rabba. Afilu Shomer Ishba, Afilu Ishba. Okay. So remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that that Halach Meister spoke about a case of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his. And ultimately again the borrower claiming that it was mine and he unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take the shortcesses and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. With Rabbi just gives a little more of a qualification. It's our Rabbi, Afilu Shomer Nishma. By the way, who else has the ability to swear over here? Even a Shomer, even a custodian. What does it mean to Rashi? Afilu Shomer Nishma. Amas Nisim Koi, Berabu Shnaim Shenichnas L'Sof Beisol L'Mashkeno, Shalom Rishos, Afilu Shomer Habayis, and Ya'emon Shomer B'Yisharim Zeh. It doesn't have to be the Balabayis who swears. But even let's say, for example, he has a butler. He has a butler. He has someone who watches the house. So the nice again, even that person could swear that the lender walked in and walked out with something belonging to the borrower. So he was invited up. Even the wife of the shomer had the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. So what about, let's say again, the hired worker, right? Still the keeper is literally again the hired worker or the laborer, right, who works for the Balabayas. Is such a person believed to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and he walked off with a Rashko, to which the Gemara says, take it. That we're not sure since he's a hired employee, is there some kind of conflict of interest over there? But he says, take it. What did I give on the Rashi? Tarno Mikasa, the Kaspa Most interesting piece of here. So this is all the same case in which I saw. Again, remember, let's say I'm claiming that Ruben walked into my home and took something of mine. Now, again, I'll say all we have is circumstantial evidence in these cases, right? We have witnesses that say that we saw Ruben walk into my house and then he walked out with something. What he walked out with, we have no idea. And the circumstances as to why he walked out with it, we have no idea. Remember, Ruben is claiming that he's seizing his item. Say, well, yes, he agrees he walked out with something, but it says, I'm claiming he stole something from you. So the answer is, what happens if I claim a very expensive item? So, for example, I say William came out of my house and he stole a bar of gold. Right in the middle of the other years, this Casa, he's like a silver goblet. Like he stole a very expensive silver goblet. So so not only am I claiming that he stole something, but I'm making a fairly significant financial claim against him as well. So this is mine. So do we believe about such an expensive claim? So it's very simple. Because image the Amitu, or image the Nehemiah, the Mitzvah in Shigade, the Shtaba, the Shagla, the Evil loans. So let's look at the circumstances. First of all, am I wealthy? Am I wealthy? So am I wealthy enough to be in possession of such an item? Or conversely, am I trustworthy enough that someone would deposit such an item like this with me? So it's very interesting. So essentially, we examine, is it really feasible that such an item, as I said, exactly like, so I claim I've been really walked out of my house and he took my Rolex. So I like to see, okay, so first of all, could silver afford a Rolex? That's number one. And if not, is he the kind of person who would be trustworthy enough that a Rolex owner would deposit that watch with watch? So again, based on that, that would then depend whether or not I'm allowed to swear about the Rolex. Incredible. So once this Nefbal case, that's what it says. Remember again, the next case in the Mishnah was the following situation. I'm having a conversation with Ruben. And then what ends up happening? What's happening? So let's say, I go to Ruben's home. I want to walk to Ruben's home. Walk Hashem, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all is good. Right? I walk out of Ruben's home, and what happens? I'm bruised, battered, beaten up, all these different kinds of things. So I claim Ruben beat me up. Ruben hurt me. Right? Ultimately, again, Ruben says, I didn't touch you, slipped, fell, whatever it was. So what's the halacha? I swear that Ruben assaulted you, and I'm allowed to collect damages. So says the Gemara, I'm not going to do Shmuel, Moshe, or Makom Shiach, or Kabel Yatzmo. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. I'm going to Moshe, or Makom Shiach, or Kabel Yatzmo. אבל Usually יכול לקרוא לעצמו, no touch of Shua. Listen to this. When do we say that I'm obligated to make a Shua? Only in a case where the injuries could have been self-inflicted. Right? So in other words, there's a concern over here that maybe the injuries are self-inflicted and I'm just trying to kind of land a payday over here. So in that case, that's where a Shua is required. But if technically speaking, the injuries I sustained could not have been self-inflicted, then I can collect from moving even without Shua. Fascinating. Because one second, maybe I just bumped into a wall. Maybe I fell down a flight of stairs. In other words, that like, I understand that I got injured, and obviously they weren't self-inflicted, but how does that mean that Ruben didn't? To which the Gemara says, Sha'al Simon Shita Pegabo, or Ben Asila Yadam. The Gemara says, what is an example over here of an injury that could not have been self-inflicted? For example, if I have a bite on my back, okay, no matter how talented you are, but you can't pull that off yourself, right? Or on the back of one's torso. Right? So again, these are injuries that could not have been self-inflicted. So because of that, now again, there's still another possible story. What's the possible story? Is there a possible story? There's someone other than Ruben, right? You did this to me in Ruben's house. Okay, but remember, when we have the circumstantial evidence, witness is claiming, I went into Ruben's house and I was fine. I came out of Ruben's house and I'm injured. I'm claiming Ruben did it to me. Ruben's claiming, no, I didn't. So then the halach is, I swear that Ruben injured me and I'm able to collect. But again, I will say, but the halach over here is, the halach over here is, right? Maybe someone else was in the house and did this to me, the leka achad. There was no one else around. So obviously, again, I will say that this would not, even all of this together, would not be enough to make Ruben chayiv straight out, right? Why? Because at the end of the day, no one saw Ruben do it. So there's circumstantial evidence, and the shua then creates ultimately again reliability. Okay. So it's like, now again, the interesting caveat to this shua is that this is only true if it's injuries that could have been self-inflicted, right? But if it's injuries that could not have been self-inflicted, the Shmuel says, I can collect even without a Shmuel. Incredible. All right, Shmuel says, so now we're going to get the next case in the Mishnah was as follows. The next case in the Mishnah was, so this is the situation. Let's say again, when two parties are locked in a conflict and one was supposed to swear. But let's say the person who was supposed to swear himself was a suspect regarding a different shua. In other words, his credibility has already been compromised because it's been proven that he's already violated a different shua. So in that case, we flip the shua onto the other party. So the examples that the Mishnah gave was Echad Shvuas Eidos, Echad Shvuas HaMikadon, Da'afidu Shvuas Shav. So let's say, for example, I'm in a legal dispute with Ruben, and the normal mechanism of resolution for that legal dispute would have been that Ruben would have taken a Shvuah. But now Ruben can't take a Shvuah. Why not? Because he's already crushed it. He's already lied under oath that something different. And the Mishnah gives all different examples. So what moments the Shvuah reverts back to me. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, why does it bring, what does it mean, even a Shvuas Shav? So the Gemara says, Lomi by Kamar, Lomi by Hana, it is big Firas Maman. So it says in all the other cases, perhaps like when the Shvuah that Ruben took is something that negated or that denied a financial thing. Allah Pino Heart Nami Firas Tvarat Ba'amohu, Lord Mahaman. The Chiddush of the Mosa is, even if Ruben only, quote unquote, only did a Shvuas Shav, that was only did a Shvuas Shav. In other words, let's say, we're back a little bit earlier, what's Shvuas Shav? Nishma Shanos Es Hayatullah. A person swears, right? I swear that this cup of coffee is in fact the car. I swear. So that's a Shvuas Shav. Now that does not include any denial of financial obligation. I would have thought that a shvuah like that, even though Ruben took that, it doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear a financial case. Kamash Malon that it does. Right? Once you've done something which indicates that you are not trustworthy about shvuahs, even if the shvuah that you lied about has nothing to do with money, at the end of the day, Ruben's lost his ability to swear. So the Gemara says, listen to me, Nami Shvuas Bitui. So why not do Shvuas Bitui as well? Now here's the difference. When it comes ultimately again to the Shua, so remember again, we're talking about a case where moving live about the Shua. However, again, because of our Shua's Vituri, the name of the Kush to come Shtabo, no Katani. But let's say Shua's Vituri, maybe or maybe not, he's going to like, also, the paradigmatic case of Shua's Vituri is what? Is a future tense Shua, right? Sha'okal or Shalom. When he makes the Shua, it's not clear whether or not he's going to lie. To which the Gemara says, Okal, below Okal. Akal be below Akal be might be the living time. What about a past tense Shua Vituri, which also was at the Schreibmaschine Arba, first Mishnah in the Sabbath? What is there to say? Because again, I will say, at the time they made the Shua, he was definitively lying or not. So he says, you like Tana Shua's Shad, Apple Zayin, the Kobi Double. It means Shua Shad and anything resembling a Shua's Shad. In other words, we will say, Sahalok Ramaisa, what the Gemara essentially says is like this: any time Ruben has lied in a Shua, whether it's lying that had financial ramifications or implications, or just stop lying on a Shua. He made a false oath, or he made a false Shua speak to him. Right? I swear I ate the loaf of bread yesterday, and he didn't. Either way, once you demonstrate a willingness and an ability to lie on the oath, then what does that apply with a Shua? What does that do? It compromises your ability to make any future or subsequent Shuas. Okay, incredible. Next. The next case was, for example, one of them had compromised credibility. For example, again, one of the guys was one of the parties in one of the reviews. There's no self. So the guy said, okay, you can't go ahead and swear. So it's supposed to be lying in this case also. I will say, you have to the rest of the Mishnah. Because so like this, if one of the parties had previously lied, I think the Shua is subsequently swear. Then it's any actions again. So one essentially is like this. If somebody's credibility has been compromised, don't let them take the Shua. Why do you have to make these examples? Let's see how many. Each one says, hello, Surah Galaisa, Rekatari Surah Galaisa. To which the Gemara answers, you're forgiving the Surah Galaisa. So, for example, if Ruben had sworn falsely, that's an example of a Surah Galaisa. As opposed to a second. Again, that's the Surah Galaisa. Interesting. And by the way, what's the Surah Galaisa? It actually says over here, the second thing of Yah. Gazel Galaisa. Began with a Gazel Galaisa. Damina Asmachta Lokaya. About the Galaisa Gazel. We'll say, what is the problem with gambling? What's the problem with gambling? Now, you turn this thing, you want to have all these Haba, Rino, the Tova, right? You want to that's what the Zara discusses. Aina Osek Yeshuva Shalova. Such a person, he doesn't contribute to society. Whereas those that are hold up like this, whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society in some way. And every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead and literally again, his entire livelihood is made through gambling. There's absolutely no contribution to the society involved in that. But what also says, the other how it is, it's clear the issue. When people gamble, they say, people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, when you lose, although you give away your money, you give away your money begrudgingly. So let's say, therefore, the winner is a shtickle gospel. There's a little bit of theft involved in that. In other words, it's not reaching into someone's pocket, but it's taking someone's money against their will. That is why a gambler is hustle behaviors. That's why he can't take the shoe off, because he is a thief with that money. It's a rabbinic thief. Come on, it doesn't sound like a rabbinic thief. There might be rabbinic thieves as well, right? But he is a thief with the Rabbanon. Okay, incredible. So it's the same again. The Mark says the Mishnah wants to give examples of people who are disqualified with the Raisa and disqualified with the Rabbanon. Next, how you Shnayim Peshutim. So we'll say this is never interesting. We're going to spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happens if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm not going to dispute with Ruben, and in reality, again, it is someone needs to take a shvuah, and now let's say both Ruben are not. I'm a gambler, and Ruben is a pigeon racer, right? Or you know, Ruben could easily swore falsely about something else. So what do you do in that case? This is an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra Hashvua B'Kamot Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi goes back to the original place. But let's see what that means. The Torah says, you see what the Rabbi says, no, there's no Shavua, and we just see what you play. So Shanti, so Rabbi says, what is the proper attribution? Proper attribution over here in the Mishnah. Did Rabbi Yossi say split it, or did Rabbi Yossi say split it? I don't know. If not, I'm not going to see if I'm doing it. I'm not going to. I'm not saying I'm local. I'm not saying with the opinion that said that we go ahead and split. So the ones that are telling us that I'm sure that it's going to happen. I'm not saying the opinion that said that in this case, where neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shore, you simply split the claim. I'm not sure that this is going to I'm not going to put off so I say so. So first of all, interesting, versus the subtle part, reversing the attribution as it was brought down in Mishnah, right? That's the Mishnah. The Mishnah ultimately says that Rabbi Yossi says the shvur goes back to its original place, which you don't really understand what that means just yet. And Rabbi Bear says Yachol, Rabbi Bear says split. Then he goes with the same that was written Rabbi Yossi, who says Yachol, and then he says, by the way, that's